Like, check. Nobody live in this place.
What up, man? Yeah, let's get this shit fucking jump started.
Yeah, let's go.
What's going on, man?
You know, I jump in to aggravate some Globers. I was going to
Who we got in here?
and science doesn't prove anything. Fucking rile them up. Kick that beehive.
Well, they don't sting, man. It's no fun, bro. Only like kicking wasp nests, bro. That way, you know, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, they have no staying power.
Nothing.
What are you up to?
A man just got up, 7 o'clock. Just drinking my coffee. About to take a couple of dabs for the morning. Just get the day rolling for sure. That's it, man. Just chilling, dude.
Day.
Yeah.
They got you taking the ouchie yet?
Fuck no, Indio, bro. No, man, I'm not taking it. Man.
But
I'm resisting.
They're gonna try and force it on you.
Yeah. They're. I'm not a state employee here, though. I'm in Washington State, and what is it? October 18th was the mandate that motherfucker put down for state employees and healthcare workers. So lucky me, I'm a subcontractor. However, I do subcontract with a one of them fucking corporate giants. So I don't know how they're gonna deal with us, right? So I'm kind of waiting until like, hey, upload your certificate or can't work with us anymore. It's like, yep, no shit.
Dude, you know that TV show The View?
No, I don't.
It's a good one. No, hell no.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's like four chicks basically gossiping on daytime TV. So I guess they get tested for COVID every day before they go on the air. Before they go on the air.
Okay.
TV show. So two of the people in the middle of the I guess the vice president was supposed to be on that day. They're supposed to interview her. Turns out right in the middle of the show, they had to pull two of the people on the show off because they tested positive. Both of them are vaccinated. So I don't think a lot of people realize the vaccine does not prevent you from getting COVID, and it doesn't prevent you from spreading it. There is literally no point in being vaccinated other than your personal health.
Exactly, right? This
is what they say. The CDC directors come out right on CNN and said this. But it's like, it's not mainstream knowledge.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're still under the idea, because you use the word vaccine, that it prevents you from getting it and spreading it and all that stuff.
Exactly.
But when you have a show with that's one of the biggest daytime shows and probably 8 million people saw this shit, they can't hide it anymore.
Bro, believe it or not, I discovered, I live in a small town, right? But most of the young people here, you know, they're just libs, you know, they're just blue-pilled as fuck, right? However, man, I discovered that there's a stronghold here. Like, the gym I go to, it turns out that everyone there is not gonna fucking get jabbed. I was like, oh, really? I didn't know that. So I started talking to them. One of them is actually a nurse, you know, at the hospital. I was like, what are you gonna do, man? He's like, I filed for the religious exemption. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to move on. Maybe go somewhere else, Montana or something. But he was telling me. So I asked him. I was like, all right, okay, you know, you're a nurse. Tell me, why aren't you taking it? He's like, I already got it. You know, I got the antibodies and whatnot. And exactly, it won't help the spreading part. So he's like, I'm fine. You know, I'm young. He's like 50. He's healthy. He's like, I'm not gonna take that shit. You know, it's like, I got kids to look out for or whatnot. It's like the risk to reward. He's like, I'm healthy. I'm fine. I already got it. I have antibodies from it. It's like, you know, he should. So he's like,
there's a higher risk of side effects too if you've already had COVID.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice.
So there's, like, you know how they did the federal mandate? There's a bunch of federal government. There's a bunch of people suing everybody. People suing colleges, people suing the federal government, saying, I already had COVID. It's an unnecessary risk because I have a higher immunity to COVID from getting symptoms, having already had it. And there's no confirmed cases of somebody getting it twice. That's all just hype bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
There's no rational reason to mandate the vaccine because it's not, because the only reason they can so there is laws there is some case law about mandating vaccine. They have forced people to take vaccines. Right.
They have, right? They have.
Typhoid Mary. I'm sure you heard of this.
Yes.
Typhoid Mary was spreading typhoid, whatever.
Yeah.
But they locked her up. So they could say, like, you're a danger to public health because you're spreading this disease. So, hold on a second.
All right.
I crossed the street, dude fucking don't know how to drive his car. Fucking people, man.
Careful, man. Yeah, careful if you're going to work or some shit. Yeah.
I'm just walking.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going
Sunday
to work.
drivers, man. Yeah, it's even more dangerous. That shit.
Yeah, so
All right.
they can if there's a legitimate public health aspect to it, right? That you're going to prevent the public from catching a disease. But if the vaccine doesn't prevent anybody from catching or spreading a disease, there's no legal authority to mandate a vaccine. There's no reason. Because this particular quote-unquote vaccine doesn't prevent the spread or people catching it.
Right.
So there's no
point?
public health reason. Exactly. There's no public health reason because it doesn't protect public health. It protects personal health.
Personal. Yep. Okay.
So, yeah, this shit's going to go down in flames. I think they know it, and they're just like the people. It's really just a power grab.
Yeah.
We all know what it's about. It's just a power grab.
Man.
And, a money grab. Infinite variants, right? We'll have infinite variants of COVID. You need infinite boosters. We'll have COVID immunity as a service, right? You just pay a monthly fee, right? It'll be like your cable bill.
Exactly, man. For your booster every 6 months.
Yeah, you just pay like a cable bill, right? Every $10 a month. If there's a new variant, you get a booster automatically.
Yep. Yeah. Yes. It's not good, man.
I read a long article about it, man. It was so good about like how they did this shit with swine flu back in 2010.
Yep. I remember swine flu.
They changed the definition of pandemic. But the thing is, because these guys, like anybody that's in any country that's in the WHO, they declare a pandemic, they have to do certain things. And one of those things, they're mandated, they have to go purchase vaccines for whatever pandemic thing is. Okay. So it's a guaranteed stream of revenue. And the article said, it was quoting a virologist that says, there's just people looking around, like, virologists, people that work in public health. They're searching and searching, trying to find any indication that there's a pandemic somewhere so that they can basically trigger this governmental mechanism, right? Boom, trigger. Who says pandemic? And you have all these countries, their public health systems go into action. The pharmaceutical companies raking tons and tons of money. You know what I mean? So you have the public.
Tons of money, man.
Billions, probably trillions.
You know what's funny?
Hi, guys.
Hey,
what's up? Hey, what's going on, Dandelion? I almost called you Dandelion for a second. I was like, oh my god, MJ.
That's what MJ. I don't know if India heard that part, but MJ, like at the beginning, was always calling me Dandelion because I guess they don't.
Yeah. Called MJ. Shit rubbed off.
The MJ effect. Yeah, exactly. No, call me Dandelion, please, all day long, because I find that absolutely hilarious.
Me too.
I was listening to you guys on YouTube because I had to come in and put in my 2 cents because Cyrus, what you were saying about your gym, like I've totally found that here. There's I found a couple different enclaves of people that are not so-called conspiracy or truth minded at all. Other areas that are like, this is waking up. You know what I mean?
Yes,
to the point where
exactly.
In the real world, I've been in several gatherings of just regular folks where the pro-vaccine person is outnumbered by far. There's only one person there and they're in the minority. And so that's why, because I had to do some research on you know how much I hate reading or watching the news, so I usually totally ignore it. But I had to go in there to the propaganda central and find out what are they saying about the children? How much are they going to push this on the children? And, and so look what I found out, not only about that, was they are up in the propaganda hardcore about all these unvaccinated people are dying. A person on their deathbed said, I still won't get it and I don't regret it and I'd rather die than get it. But they're hyping that up to these other people to try to get them to have it, right? You're going to die and so on. And they are like hyper active because of what you just said, because tons of people are waking up to it. So they got to up their propaganda before the like tide just totally turns against them, because it is turning. They see it coming. It is a giant tidal wave of normal people who this has completely woken them up to the lies. So I think it's great.
Hey, did you see so you're in Michigan. Did you see so a TV station in Detroit put a thing on their Facebook page. They were asking any of their viewers, do you have any stories of unvaccinated people that have been hospitalized or died from COVID? Want to know what they got? They got
I saw it.
hundreds of thousands of people saying they got injured from the vaccine.
I had to
do a
send
story on that.
Yeah, it was great. I'll put the link to that. I'll put the link to that in the voice chat here. The way I'm not supposed to, maybe, I don't know, but anyways,
yeah,
people
you can
can
put
find
that.
it. Yeah, okay, because I had to send that to one of my homeschool friends whose son is trying to get an exemption in the military. And so, because I told her about that, like, that is outrageous. Yeah, they just kept there's like post after post after post. Yeah, people harmed from the vaccine. Not even one. I mean, maybe there were, not in the article. They don't feature any of anyone being unvaccinated and harmed. That's just the only place you see evidence of that. Yeah, is in these propaganda pieces, not from real people. Yeah, I'll find it here somewhere.
The cool thing, it's waking up a lot of like, normies, like blue pill people that aren't red pill to anything else. But when it came to this, they were like, this is too fishy. And like, okay, so when I busted up my ankle, right, playing with these kids, gym, playing basketball, I thought I broke it for sure. So anyways, I had them take me to the hospital, and they're young. They're like 16, 17. So he called his mom, and he was like, all right, I'm taking this guy. He hurt his ankle, whatnot. And his mom was like, okay, don't go in there or whatnot. And I caught on to that. And like a couple weeks before that, somebody already told me that this is like where all the he told me like the owner kicks out all the libtards. Okay, I was like, oh, okay, cool, all right. So I asked the kid, I was like, hey man, I heard your mom tell you not to step inside the hospital. What's up with that? He was like, because I'm not vaccinated. I was like, oh, okay. Are you gonna get vaccinated? Why aren't you vaccinated? He's like, oh, hell no. I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, yes, I love you guys. Okay, I'm never gonna get it either. I was like, okay, cool. Come on now. I was like, all right, we're buddies.
Yeah.
Found some family members. Right?
Yeah, I've had to accept, and I've just come to terms with it, that if any of my vaccinated family members end up in the hospital because they made that choice or go there to get sicker, because that's what the hospital's for, I'm just going to have to come to terms with, I'm probably not going to be able to visit them, and so on. So, like, I guess I should, every time I'm going to see today, I guess I'm just going to have to every time think, this might be the last time I see them, because if they decide to go to the hospital, they probably aren't coming out. But I just wanted to say,
are you homeschooling your children? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, just a short point of business, India, even though you told me I could put it in there. I'll just leave it up there for a few minutes, and then I'll take it back down. So if anybody wants to see that article India was talking about, it's in the live stream voice tech.
Yeah,
but I'm homeschooling them.
The news, man. It's not about the vaccine.
Exactly.
It's about reaction to the vaccine.
That's right. Exactly. Right. Oh, yes. We might not even be in favor of that story, right? We're like, what kind of propaganda is Facebook putting out there?
That's misinformation. That didn't really happen.
Exactly. Why did Facebook not take that down? Anywho,
we demand censorship.
Yeah. Exactly. There you go. That's what I'm protesting. That
censorship is free speech. Listen, no doubt, no joke, man. They surveyed a bunch of kids at a college. They took like one of these stupid social surveys, and 1/3 of them said censorship was free speech. Shutting people up with free speech. God. That's how smoke these I don't know what they're Zoomers or whatever generation this is.
Because the government needs more protection. That's right. They don't have it. They don't have enough hold on the communication. They need more.
Hecklers have rights.
Right. But yeah, Cyrus, I am homeschooling, and I've been doing this for many, many years, and now it's just like, there wouldn't be any question. Like, there's no way my kids are darkening the door at any school. I actually was thinking about it before for the high school, but now no way.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know how they're gonna, like, the parents here, like, like all their children, like their high school children, they're not, vaccinated. So it's like, I wonder. It's like I really want to stick around until this rolls out in this town. Like I want to know what they're what they're gonna do. Right? It's like, okay, I already know few of them that are losing their jobs. Like one is works for like I don't know, like the road stuff for the state or whatnot. Nurses and whatnot. It's like, this is interesting. The other guy is a sheriff. Like I haven't seen him around. I want to talk to him. Young dude. I want to catch him. Like, hey man, so what are you doing? You know, are you gonna quit? Or I'm assuming not because he's a sheriff. So I don't. It's like
It's an elected position, isn't it?
Well, he's a state employee though.
No, not
No?
necessarily.
Really?
Not necessarily. Yeah.
Okay.
It depends. It depends. I should say this. It depends on the state. I know in Massachusetts, sheriffs are not part of the state government. They're funded by the state. They get state money because they're a separate elected office. They're by the county. They're part of the county government. They're a local government.
Okay.
They're recognized. It's called recognition by the state, but they're not state employees.
Interesting. Okay, so there's some legal horse shit
it's
like
a separate.
that. Okay.
Exactly. It's a separate. Sheriff is like what you would call a common law office. So you got sheriffs and constables. They're elected positions. They're not part of the government.
Okay.
The state government. State is like its own legal entity. So typically counties will vote on a sheriff. And the sheriff kind of like works for the court. It doesn't really work for. So what does the sheriff do? Think about it, right? They don't arrest people. They don't, at least here they don't, right? The sheriffs don't run around, pulling people over for speeding and shit. They put people in jail. They serve process. They seize property. They evict people. They do that sort of stuff. They run the jails, but that's all they do. They don't run the Department of Corrections, though. They run like the county jails.
Yeah.
So like the state prisons, they're run by the state Department of Corrections, but like the county jails are run by the local sheriffs. So
interesting. Now I really want to meet him. It's like, all right, I'm going to stalk him. All right, found you.
There's actually a recent case. I know about this because there's a very recent case here. It's like the Bristol County Sheriff tried to do something. This is like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. He tried to do some shit and the state tried to stop him. And the court basically said, go fuck yourself. You have no jurisdiction to tell the sheriff what to do. It's not part of your government. Because the sheriff doesn't appear like anywhere in the state constitution. So like, how do you get there, right? Because he pre-exists the existence of the state. There were sheriffs before the state of Massachusetts existed as a legal body.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, dude.
So
I did not know that.
Because you're way out there in one of the federal territories that became a state in whatever 18 something probably, right?
Yes, I'm assuming so. Let me see.
Yeah, so it's some of the stuff is a little bit different because they didn't like Massachusetts. They came from England. So all the shit from England they brought with them. So there's a direct connection between the laws of Massachusetts and England, right? But Washington and stuff, there isn't a direct connection. There's that hierarchy. Okay. It went England, United States of America, Washington State, whereas Massachusetts went England, United States. Anyway, that's the short version.
All right, yeah, dude. Thanks, Al. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, but
now I really want to talk to him now.
I will. Have to, I would look in the Washington Constitution to see if there's any mention of sheriff.
Okay.
If it creates the office, has to be some like enabling act inside the Constitution.
They granted statehood for November 11th, 1889. That's like new as fuck, right?
Yeah, that's pretty new. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's super new, man. What's going on here? When was Cali? 1850. Okay, so we're like, wow, like 30 years younger than Cali. Yeah, no one lives up here. It's empty.
Well, it ain't empty here. You could tell by that car horn.
No, Yeah, the other coast. Yeah, fuck you guys. Way too many of you guys. So populated, man.
We're stacked like 5 high here.
It's insane. Insane. We got pine trees for like, I don't know, man. Horizon, yeah, I don't know what a horizon is. Well, I do actually because I got the Pacific. Only when I look west. If I look east, yeah, it's all pine trees.
I was wondering this morning, like, if I had a pet and it died, where would I bury it? Like, you can't even, like, what do you do with a dead pet in the city?
I
Just, like,
know.
chuck them in the road? Like, oh, that's roadkill.
Yeah, dude. No, man. Just a fuck. I don't know what I can say. Okay. So
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
because we were
saying.
talking
I don't know.
That's what Jemsy was talking about that because I was talking about burying our fish and how my children are
Yeah,
like
I
very
was on here.
sad
Yeah.
about. Oh, you heard that? Yeah, because I just said, well, you just could bury it if they have a law against it, which I didn't even know till Jemsy said that. Then you could just say you're burying it
Yeah.
to fertilize your garden. You know, bury it by your tree and just say, oh, I read in a gardening book that that'd be good fertilizer, guys. They're going to protest against that.
So there's a law against that. Now that
That's
Yeah,
what
they will.
Jemsy said.
Yeah, they will. Because somewhere in Cambridge, there's a lady that had beehives on her roof. You know, like a beekeeper,
Yeah.
beehives. People
Okay.
got pissed off, man, and made her get rid of them. They don't want bees in the city for some reason. They don't pay taxes. Well, I don't know what it is.
That's crazy.
And she was an old lady who'd had them for something like 40 years or something. And some yuppie, you know, probably from another country moved here and was like, we don't want no bees. We're European. And made them get rid of it. It was close to like an urbanized area. Like it's called Central Square. So there's a lot of stores, shops, you know, Starbucks, all that stupid stuff. So it's only like a block away from that. So I'm sure they like, you know, when people were like sitting on benches, you know, eating their McDonald's, getting attacked by hundreds of bees. Just probably the best thing for them.
Okay, well, I gotta get. I'm going off to a corn maze. I'm going to meet my mom and my daughter there. And, take the boys with me. We're going to have a great time. And I had to jump in here to tell Cyrus that that's his eyewitness report from the field. Same thing I'm seeing it's growing. Yep, it's spreading. Yep, for sure. People are seeing what's up. Yep. So that's cool.
Yeah, but why would they lie?
Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine. Why would anyone lie? No one lies, right? I mean, everyone always tells the truth, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I try my best to tell the truth. I think I'm pretty good.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's good to hear you guys, and I will.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to probably hear Precious Metals today, but if anybody's here, that's gonna be fine. I hope it goes well. Precious Metals is going to be at 1 o'clock my time, so like in about 2.5 hours. If anyone wants to tune in for that, they always have a good show. We had a nice ladies' night last night, and so I think things are going pretty well here on the server, as far as I can tell.
How much of that did you hear, ladies' night?
Oh, I was there for the first couple hours. I didn't hear it happen after that. Did something happen after that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then the first 2 hours were great. I can't speak to the rest of it.
I don't know if you have to go. A couple people came in and were like, when I
can
joined the server, there's these people that asked for donations and I sent them $20.
Indio, I did hear that. I was listening on YouTube and you shut those guys down. I totally forgot until you mentioned that because I was like going to sleep. But yeah, now that you mentioned it, all comes back to me. Oh no, I was proud of you because those guys were so obvious fakes. I mean, come on. And you just called them out. Where's that screenshot? Where's that screenshot? Oh no, that was great. That was fabulous. What do you mean? That was a great part of the show. That was Yeah.
You're a flat earther. Caught you though. You must be extra stupid.
They were such fakers. I know, because they were pretending to support us then, and then it came out, right? Because when you called them, they're like, "You must be stupid, yeah, because you're flat earthers." It's like, I mean, you're very good at calling out those fakers. I have to say, you do a good job with that.
My Spidey sense tingling.
Yeah, good job. Yeah.
Oh my god, I was about to call it Spidey senses, you asshole. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, you stole my words.
All right.
See you, Mary
Good
Mom.
talking to you. Bye.
Yep, she hopped up.
Her kid's going, "Come on, mom, we're waiting."
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is waking. I haven't like done this, but just because you could tie all this into flat Earth, dude. You can use this COVID nonsense, vaccine nonsense, kind of like as a lever to get people more pliable to the flat Earth idea.
You can, if you're
Because, like,
willing
why would
to
they lie?
persuade them.
They won't lie about the shape of the Earth, but they lie about murdering me with a vaccine. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, think about it for a second.
Right.
The flat Earth is the foundation. If you didn't have a crazy blind faith in science, you wouldn't take the vaccine in the first place. They need a foundation. They need that philosophical foundation from which your whole psyche is built on top of. Science is
Yeah.
always right. Trust the science.
So once
That
they have
crap.
that distrust, that little nugget of distrust, it's like, opens up doors, right? It's like,
Yeah, exactly. Trust the science. Believe in science. That one always gets me. Believe in science? What are you saying? I thought science wasn't
science
a
a
belief,
method?
man. I thought. See, that's the point. They think science is like some magic pixie dust you sprinkle on stuff to make it empirically true.
Yep. Well, that's how it's used, right? Like we do science on the ISS, right?
It's you.
It's like what?
Yeah, the word science now is just a propaganda tool. It's lost all meaning.
Yeah.
And like anything I want other people to believe and stop the argument and make it undebatable, I just say it's science. And that ends the debate, right? Because no one wants to be a science denier. It's the equivalent of being equivalent of being like during this Spanish Inquisition being a Christ denier, right? That's a risky business.
It is.
I wonder if it'll ever get to the point where people are actually like burned at the stake for not believing in science. I'll go first.
Yeah, that's witches, right? Like they used to call us witches here.
Yeah,
it's like
the heretics, man. You burn the heretics. That's exactly what it is. Saying like the funny thing is, we're actually pro science, and they just science is just an idea to them. They don't understand. Like you said, science is a method. Science is actually the experiment, right? And the data generated from that experiment. All the other shit is just the bells and whistles because data can be interpreted multiple ways, right? We have the same set of data.
100%.
Show it to 10 people and you're going to get 10 interpretations of it.
Yep. That is true.
But the science is just the careful methodological creation of data from experiment.
Yep. And if I could do it and get similar data, then that methodology was legit. Whatever hypothesis, regardless of how you interpret the data. It's like, oh, okay, so when you do this stuff comes out. Okay, cool. What is this stuff? I don't know yet. We'll see.
Yeah, we can all make up fanciful tales of like what causes water to boil, right? But I can demonstrate how water boils to somebody. Like, take something and if it's hot, you stick it under some water and you leave it there long enough, the water boils. It doesn't, I can come up with many stories about why that happens.
Yeah, you're right. 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 The water molecules jitter, and then once they jitter, it's like, all right, bro, you're in La La Land.
So there's a guy, his name is Percy Bridgman. He was a professor of philosophy. He was a president of the science department at Harvard, president of the philosophy department. That seems like an odd mix, right? President of science. He has a Nobel Prize. He's quoted for his work on thermodynamics. He is quoted as saying, "There's as many formulations of the second law of thermodynamics as there has been conversations about it." Okay, so think about that. How many times has somebody talked about the second law of thermodynamics? Millions of times, hundreds of millions of times. He said that's how many ways you can formulate that same idea, right? You can come up with gazillions of different models for it, and they'll all be like accurate predictions. And the choosing one and saying this is the empirical truth of reality is philosophical. It has nothing to do with anything else except for your personal aesthetic preference.
That was Bridgman, you said?
Piercy Bridgman. The quote is actually, if you go on Wiki's Second Law of Thermodynamics on their webpage, on the Wiki webpage, it's about a third of the way down, I think. 2/3 of the way down.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's where you found this guy?
No, actually, I found this guy because there's a flat earther named Southern Israelite. A lot of people don't.
Okay.
He used to have a channel. He deleted it. He's a little kooky. He's a little out there.
Okay.
So he pisses
Shit
off
happens,
a lot
man.
of people, flat earthers and Globers. But he's debated a bunch of people. But I would say what he's done for flat Earth is he's gone back because he was a student of a guy named, I'm trying to think of his name, Clark. So there's something called Christian apologetic, right? And the foundation of that is that so if you believe in science, right, and you believe that the ultimate reality, you have to have some foundational truth, right, on what you think. There has to be a foundation from which you interpret everything. And Clark basically said, okay, Christian apologetics, we're going to take the Bible as our foundation of truth, and we're going to interpret reality from looking at through the lens of the Bible. Right. So this dude, Southern Israelite, he comes from this. I guess you call it. He was taught under this idea. So when he did all this flat Earth stuff, he went back and looked at the history, like the people. You know what I mean? The same way as like when they analyze Christian theology. They look at the popes and who wrote what when, and you know what I mean? They analyze the people and their ideas. St. Thomas Aquinas and Voltaire and like all these people. So he just basically did the same thing. And the people that are proponents of science, what their philosophy is, right? So like what Galileo said, who his teachers were, you know what I mean? How people, Einstein, what like their philosophical foundation on why they said what they said. And like and people, other scientists at the time that are going against what they say, right? So none of these ideas, like at the time Einstein did general relativity, there was like a open letter that like 200 something scientists said it was a bunch of bullshit. So there has always been opposition to all the ideas we consider mainstream. She kind of lays all this out. But Bridgman, because of the philosophical background and the philosophical background of like, theology, formal logic and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like how he attacked Globers. And the thing is, it's so funny, man, because he uses the quotes of the people that you ever seen Professor Stick? He used to make a lot of little flat Earth videos. He's a Glober, but he made them against flat Earth. He tried to attack him and basically said, so there's something called Newton's cannonball. Newton wrote about some cannonball that would spin around the Earth and like a bunch of crap.
Okay.
And he's like, he made a video like ridiculing Southern Israelite. This is like 3 years ago. He got banned from here because he's kind of an asshole. Put it mildly. I mean, he's an arrogant asshole. I don't know what to say. He actually has a book, a flat Earth book. Anyhow, he's like, this dude's for us 6 ridiculing him, saying Newton this, like saying that Newton didn't say it, and like it's a direct quote from the Principia. This is how stupid Globers are. Like they don't even research their own shit because what Newton said was against the heliocentric model, and they can't even conceive of that. They just can't. They think that science is like some perfect jigsaw puzzle where all the pieces just fit perfectly together and everything is great.
Yeah.
It's not, dude. It's a fucking mess.
I think they just believe it because it's like they've been taught that way since birth, Like they don't question it. Like they don't even question it. Like like you said, like believe everything science tells them, and they just take their word for it, right?
No, they don't even know what the science says. They believe what some science teacher told them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got multiple interpretations here. We got like the actual experiments, right? The theory, the experiment, and we got some jerk that wrote a textbook. Then he interpreted it, and then the teacher read the textbook. Then they interpreted it, and then they spat it to the freaking student, and then the student interpreted it in their mind, and it came out as something else. So I'm saying it's been washed a few times, been filtered, and they think that their idea is what the actual. If you go all the way back, what does the actual data and research say? They have no idea what it says. They don't have a freaking clue. They don't have a clue in the world. Because oftentimes, as I found out researching this myself, is that invariably, not a single goddamn claim of the heliocentric model can be demonstrated. And when they try to demonstrate it, it's actually falsified by the actual result of any experiment to test it. I'll give you an example. Edmonton Station is supposed to be the South Pole. They made a Foucault's pendulum in the South Pole. We're going to measure the Earth rotating. This pendulum is going to process one rotation every 24 hours, 360 degrees. Well, what they got was one rotation every 2.24 days.
Oh.
So how'd they get that?
Well, the hinge wasn't greased up, bro. You know.
Well, want to know what they did?
What?
Want to know what they did? They kept trying until they got that. Then they stopped. They got one that was over.
So they actually
then they got one that was under, and then they got one. Yeah, they did it for like 2 weeks, constantly testing this.
Dude, the deviation is insane though. Like from 2.4 days to like 1 day, like proper 24 hours to like let's say what 48. That's insane.
Yeah, this is why anytime a Glober brings up Cavendish or Foucault's pendulum, I go, what was the generated p-value? Because I know that Cavendish gets experimental results that don't match the prediction, and they just ignore it as if they didn't get that result. Right? They cherry pick the data. Because, you know, at the time of Cavendish and or Mitchell, Cavendish, when he did his, Mitchell interpreted it. And then Foucault, there was no such thing as p-values. They didn't know anything about them. And pendulums now, like the ones you get to stick in a museum, if you look at the manual, those things are adjusted, right? They have they're driven by a motor, and they have adjustment screws. So you adjust it until you get it to process. You know, you look up your latitude. How fast is it supposed to process? Okay, let's adjust it until we get that.
So they cherry picked it?
Well, that's direct manipulation. But, you know, they're not, when they put it in a museum or a mall, they're not trying to in a way they're trying to convince people. But it's not like they're doing a scientific experiment when they're doing it, because it's called Academy Pendulums. It's a company that makes this. You can type in Google Foucault's pendulum manual. You'll get Academy Pendulums. They got the manuals of 3 different pendulums they manufacture, and they all in the manual says, yeah, if it's processing too fast or too slow, here's an adjustment screw that'll puts more drag on the motor. So there's more what do you call magnetic induction? So it creates kind of like a force.
Yeah, resistance, you know, whatever.
A resistance, yes.
Resistance, yeah. Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, it'll make the stator move further away or closer, so you get more or less drag as the motor spins. Yeah, so this is what you do.
That's like a clock. So they're tuning that shit to whatever, whatever calibration.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
They're calibrating it to wherever their latitude is.
Okay.
So this is just like one example. This is just one example. Like, the rotation of the Earth, Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, okay, what does the actual data say? Well, you can go watch this in a museum. Well, that's driven. And it's adjusted, so that's not good. So where have they set up a real Foucault's pendulum? Then you look at that, well, That didn't show what you thought it would show. It showed something else, and then they kept fucking with it till they got the result they wanted.
I would assume it's called Foucault, right? Or Foucault, or that dude, right?
Foucault.
Foucault himself. Where's his data
Yeah.
at? Right.
Yeah. Well,
what's
dude,
his
it's
shit,
like his data is in. I can't even believe I looked all this shit up. There's something wrong with me.
Oh, you looked it up. All right, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Educate me.
So it's like it's a half a column in the the Academy of Paris, because that's where he was out of. So they have a publication. It was like a single column with Foucault did this experiment, da 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 da, and then it has like 5 data values, and then that's it. Then it is usually, here's the funny part, it is eulogy. What they said was, they gave, because Foucault, he invented gyroscopes and a bunch of other stuff, so he was pretty famous back then for his time. He was actually a bigwig in the Academy of Paris. So at his eulogy, they said, Foucault proved the Earth is a wandering star. This is the wording they use. Prove the Earth is a wandering star. What do you do? How do you do that? Did he go to Mars? Look, Earth is a wandering star.
He stood at the stationary point in the universe, and he observed. That's crazy, man. I didn't know he was an accomplished guy. I should look him up, see what else he did, Mr. Foucault. Because I know some of those old dudes are pretty smart, like, Boyle and these dickheads. They're all just fucking geniuses for some reason. I don't know what they were eating, man, around, like, the turn of the century. Like, dude, crazy. Like,
who's the guy?
I don't know.
Some of these guys, who the hell is it? Let me think of him for a second. He's the one who came up with E equals MC squared before Einstein.
Maxwell.
Poincare? Could be Poincare.
Poincare. Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of them around that time.
Either him or another guy. But he actually wrote a book on like the philosophy of science and the logic behind it. Basically said there is no logic behind it. It's a bunch of bullshit. If I remember his name, you'll probably instantly recognize it because he's like, he's in every physics textbook multiple times.
No,
he's
not Planck.
He's a Victorian era, late 18th century, right before Einstein. No, it's not Planck.
Not Planck.
It's right before Einstein. It's
Thomson?
in between like Maxwell and Einstein, somewhere in there. No, it's not J.J. Thomson.
Not J.J.
It's a French guy.
French dude.
Oh,
okay.
I'm pretty sure it's a French dude. Hold on, let me look real quick. I think it is Poincare. Hold on.
I'm shuffling through I would assume it's Poincare. I'm shuffling through my mind. Right? It's like, let's see. Who existed in that era that was super smart and French?
I think it was J.J. Thomson.
He's not French, though.
Maybe someone else. Maybe there's some cross references. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the first article I've read. I'll keep.
Oh, there is a cool example about science and the thing with the telegraph and Oliver Heaviside. When they first strung the first, what is it, transatlantic line. Well,
yeah, it was. Sorry for interrupting, but it was Poincare. I just had to keep reading down the line. They were just taking forever to get to the point. Carry on though.
Henry, about Oliver Heaviside and the telegraph, where the physicists of the day, they were like, the signal's not getting through because they said diffusion. It's like thermal diffusion. They use the same thing, and there's like a curve to that diffusion. So they're like, yep, it works the same exact way, diffusion. So just load the signal and it should go right through. Nope, it didn't work. And it was Heaviside that discovered it was losing magnetism. They wrapped it, I think, in magnetic tape. They wrapped the wire in magnetic tape, and it worked. But that went against the mainstream,
Well, they hated Heaviside, dude. They hated his guts.
Hardcore. hardcore. They don't.
Because
Yeah.
he wasn't a formally trained mathematician, and mathematicians hate that.
Dude, his books, yeah, his books are interesting too. Like I have all his books, but I've never actually read them. But like, yeah, he has stories in his book. It's interesting. But he wrote like the curriculum and the electromagnetic theory, man. Volume 1, 2, and 3 is like it's all Heaviside,
Right?
And they're
Crazy.
sick.
It was.
Well, Maxwell's
It was-
equations are actually Heaviside's equations. They're not Maxwell's.
Yes.
Maxwell's were quaternions.
He lifted all the heavy math off of us from Maxwell, from my understanding. And
he
Steinmetz,
fixed
too.
Maxwell's work,
Him
right?
and William Tate vectorized quaternions. In Heaviside invented basically vector analysis. He's also quoted as saying, "Are we modern pygmies standing on the shoulders of giants, making the same mistakes they made forever and ever?" Because you know the other quote, right? We're standing on the shoulders of giants. That's why we can see a little bit further. Right. He's like we're making the same mistakes forever and ever, dude. That's like the ultimate pessimist.
I like
it. Was him and Steinmetz that basically brought the understanding of all that craziness that Tesla got up to. Because Tesla never explained himself, well, not properly.
Steinmetz, yeah, he was hired by GE.
I would say Steinmetz
Cypress.
and Heaviside turned it into something that's repeatable, engineerable.
Right.
Yeah. The curriculum of
I guess
the
they
electrical engineering today.
Backwards engineered it. They backwards engineered Tesla's work properly, not like the way we use it in the arguments that the retards come up with, right?
Yeah, they basically did what Newton did, right, with gravity. They made an accurate mathematical description of the way it works, and
right, yeah,
with no real explanation of what was going on, because nobody really knows even now.
No, but I think.
Right?
Wait, hold on, Cyrus, you might know a bit more about this, but didn't they actually manage to repeat some of Tesla's work?
Only what's his name? The shit that he said, it was only Eric Dollar that did it on video. The videos from the 80s. Only that guy. Like it's documented though, so he did repeat it. It's like you can signal through the earth.
I dispute that.
Okay. You don't like
that he's the only one, or that he did it.
I dispute that anybody has made a replication of the magnifying transmitter. I've not seen that yet.
Oh no, never. No, not the magnifying transmitter.
No, even a small scale one. Because every single replica I've seen of that, there's a key part that's missing. The vertical, there's a part D in the patent that's supposed to be a metal cylinder. That the whole thing, it looks basically like a mushroom, right?
Yeah.
So this would be the stalk of the mushroom. Everybody makes it out of a dielectric instead of a metal. So they're making out of.
Wasn't it supposed to be out of gold or something?
I think it might say copper in the patent. I don't know.
I might be jumping because there is one interesting comment that Tesla made. I'm not sure if it's in the patent or in one of his documents that one of his notebooks or whatever. He said something about that because the stuff was so explosive that it had to be made of a material that was able to withstand it. And I'm completely butchering his words, so I'm paraphrasing, right? But it was something about that. And the only thought that I could come up with, because he never explained himself, is maybe something like gold, because gold has an interesting electrical component. And it made me think of stuff like the Ark of the Covenant and the supercapacitor stuff. But that's me jumping to it. But he did
might
make
be
a comment.
From his notes. Yeah,
right.
That might be from his notes on the exploding wire experiment. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, because it was about. I think it was something about the spark gap he was employing. That it had to be able to take that vaporization type stuff, because everything else would just get obliterated.
Yeah, I got you. I know what you're reading. You're reading Vasilados. That's what you're reading, aren't you?
I'm reading my memory, which is why it's paraphrased.
Oh, it's good. No, that was early on when he moved on from AC, according to his words, when he said he discovered something, more worthwhile chasing. From his exploding wire experiment, where you just charge up capacitors and you turn the wire into literal vapor. So then he put up well, and he got smashed in the face with whatever vapor that was the first time, and he put up shields, right, like glass, lead, and he still got hit in the face. He like, this isn't his writing, Tesla's writing, so like he felt these sensations and whatnot, even through a metallic barrier. He even tried lead out, so he was like, "What is going on here?" Right. So this is where he goes into the impulse world, like, impulse. What is it? What do we call it today? Something transmission. It's like, it's very fucking noisy, choppy shit. Like, you don't want that.
Longitudinal, right?
Well, yeah, but that is where it's like, all right, like that's where Eric Dollard says he did it, the longitudinal transmission. But this is where it's like, all right, we have a major disconnect from what we understand and what he was doing, right?
Yeah,
If that was,
there's a different language. And so that
well, there was no ohm, man. There was no ohm. There was no volt. None of that shit. Like, there's
right.
He's got wood.
That's one thing I remember listening to Lindemann's lectures. Like, remember back then, none of these conventions that we operate under were done. They weren't operating under that. So you can't then use the language that we use now to interpret what he was saying then. And that kind of goes back to, if we can circle back to what Indio was saying, right? About how in his patent, he presents it in a way where he's telling you stuff in the patent, if you have the understanding to understand it, is against everything that the establishment wanted. But he put it in a way that it wasn't necessarily plain speech. You seeing what
Tesla,
I mean? Because,
Tesla was weird. He was gifted.
Because what India was saying, right? It reminded me of that. But that these guys aren't necessarily doing what he put in his patent properly. Because he presented it in a way that he could get away with telling you the whole story in a patent, which is like, public information. But yet not telling you the whole story so that he wasn't getting, done dirty or whatever. The consequences of saying too much. But go ahead, India.
Well, what I was going to say is, I don't go by what anybody says Tesla said. I only go by what his words are. Because he, like you were just saying, they all interpret it using the conventions of today. I go by his words, and a lot of times, the way he talks about something, he just talks about electricity in a different way than everybody else. It's like it's a fluid or something.
The white hairs in his notes, or the white dude, it's like
he did public publications. I'm gonna post one right now about the magnifying transmitter, and he specifically said that it was not pushing electricity through the air, that he was using the earth as a conductor.
The earth, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The earth was the conduit.
Caloric current.
He said one thing. I think in one of his conclusions, in maybe his notebooks or something, he said one thing which I find fascinating. It was something to the effect of, I don't know exactly what electricity is, but it certainly behaves as a fluid under pressure. Or something like that. I might have got the words a bit wrong way order, but that was the essence of what he was saying. And I find that interesting because of the kind of conversations we have in this venue. If we're to simplify it, it's all to do with fluid dynamics. Everything.
Dude, the cool thing is, like, how India was talking about, like, boiling water if you add heat or you put something hot, like, one asshole can be just chilling in his garage and be like, okay, let me do this. For some reason, he just invents a vacuum pump and starts vacuuming, like, puts, a cup of water in this chamber and starts removing air, right? Reducing the pressure that's inside of this. And then you observe that the water will also boil if you do that. So is it the heat? Or is it the pressure? Or is it heat and pressure? It's like, It's like, see, so there's another thing that will cause the same effect, which is interesting, right?
I think it's like language, right? You can say something, and the implications of that thing is the same as if you said something else. I know that was vague, but you get the point, right?
Yeah, there a lot of stuff, like in nature. It's not. I call them holy trinities, right? But not in a religious way, but like PVT, right? That's a holy trinity, right? Like the pressure, volume, temperature. That's a holy trinity. So you can't really touch one. So if you add heat to water, well, you do have a pressurized atmosphere, and you have to take that into consideration. And if you don't, well, you're not accurate, right? You're only looking at half of the truth, because there's another half that you're neglecting, whether you like it or not. Like, that's the
Right.
pressure half. So it's like you can't, you know what I mean? Because if you work on that half alone, the pressure, you can get the same result. Like, all right, I'll vacuum it, boom, room temperature, whatever it is, 20°C, and water will start boiling in front of your own eyes. Like, oh, okay, so it will
Because
boil.
that's why that the end of that thing is always said at sea level, 100 degrees at sea level.
Always, always.
Which obviously tells you that, okay, that there is a relationship there that will adjust itself and keep equilibrium as you change one of the variables.
Well, that's why it's nice to kind of discuss it, like to argue the stuff with someone that like studied studied fluid. So it's like you can really, like start hammering serious concepts. Like, yeah, how about this, man? How, you can't do this. Bullshit. Look. Interlocked.
And with that kind of understanding, it doesn't surprise me that he ended up going to Colorado. Oh, well, go ahead. Ed.
So I posted. So that's an image from the patent. See, so if you look at this, let me zoom in on it so I can see that part.
It's so grainy. Let me download the image.
Yeah, I know. You better have just getting it off the patent. So
yeah, you can go.
So you see, I think that says P. I can't see the image is bad.
Dude, I'm about to Google it.
If you look halfway up this column, right? So what this is a electrical pump. It pumps electricity up into the top vertical. And as you know, the electric field coalesces at points. So this top piece is rounded. And all those little bumps, those are like hemispheres. So he's trying to create as few sharp points on it as possible.
Yes.
So he can get as much electrical static charge into it as possible without creating without creating sparks, right? You don't want as much electrical power without creating sparks that's going to drain off the power. But if you look halfway up this vertical column, right, the bottom part's a coil, and that's attached to the coil. That piece that's halfway up, that is a metal shaft. I've never seen that created. I've only seen them create that whole vertical as a dielectric. That's it. So there's a guy that does, like, he's made double Tesla coils. He's made double of these, basically, with that at both ends. Like it, but they're not identical. They're always missing that metal central shaft. So I have no doubt that that's why people can't replicate it. As far as I know, they've never been able to replicate it.
Because they can't follow instructions.
Yeah, because they can't follow instructions, even though it's right in the patent, right? And I seriously doubt that it's immaterial that that's metal. Because I don't know why they don't use metal. I don't know why. It's always like something that's a dielectric, so it's not a conductor. It's a non-conductor at that vertical.
Maybe some of these people did try metal, and the results really scared them, and they didn't want to publish it.
So, but the what I posted right above the image is what he said. What Tesla's words. He published this. Exactly what he says. Exactly how it works. Exactly what he does. He uses an analogy as if pumping
electricity from the earth. Yep.
Yeah, but he uses the analogy of a pump.
Fluid dynamics.
Yeah, so he uses the analogy of a pump, right? Of pumping, like, say you have there's a couple types of pumps that you can use, the way pumps work, right? So there's different methodologies for actually pumping shit. And his idea was like, say you were pumping up a balloon, right? You're pumping air into a balloon and then releasing it back. So his idea was to pump electricity into the top part of the magnifying transmitter and release it back into the earth and create like what would you call it? Pulse DC.
Yep.
So, but every time you get a pulse of electricity, an impulse, it'll go to the end. If there's a wire, right? It'll go to the end of the wire, and when it reaches the end, that electricity reflects back. And because you have electricity traveling in both directions, you have nodes, right? You have constructive and destructive interference, right? So you'll have nodes. And one of the things you can tap into these nodes and draw electricity off of it. And he's got a bunch of diagrams in this on different ways you can do this, right?
Right.
Like,
This is
you-
tuned circuits.
yeah, think like you have a bunch of surface waves, right? And like, say the entire Earth is covered in 10-foot waves that go up and down, up and down. You just get into one of those waves with one of the receivers, right? That's where there's a lot of electrical energy, and you just draw off the energy.
Mm.
Plus, if you know the frequency, right, of the pulse DC, you can tell how far away you are from the transmitter, and you can geolocate yourself.
Yes. Huh. You can use it. Yep. Use two like stereo. Oh, yeah. Well, this stuff is cool, man.
Because
Did
when
you look
it
at his
reaches, because
notebook?
what he said, when it reaches the anti,
You cut out.
I've read through his notebooks. Yeah,
Yeah. His Colorado Springs. He said he was using around 50K, I think, in the Colorado Springs notebook. 50 kilohertz modulation.
Didn't he end up saying that that those levels were tiny? He ended up doing some stupidly high amplitudes, right?
The what were tiny? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that word.
Those hertz, right? Or those. Somewhere in one of his notebooks,
Oh.
he made like a really blasé comment about a really high figure, like, and is that what? Wait, what?
Talk about the AC system that we use today, the primitive 60 hertz. Yeah, it's not. It was never meant to be.
Like, I think he
Yeah.
said like a million or something per second or something. Was like a minuscule amount.
yeah, kilocycles, like 1.5 million kilocycles or something like that.
Right. Which leads you to think, okay, what was he doing then? If that's how he views those kind of numbers. And yeah, I think he just ended up getting to the highest level of communications, basically.
Tesla thought transverse electrical, like Hertzian, what he called them Hertzian waves, are a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, because that was
That's why he called
one of
them,
the first
exactly.
things he did. Is he went to verify Hertz's experiment, and he was like, "This is nonsense." He basically disproved it because he went and did it. It's like, oh, I didn't get the results. So somewhere, obviously, he says it in a diplomatic but kind of a cutting way that, yeah, Hertz was talking rubbish.
Like I think what from something I don't ask me for exactly the source, but I know I've seen it something else he published. It might be in one of his talks before. Like he talked in England. He gave a couple talks that were published, and I think what he said was Hertzian waves are actually this ground current, right? There's a current flowing through the ground. So you have, I'm trying to think about a concise way to describe this. So if I have like what Hertz did, he took like a spark gap, right? So that spark gap, stick it in the ground, stick it in my lab, right? And I generate the spark, right? Well, there's something called the method of images, right? The thing is, when you have a boundary of like, if I have a charge, so say I have like air and then the ground, right? And I charge something up in the air. There's that boundary with the ground. In the ground, there's a mirror image of that because the boundary the net charge has to be zero. The net charge at the air-ground interface has to be zero. Well, if I have a charge way up high, right? If I charge something up and make a spark, underneath the ground has to polarize too. All the atoms and shit have to rearrange themselves, right? To make that charge. This is Coulomb's law, right? That the net charge is zero. Anyway, he said when they're making the spark gap in the lab, that electricity is actually in the ground, passing through the ground to the receiver, wherever the receiver is. And the receiver, because it's very inefficiently laid up, they're like, well, these transverse waves, they fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance, but it's actually the ground resistance which is making it so weak by the time it gets there. And he said that if and his demonstration of this was if transverse waves were actually happening, and he showed like a bunch. He drew like a diagram of like some mountain ranges. Like you'd never be able to get the signal there because the mountain ranges would block it, and so it has to be traveling through the ground. That was his rationale for it. He just thought that it was just that whatever electricity was in the air is like a secondary effect. That they're catching, that they're not catching the electricity itself. They're catching this rearrangement. So a lot of people don't know about this method of images, but it's actually pretty old. I think it was come up with by Benjamin Franklin. Conservation of charge.
Oh, okay.
So, mass.
But I know one of his
I
plans.
haven't talked about this in a long time. This is cool. I'm actually.
I know, right?
I love
I know one of
electricity
his plans
talks.
was to have like a node repeater type thing, connected. So with what he'd set up in Colorado, his plan was to have another one of those in, I think, on the African continent, and then maybe another redundancy one. And then that would sort everything out, and you wouldn't need anything. And all you have to do is just connect to the ground. So that obviously implies that that's the ground is important. You can't isolate from the Earth, otherwise you're not operating within it, right? Which is, I mean, that kind of that's a side topic. Just kind of shows you how destructive isolation is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in foreign countries, they have a lot of like scientific literature that we're never going to see. That it's never going to be translated. Stuff they've come up with. Think of what the Russians have. Think of how much scientific data that they have that we're never going to be privy to. No one's ever going to translate it. Anyway, I posted an image. So this is like the method of images, right? So so if you have a positive charge on one side of the interface, so this is two mediums, right? You got a charge in one medium. The other one is a virtual charge. It's not an actual charge. So it's made of, some material, atoms, neutrons, electrons, whatever. But they're going to rearrange themselves so that the net charge at the boundary is zero. This is just how it works. So if I have a pulse, if I'm pulsating a spark gap, say it's at where that positive is, underground, you're going to have a pulsation, the polarization of that ground changing. Same way, sending out its own displacement current. Because that's how like changes in polarization, they travel by what's called Maxwell's displacement current. It's not like a regular current. See, there's the current of electricity, right? They tell you this at university about Maxwell's displacement current. It's one of the least described things in electrical engineering. They never talk about this thing. It's a polarization current. So, right, they say, it's like, say I take a material, right, and I put a positive and negative on the side of a material. Say it's whatever, dude, some insulator, and then I put a voltage across it. They say that the electrons, like there's got an electron orbiting the nucleus, right? That the orbit will become elongated because of this voltage potential, right? The electron's going to try and go towards the positive, and the proton's going to try and go towards the negative, and this atom is going to be stretched out, and this is called a polarization, right? This polarization of the molecular atom. This polarization. So you have like, say I did it like two needles, positive and negatively charged needle. As you get further away from directly in line to those needles, the polarization is less and less and less and less and less as you get further away from the source of the voltage potential, from where the source of it is. And so if you pulse this, you'll have this polarization, this stretching of the atoms. This will be its own current. This change of polarization of the material can propagate like a wave through a material. This is what is known as a displacement current. A current of change of polarization through a material. And this is what Tesla thought Hertzian wave was. It's this change of polarization going through the ground, and you're capturing it in the air above it. The main part's traveling through the ground, but capturing it in the air above it because of this method of images that because of the net charge has to be zero at the interface, the air molecules have to rearrange themselves, which themselves create an electrical current. You know what I mean? This changing magnetic field, electric field, you're going to generate electricity. Which is my interpretation, understanding it, researching it for quite a while. So like this is what I was doing before I even did
Flat
any
Earth.
flat Earth stuff. This was
Yeah,
exactly
no
what I was
shit.
looking into. All this shit,
Same here.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
So
The
much more
ether.
sense. No,
The fucking ether.
it makes so much
dude. For like 10 years, like, dude, I
Yep.
spent like 10 years looking at this shit, dude.
right.
Dude, I
But it
think
makes
What
we're
really
so much
got me
more
on it?
sense
Have you
when you know.
ever seen an asymmetric lifter?
Yes, asymmetric
Okay.
capacitors. Yes, sir. Dude,
Yeah. So
100%.
listen, I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? And
Yup.
dude, that
Same
sent
here.
me. It sent
To
me on a
Brown.
road.
Yeah, I'm on Brown. Of course, you heard of Brown. You saw his like.
Yeah, the Byfield Brown effect. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. So, oh man, dude, I got some awesome ones. Like some you probably never seen before. Like lifters, which like they because there's the ionic drift theory of how a lifter works. I have 2 experiments which absolutely disprove that. Absolutely 100% disprove that.
Oh, nice.
So
Come on, because I never believed in a fucking ionic shit. So come on, show me that shit.
Yeah, dude. So they take one of the thin wires and they encapsulate that in plastic and evacuate all the air from it. So they're in vacuum tubes.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice. Okay.
And then another one where they put like an aluminum foil cylinder around the bottom part instead of using like flat thick aluminum foil at the bottom. They use a cylinder of aluminum foil, like a toilet paper roll.
Yeah.
And when they charge it up, it moves up. The aluminum moves up towards the top wire. So if there's an ionic wind pushing down, why would the aluminum foil be moving up? Right? The ionic wind should be pushing against it, pushing it down as well. Right? If it's just entraining the air, the electrified air down,
right.
it can't move
I
up.
see what you mean.
So
Yeah,
I'll post
it's being
those.
attracted. Yeah. Okay, post it because I'm imagining it. I think I got it drawn correctly in my head.
Hold on, it sounded like another. I gotta find
Dude,
YouTube
those
channel.
things are. Yeah, man, I love high voltage stuff. My latest high voltage was I built myself a TEA laser, a nitrogen laser. I'm sure you know what one of those are. Like it's just you build that shit out of junk, and you have a really nice UV laser that pulses at 331 nanometers, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty cool. Yeah, if you touch it, you die. So watch out.
We have a few new people here. Drip Simon, are you there?
Yeah, dude, save him from the electricity talk.
Yeah. So Drip Simon is a semi-flat earther. He says. Why? You tell me why you are a semi-flat
means that
earther.
I'm basically trying to. I'm in the transition of believing in a flat Earth.
Believing.
But I think
Is it a belief? Is it a belief then?
What do you mean by belief?
Well, when I see my table, and I think, right, I'm guessing. Well, I believe this table. 1 second, I wasn't done. Okay. So I look at my table and think, oh no, I believe it's 1 meter wide. Yeah, I think it's 1 meter wide. And then I take my tape measure, right? And I measure my table. And then I know for certain that it's 1 meter wide. So flat Earth has nothing to do with belief. Nothing. Okay? It's about measuring surface of Earth and knowing that it is not a ball with the radius of 3959. Okay?
What country are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Okay, you just have a bit of an accent, so I'll just
Yeah, a Dutch accent. Yeah, I tried to hide it. But
no, you just speak
Nah,
normally.
don't hide your accent,
Yeah,
Roger.
exactly,
Don't dare do that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So yeah, I just meant it was more or less like theories for me.
Theories are scientific theories are phenomena, like things that happen, throwing rocks, things falling, burning things. What something is or isn't is not a scientific theory. There's no science of a shape. There's no scientific experiment that can determine a shape. Because, like, what would your independent variable be? Oh, I think this is a square. Oh, what's your independent variable? It doesn't even make sense. Right?
Yeah.
So the mainstream has convinced people that science is the way to determine the shape of the Earth, and that the shape of the Earth was determined through scientific theories, et cetera, et cetera. But this is actually completely false. It's not the way. Yeah, in a second. So this is not the way to determine the shape of something. As Roger said, determine the shape of something by measuring what it is, measuring what exists in the real physical world. What Thompson stood our mind. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so basically, are you saying that the mainstream has like convinced everybody? Say they have, but what's the reason that they decided to convince everybody?
People
Why
are
would
lazy.
they lie? Why would they lie?
No,
People are lazy, dude.
not as in why people believed it, but
I'll
what is the reason for just deciding to?
Why do you? Well, ask yourself. Why do you believe it?
Well, I haven't said my opinion yet.
Because well, I don't. It doesn't listen. Okay,
Yeah,
listen to me. Roger said we don't have a belief because you know what? In the real world, we all experience the flat, motionless Earth. The globe is a concept that people have in their minds. That's the actual belief. Because let me ask you: have you personally, ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Well, what constitutes experiencing the Earth as a ball?
Measuring it, seeing it, something like that, dude. It's
Okay,
not
well,
up
I
to
can't
me,
say,
dude.
I
Like,
can't say
have
that.
you had a physical experience in your life with your senses, with your human senses, experience the Earth as a ball?
No, I haven't.
Okay, this is everybody.
I don't know how I would.
Every single person on Earth, and every single person on Earth has only experienced the Earth this one way to the perception of the senses, and that is as flat and motionless. This is what we all experience. This is indisputable. Okay, so why do people believe otherwise? I don't know. Tradition. My mommy said so. My mommy told me it was a ball. My mommy sent me to the teacher, and the teacher told me it was a ball. Like, I mean, serious. Why do people believe it? They just believe it because everybody else believes it. In the school, they say the only people that think the Earth is flat are stupid. And nobody wants to be stupid, so they want to, like, okay, I'm a smart person. I believe the Earth's a ball.
Okay, I have another question.
Yeah, dude.
Can I ask it? Yeah, okay.
You don't have to preface every question by asking. You can ask a question.
No, it's good.
We're not that
The guy
formal.
was like, "Do your live stream madness?" So I was like, "Okay, maybe I did something wrong."
I mean, like, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. So basically, at the end of the day, does it matter if you're a flat earther or if you're like a round earther? Because how would it affect you on a day-to-day basis?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter, why is it on TV all the time? If it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, why are you and me and everybody else in the world constantly inundated with images of space balls? Right. Every time I turn on the news, I see a spinning ball. Right.
Yeah.
Every 5 seconds, I look on the internet or in the media. They're talking about people in space and space balls and all this. If it doesn't matter, why is like the astronaut like the profession that gets more press time than any other profession in the history of the world, other than like being the leader of a country?
Okay.
Because there's only officially 600 astronauts have ever existed. So imagine a profession that only had 600 people ever in it, but was on what is in the media, consumes probably 1% of all media stories.
Well, I mean,
does that even make sense to you?
I feel.
Think about it. Does that seem propagandish to you, like propaganda a little bit?
Okay, say like
to them.
Tomorrow.
Listen, let me answer your question though.
Yeah.
It matters to them. That's why it matters to us. If they're gonna propagandize us with this shit, we're gonna fight back. And it does matter in other senses, right? We were talking. A couple of us were talking about this earlier. This idea that people live in space, right? That you live in space, and that there's a Big Bang, and that science figured out the Earth is a ball, and these are foundational existential beliefs, which people base their life on, and they live their whole life thinking, I'm a meaningless specks of dust in a cold, infinite universe. What I do doesn't mean anything, so I can do anything, and then at the end of the day, there are no morals, and it doesn't matter. The smartest people, the highest moral authority is the state, because there is no God, yada yada yada, dude. There's a whole chain of reasoning that goes behind the idea of Big Bang, evolution, Earth's a ball, all this stuff. It's a whole moral reasoning and ethic behind it. But you're asking the fundamental questions, why were they lying? To tell you the truth, we don't read minds, so we have no idea whether they lie. They could be lying for a reason completely unfathomable. There could be, who knows what the reason be? Maybe the frickin' Earth is surrounded in a fucking ring of gold. And if someone found it, the price of gold would fall. Who knows, dude? We have no idea. We don't read minds. All we know is just like a murder. You go to a crime scene, someone's head is chopped off. I know a person can't chop off their own head, so I know there's a murder. I don't need to know why that person's head is chopped off. I only need to know that head is chopped off, and I know there's a murder. That's where we are. We measure the surface of the Earth. The surface of the water is flat. The Earth is 72% water. You can't have a 72% flat ball, so the Earth has to be flat. It can't be any other thing.
Okay. I forgot my question.
I mean, can you have a 72% flat ball? I've never seen one of these balls. Have you ever seen water curving?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen a large body of water curve?
Yeah, man, it's called Earth, man.
You've seen the space pics? No, that's how we know the space pics are fake, dude. There were people you got any proof of water curving? Well, yeah, pictures from space. No, that's how we know that pictures from space are false, because when we go measure the water, it's flat, and those pictures show curving water. If they showed unicorns in a field, and then I go to the field, there's no unicorns there, I know the picture's bullshit.
Okay, say tomorrow, everybody just believed. Well, not believed. Let's say it was proven that, the Earth is flat. And everybody's like, okay, yeah, the Earth is flat. Then what?
Then what? Nothing. Well, I mean, then what? I mean, the change would be this, is that I experience reality, and the reality that I experience... Listen.
Yeah.
Humanity's at the situation where, despite what we all experience, people believe a concept is the reality. So there's concepts in our minds, right? So I can have a concept, an idea in my head, right? People think that the idea, so they don't experience the Earth as a ball, they experience the Earth as flat. That means everybody knows the Earth is flat. But in spite of their knowledge, their direct personal knowledge, they believe something contrary to that. They all realize the Earth is flat. They'd say, hey, I can rely on my senses. What I perceive of reality is true, and that I should not get lost in my head on concepts which are aesthetically pleasing. And, it's cool to think of space aliens and going, getting, three-titted prostitutes on Alpha Centauri, but, it's just a concept. Your imagination.
And let's make it a reality.
Yeah, let's make it a reality. I want four-titted prostitutes. They're on Beta Centauri.
Why stop at 4?
Just a giant tit that slithers across the ground. How about that?
Okay.
Like Jabba the Hutt with a nipple. They're gonna ban this stream.
What kind of deviation?
Wait, what platform is this on?
I had too much coffee. I'm sorry.
You gotta have fun, man. That's good, bro.
Listen, Elijah. Hey, listen. If they thought that existed out there in space, they'd be building the rocket right now. Fucking degenerates, man. I'm all over that.
Damn, look at them titties.
Just imagine sitting in a cockpit and you have a picture of
that had to be
with 4 tits.
Now you interrogated us on why we think the way we do, right? It's called empiricism if you want to know the philosophical context. I would call us super empiricists. How do you prove something to somebody? Really prove something to somebody? Right? You demonstrate it.
Rhetorical.
No, that's the actual question. How do you actually really prove something to somebody? Prove it. Not give them evidence, but actually prove something. You demonstrate it, right? If I say that water, if I stick this, 12 degrees Celsius water on top of the stove for 10 minutes and it'll boil. Someone says, no, that ain't true. I can just do it and prove it.
Yeah.
Right in front of their face. So that's how you prove things. Actual prove things is to demonstrate it. A practical demonstration. The thing about the globe, there's no practical demonstrations. There's not a single damn thing they can demonstrate. We can demonstrate everything we say. This is called empiricism, where you don't have beliefs, where you only rely on knowledge, and that's it. And now there's going to be a lot of things that are uncertain. That's the side effect, right? I shouldn't say uncertain. There's going to be you're going to not have as much like security. Instead of like people running around saying, there's a little bit of evidence for this, so I'm going to believe X is true, but it's not proven, but it might be true. People run around, but do you feel secure because they have a lot of little data points? They have this worldview where they think they know a lot of things, but they know a lot of things that could be true. We're trying to figure out what actually is true, 100% without a doubt, and then leave the rest of speculation and say this is speculation.
Okay. Do you think
it's making a stronger foundation from which to view the world? If you want to really get philosophical about it, it really is. You're just building a stronger foundation by saying, what can I say for certain versus what can I say maybe? Because in case you didn't know, even science says that science doesn't prove things. Do you think science proves things? In any science textbook at the university level. Even Vsauce, if you know who that is, even he says it. He says it. Science doesn't prove things because they use something called inductive logic. And inductive logic uses a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. And you can't use a logical fallacy to prove anything.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, I have a different question now.
But their rationale for doing this, though, is what you call as pragmatism and utility, right? So it doesn't really matter if you make true statements, because if you can make predictions, then it's good enough, right? Then we can engineer things and make a better world. Okay. For example, I'll give you an example. I don't have to know how plumbing works. I don't have to know about water pressure. I don't have to know about anything, about theories or anything to make plumbing, right? I can just use, trial and error to design a plumbing system. Just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and never have to deal with any theory of laminar flow or anything like that.
Oh, I've seen laminar flow on YouTube. Have you seen a video with Smart Everyday? Oh no.
You ever seen a Tesla turbine?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, just a bunch of discs. It's crazy bad. You should check it out. Sometime go on YouTube and look up Tesla turbine. It's pretty cool.
Friend, I will do.
It's a novel pump, dude. It's a novel pump where nothing can get stuck in it to block the pump.
Oh, okay.
Well, it uses laminar flow.
Electricity, I presume.
It has nothing to do with it. No, Tesla didn't just do electrical shit. This is a turbine. This is a water pump. The water pump.
Yeah. Okay.
It does a bunch of. It's basically like a pump when there's a bunch of discs inside of it, and as the water flows in, the discs spin very, very fast, and it shoots out the other end. But if you have chunky material like sandy water or something, it'll just flow right through, and it won't gum up the pump.
Oh, so it's a bit like a filter sort of thing as well, also.
No, it just sends the stuff through. It doesn't it doesn't get caught in the pump itself. There's nowhere for it to get caught.
So basically, it's like a pipe.
Have you ever seen an impeller pump?
No, I haven't.
Do you know what an impeller is? Like an impeller wheel? Okay, maybe I should post a pic of that. Keep going, India. I'll show him so he can understand.
Oh, that.
Well,
wait, is it that?
Well, it's sort of okay. It's a pump, but without impellers. Okay, the Tesla turbine. So it doesn't have impellers are like scoops to scoop the fluid, right? To move it from one zone to another by creating a high pressure zone and a low pressure zone, right? So you just imagine them as scoops, right? So this is a turbine with no scoops, so to speak. So they use it in sewage for that reason, because nothing can get stuck in it because it has no impellers. I'll show you. Impeller wheel.
Yeah, there's a fun side story. I made a water bong with an impeller pump.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. Yeah, and then someone stole it on me because that's how it always is.
Smoking apparatus.
Yeah, dude, you just you stick a joint in it, you just turn it on. It didn't have a switch, so you had to plug it in. And it was like an octagonal shape. It was an octagonal shaped fish tank with an impeller bong, and it had the top part. It was made for a fish tank. I was like, I can I can repurpose this.
Smoke weed every day.
So yeah,
kill your joint in like a second. Just like your joint.
Above the water, smoke would form like a fog, and it would just fill and fill and fill, and you could take these massive blasts, and you didn't feel it because it went through as a water bong. So it would, yeah, because at the end, because they had an aerator at the end of the impeller pump. So it would shoot out like thousands of tiny little bubbles, maximum surface area. So you get the maximum, amount of clean
cooling.
Smoke. Yeah, exactly. Cooling and clean smoke. Man, you could take these massive hits. I had that for like 3 days, and then someone stole it, man. Pissed. Because I used to have parties. I was like 19, so I had parties at my house and shit. I don't even know who was there half the time. So stuff ended up missing. This is the way it is.
Dude, that's what happens when you're mechanically inclined from a young age. Yeah. You build a lot of smoking apparatuses.
Oh man, I can make a whole live stream, like an hour episode, just on all the shit I've made to smoke out of. I made one of a 10-gallon fish tank with like 6 hoses, and we fucking imploded it. I didn't put tape on the side. The sides of the glass, we all sucked too hard, and the sides imploded. We were in the second floor apartment, and all the water went right through because they had radiator heat. There was a hole right where it was, and it went right in the downstairs apartment. They're banging on the ceiling on our floor with a broom handle. Bang, bang! What the fuck's going on? Imagine you're sitting there, dude. 10 gallons of water comes spilling onto your fucking kitchen table.
Bloody hell, man.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. One of the people inhaled glass. My apologies. I use shrink wrap and duct tape to seal it, the top seal. I shrink, the shit for the shrink wrap stuff where you hit with a hair dryer for windows to seal windows.
Yes. Yep.
Window seal. Yep. I use that and duct tape for the top because you had the top seal. The stem was a vacuum cleaner tube, and the top was like a metal funnel with a piece of screen, about a quarter of weed.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Wow, man.
Yeah, this is like I was 19, 20, 21. There's something wrong with me back then.
It just imploded. I can't believe that it couldn't just take that. It just
the first hit worked, and then when we went to hit it again, then it imploded. Someone got greedy. Because it was off centered a little bit, so I think someone got more of a hit than somebody else. So I think I didn't get a hit that time. I'm gonna have to suck harder. And the sidewall of the fish tank just went in,
collapsed. Yeah.
Yep. Like I said, if I would have put tape across it, like a taped X, then it would have held the glass together.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, tape the rim, like a rim of tape around like all the glass, like the verticals. Yeah.
Yeah, because the sidewalls are rectangles. Rectangular pieces of glass, and they're in the center of those. I mean, they're not meant to flex like that.
No, they're not. They're meant to, hold the water in. Like they're meant to hold pressure in. Not low pressure inside, man. High pressure inside.
Yeah, oops.
Oops. Yeah. It's the learning curve, man. You gotta. That's okay. I see low pressure zone. All right, gotta construct it in a different manner next time. It's like,
Yeah, you never got a second fish tank.
Yeah, 10 gallons later, it's like, oh yeah, neighbor, my bad. Shit,
Yeah.
dude.
They were not happy. They didn't write us out to our landlord, though, so that was good.
That's nice of them.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Yeah,
Well,
it
probably
just
because
started
all the
raining.
weed they were
It
selling.
started raining, so I had to put the clothes inside the washing line.
Anyway, I gotta go because I got like work
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah,
It was good talking to
Alrighty,
y'all.
man.
I'll see you later.
when are you back? I
Yeah,
want
see
to
you, man. Good
station
talking to you.
another time.
All right, it's gonna be hours. I got a lot of shit
Oh,
to do.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
All right, bye.
Alright, man. Later.
That's some solid guy. Alright, now what?
I'm just breaking up ice for my bong. That's what
fair
I'm
enough.
doing. Yeah.
What platform is this live on? Is nobody speaking?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Can I get a link?
Just look up Flat Earth Discord on YouTube.
Okay, no worries. Do you not ever get banned from like different platforms? Is that an issue? Just because your beliefs or your opinions and facts? Oh, I found it. Nice.
Is that supposed to prove something?
Me?
So, Jay, did you look up the definition for gas pressure?
Me? I did not get around to it. To be honest, I don't want to like just bullshit you that.
Bro, come on now. You take physics A level.
Yeah, I know, but like, how do you know that? How do you know
Bro,
that?
it's like how much gas particles hit like the walls.
Oh, well, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna get through life. I'm going through a lot lately. I want to be honest. Well, philosophically, I mean, I've been going through a lot, having a bit of an awakening, just trying to find out where I
No,
am, what I'm gonna do in
it's
life.
okay. You can talk to me.
Where am I?
Even though we may not know each other. Consider you as a friend.
That's just weird. I'm gonna be honest. That's just weird. Without being rude, but I just had to say it.
Oh, fair play, fair play. I didn't mean it to be rude.
Mm.
We're both children. Come on now.
Okay, can you stop assuming things?
Okay.
What's funny?
I can't find the Flat Earth Discord. Don't know
To
where it is.
drc.nasa.gov. The pressure of a gas is then a measure of the
Whoever
average
that is,
linear
you
momentum
mean?
of
Wait,
the
I
moving
found it. Never
molecules
mind.
of a gas. The pressure acts perpendicular to the wall.
Oh no,
The
I googled it.
tangential
I googled
component
it.
of the
It's
force
bad.
is
Don't worry.
related to the viscosity of the gas.
What is this in relation to then?
So the question we ask people is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
That is a good question. Hold on, let me think about that.
I don't think so, because surely gas pressure is with a container.
Well,
That's
isn't
a
it?
measure.
Well, what if
That's
the
what.
particles hit themselves?
Well,
That's
I
what.
just looked
What?
up if you hadn't rumpused the definition from NASA.gov, it
Okay.
highlights the pressure acts perpendicular to the walls. So
That's true, actually. But are we gonna believe NASA on this one? Because I don't think NASA is like a trustworthy body.
Called a
Just
hostile
scientific
witness.
information.
And regardless of what NASA defines, which you would accept either way,
well,
if you were to show any demonstration of gas pressure, it requires a container. So we're asking you to show us a demonstration without a container, if that's
But
even possible.
I swear it isn't gas pressure. I swear the atmosphere has air pressure. Like air pressure and gas pressure are two different things.
No.
I swear it is.
Isn't air gas?
Well, instead of just saying like I swear it is, can you provide a source?
There.
Because we want to have a proper discourse. Okay, well you just copied and pasted something clearly. What is your source?
What, you want me to send a link or something?
Or just like the name of the organization or something, man.
National Geographic.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you could just like write that next to it, well, in case anyone would be reading this in the future. This makes sense. If you want to have an educated discussion, then you want to be talking with reason and proven facts.
So Matthew, do you want to show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Well, there's not gas pressure though. Like, wait.
Atmo means air. Gas.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Still gas pressure. We're still asking to see a demonstration without a container.
Just to clarify, do you want a physical demonstration? Or just a theoretical demonstration?
I could just give you 2 demonstrations of gas pressure with a container. Maybe a can of soda,
Yeah, I know.
a car tire. Both of those examples
okay,
to
yeah,
have the pressure, the container is required.
Yeah.
So can you think of something where there's no container?
Well, would it be like a vacuum or something?
I mean, well, that's another problem, right? You'd have to show
Yeah, exactly.
Gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum, so that's even worse.
Oh.
So if you can't have gas pressure without a container, and you look at the globe model, there's a whole lot of gas pressure and there's not a lot of any container. So that's a big problem.
That's interesting. Are all of these are American?
Yes.
Oh.
No.
Well, what's like the majority?
Yeah, I'm definitely American. So is old dude.
Yeah.
Howdy, y'all.
So you understand now that if gas pressure requires a container, then outer space doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's for Drip Simon. That's for Matthew, Jay.
No, I'm with you on that one.
Wait, so is what you're saying outer space doesn't exist? What?
Unless you can show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Well, isn't the ozone layer like kind of a container?
No,
It
that's
means
gas.
outside of space, not inside this planet.
Depends on what you
And
define as a container.
so, what is a
Well,
container,
I think you'd
right?
assume
What is a
container is
container?
like something with a fixed,
Right, with a fixed,
closed,
uh,
with fixed
and
walls
a
and a closed environment.
right, and the ozone layer had a hole in it, right? So we'd all be dead if the ozone layer was the container. So basically, gas cannot contain gas. This is what they tried to fool you with. Well, the atmosphere is holding the atmosphere, but gas cannot contain gas, right? Or else we can just go to a propane shop and order a few gallons of propane without the container.
Yeah.
Right.
Container's gonna be extra, Roger.
Does anybody here watch football?
Try and stay on topic. You understand that space doesn't exist. Jay, I heard you mention planet and space just in the last 90 seconds.
Okay, sorry.
Do you think the Earth moves, Jay?
Well, would you count spinning as moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, would the Earth move? I would say. Um. Yeah. Yeah, I would say it moves.
Where does it move?
Where? Did you say where?
Yeah, where?
Well, what I was thinking of was basically you'd have the disk, and then of course you got the sun and the Earth revolving. I mean, the moon, sorry, revolving around it. But at the same time, you can think of that as that one environment, I guess. Then from that, the whole environment is
Wait,
also
what? Say
moving
that again?
through the universe. Okay, so
Yeah,
you have the,
but where in reality does this happen?
or just the universe.
What do you mean?
Our solar system is moving.
What do you mean? You have to explain. I don't know what you're
Okay.
talking about.
Okay.
Wait, you were semi-flat earther, right?
No, I wouldn't call myself a semi-flat earther. I would say free thinker. That's what I
Free
would say.
thinker. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just
Yeah.
like,
So
trying
if
to get involved with different like thoughts and philosophies and things and just find out what's going on. So I'm
right,
at that age where you just start wondering about the world, and
right.
I'm just trying to, figure myself out, figure everyone else out, just,
Mm-hmm.
see the world.
Well, if you're from the UK, right, you can see
Right.
Calais from Dover. Shouldn't be happening on a ball.
Yeah, depending on like the weather, but yeah.
Yeah. But so the horizon is not Earth curvature, right? It's an apparent location where the sky seems to meet the ground. Depends on what you're looking through at that moment. But if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? So if you're 1 foot off the ground looking over the water, then the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, or approximately 1.9 kilometers. So if this horizon is further than the globe geometric limitation, it cannot be a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers or 3959. Cannot happen, right? This ball cannot extend, cannot be made bigger, right? And if you are an ant on a basketball and you have a friend, which is also an ant, and he walks away from you, and at one point you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the physical basketball is getting in the way of you and your friend, right?
Yeah.
This is measurable, right? This is something we can, if we got the radius value, we can know or calculate rather, we can calculate where this moment starts, where this point starts, right? Where you won't be able to see your friend anymore. We can calculate that. And
Okay,
they
but
gave
the
us the
reason
radius.
we can't do that for the Earth would be just that it's not that they're over the horizon that we can't see them. It's just that we just our eyes aren't good enough. Our eyes
Sorry,
aren't
we're
able to
not.
detect that.
What? We're not.
We just got with the Earth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. The Earth is big.
Hold
Too
on.
big.
Hold on. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then the distance to the horizon
What
cannot be
unit is it?
further. Sorry.
What unit?
What unit? What unit? What do you mean?
3959. The radius is
Yeah,
3959.
miles.
Okay, yeah, because you're American by mistake.
No, I'm Dutch, but I can also do it
Oh,
in
okay.
in
Yeah, that would be
kilometers.
my
That's not a problem.
Roger,
Hmm?
didn't they update it to centimeters recently?
Did they?
That would be impractical, wouldn't it?
I just meant.
Oh.
It's arbitrary because there is no
Yeah,
measurement to back it
yeah.
up. Right? The numbers are just BS.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
But what's interesting is because they have the sheer arrogance to give you numbers, you can hold those numbers to account and find out that what they're saying is a lie. That's what Roger's getting on about.
Yeah. So you're in the live stream voice text, right?
Oh yeah, I'm there.
Okay. So do you see the picture with the 2 oil rigs?
No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I see it. Is it?
Yeah. So yeah.
No,
So
wait,
it's a
which one is
bit.
it?
It's the latest one I posted.
What's your name, Roger?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this. Okay. I see.
So if the Earth was a so if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than, right? It cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q, the geometric horizon, right? And that would be the point on the basketball where your friend isn't visible anymore, right? That point, the leading edge of a sphere. So when we look at those 2 oil rigs, where can we see the horizon, Jay?
Well,
where do you see it?
Well, you can't really see the horizon.
Yeah, you can. Where's the horizon in this? So let me help you out. Is it in front of the 2 oil rigs? Is it in between the 2 oil rigs, or is it beyond the second one, the furthest
Beyond.
one?
I would say beyond.
Right, correct. So this observation, and we can post the video, right? This is a video from a guy on the beach. He's showing you where he is. He pans around. It's one shot, right? So he pans around and he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs, right? If the horizon is beyond the second oil rig. So this guy was at 1 foot observer height. The horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. And yet we see it almost 10 times further. Okay? 10 times. Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. If this was comparable with a ball Earth, then the radius would be approximately 2,370. No, 237,000. My apologies. So from here to the moon. So from here to the moon, allegedly, right? So Earth is not a ball with a radius, and you can replicate this. You can do this yourself, right? Don't trust us. Don't believe us. Go do it yourself, right? Take out some binoculars, go to a beach, and go figure this out, right? You can download, or you can go on the internet, find the Earth curve calculator, and do it yourself, right? Go see ships you shouldn't be able to see because the Earth isn't a ball, and that is the whole foundation of the heliocentric model, the radius, right? Everything is based on this value, on this 3959 or 6,371 kilometers. Everything, right?
Right.
And if it is not curving anywhere, what will it be, JJ?
Like, could you explain why it's
Well, it can't be
flat?
that,
Because
you know,
people have
because you
been to
can't have a
space.
radius for.
I just did. So I mean, if you're not here,
Yeah, but people have
so
been
you
to
did.
space.
So
They've been
hey,
around.
yeah, I got you,
Like,
right. So you haven't heard
they
me.
fake it.
I'm not done, right. 8/1. Really weird name. Weird name. Why would you choose that name? But let's continue. I explained it to JJ. You were here, right?
Yeah.
Just now. If the Earth is measurably flat, then it cannot be a ball. And they tell you they went to Narnia, right? You will never go there. The only place you will ever experience the Earth as a ball is on your screen. The only place. Every human being ever alive experiences the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Everybody, right? When you walk outside your door, the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating. The only place is on your screen where you see the Earth as a ball. And then you say, well, there are people in space, 600, it's like 580 people. 580 people allegedly went into what they call low Earth orbit. It isn't even space, people, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you this. That isn't space, low Earth orbit. So 24.
You seem like
One second. 24 of them went to the moon allegedly, right? So 24 people had the chance to see the Earth in a whole, right? And you believe those guys because it was on your screen, right? That is the difference here. So either you can uphold your belief. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Eat bad
Oh,
tumor.
okay.
That's it.
Yeah. So this is
That's
what
not,
you
that's not productive.
this is what you get when you explain how the Earth isn't a ball, right? And then they spiral out. It's amazing when you go against someone's belief system, right? Because
Yeah.
oh, I want to go to
I think all
space.
you want is just at the end of the day, it's just a logical conversation with everybody. Even if they disagree with you, you just want to have that conversation. Everybody be calm, collected. You know, you just give your beliefs. That doesn't seem to happen, and that's just quite sad, to be honest, to see what we've come to.
It's sad, right? All these people coming in and then trying to derail the conversation with vulgar language because he said something vulgar in Dutch, right? So, do you kiss your mother with that mouth, right? Terrible
Yeah, I
disease.
get
What he just said. A terrible disease. But these days, kids, right? These kids these days, they can say anything, right? They think it doesn't
They don't
matter.
have the consequences.
Right. Terrible, but
They're not even
that's
afraid of the
just.
consequences.
So yeah, that is why the Earth is flat. It measures flat, and you can go into I'm in space and this and that. It doesn't matter. If the Earth isn't a ball, everything they show you cannot be real, right? And you can do your research, right? If you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels showing you the fakery, right? How they did it, harnesses, CGIs, green screen. The ISS is in a pool, right? They have this natural buoyancy lab where they have a mock-up of the ISS in a pool, right? So, and then people come here in this digital age, right? This digital age, and they how can they fake it? It's not possible. They can fake it. This is the digital age, ladies and gentlemen. And you think that the technology you get now is the latest and the newest. Of course it's not, right? Of course it's not. They give you the scraps.
Yeah, I think you made some good points there.
Yeah, if you have any questions, shoot, man.
I feel like I should leave the platform open to everybody else. I've been, participating in the conversation for a while. I think we should get some new people up here.
Yeah, we have other people. Matu.
Yeah.
Drip Simon.
Yeah. Oh. So the Earth is 485 million miles.
Sorry?
Sorry, could you repeat that? It's a bit louder, please.
According to Get Be Get, the Earth would be 485 million miles. What? I'm confused.
Could you send the source please onto the channel, the live text channel?
Well, it's not according to Get Beget, right? This is information that was already shared with us that we're sharing with you.
Oh.
That NASA claims.
It's just an approximation.
Okay.
But what would the A be? Area.
It's
Is A area?
I have a question.
Yes, that's what it stands for.
Do you know,
A is area.
does it how much of a global reach does this have? What's going on with this in terms of
Global reach? There's no globe.
What the hell did you just say?
there's no globe.
Developed countries like India or like say Brazil.
Well, we got a few Indian people here. All over the world, man. It's all over the earth. So every
yeah. So I was thinking this would be more centered towards the Western nations, so to speak, because they're more connected to the internet, and this is where
Hey, don't. Bro, I'm African. Come on now. We're all around the world.
Yeah, I know, I understand that, but I would just say that you being African, you'd be in the minority without meaning to cause offense.
Okay then. Yeah.
But you do know that going around Earth means, so when they come here and say, "Well, around the world," they think we mean a globe, but that's not the case. Going around the world, right, is going east or west, and going east or west follows. You need to compensate for north, right? So imagine your house being your house being a magnet. And you step out your front door, and you're standing in front of your front door, looking at your front door, and the compass points at your house because that's the magnet. And then you go left or right, and the compass will follow your house, right? It follows north. You're effectively going west or east, right? It's a circle. So going west or east is going into a circle. And that would be the same on a flat plane or on a globe.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, if you have any questions, I need to hop off.
Yeah,
Flatter Solar can answer you. Or
I've been here for a while. I think I can go now. I want to
well, welcome, man.
conversation. Thank you. I've been given an opportunity to just have a conversation.
I mean, this is
to have these without just being interrupted. You know what I mean? By there's people who are just, spraying all kind of crap. Forget my language there, but I just want to say, well, thank you very much.
No, that's and so I can say you are fresh of breath air, right? We can just like you just witnessed just now, right? The guys that come here and shout and they drop the N-word and whatever, right? So
yeah, that's not even relevant. I don't understand why. I don't understand why you do that normally.
Yeah,
and I don't even understand why
it's the indoctrination.
Yeah,
it's the indoctrination because the first thing they teach you is that you're on a spinning water pair hurling through space. And the second thing they will tell you is, and there are some dumb, stupid science deniers that think they are on a flat disk in space, right? So what people do is they come here and they think we are all stupid, dumb science deniers, right? But we know everything about the heliocentric model, right? we can explain you every little detail about it. So we're not dumb. We looked into it, right?
At the end of the day, we're all just people just striving for the truth and for information. And I think ultimately that's just what life's about. Because, you can have everything you want, but you still won't know the answers. And even if you can still look for the answers, and that's much more fulfilling, even if you don't get them at the end of the day.
Correct, right? And we say it's all right to have certain things that you will not know, because you will not go to the sun or to the moon or to the stars. So what they are, nobody can tell you, right? Even you, if you're really honest to yourself, you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the moon is, you don't know what the stars are, right? The only thing you will ever observe is them moving through the sky, right? You never see the earth move. The only stuff you see move are the things in the sky, and you will never go there. So the only thing you have is a light in the sky, and that's it. That's being truly honest to yourself. And then you have your screen, right? Your screen in front of you, and that will tell you, well, of course we know because we've been there, and you don't have to do anything because we've done everything for you, right? That's the whole difference. Anyway, thanks. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Take it easy, Roger.
This time, for real, this time. I can't no more. For real, this time. For real, this time. Cause you make my eyes crank. I'm saying. Round, this is taking me up. Right. You make my eyes crank.
Yo, you're hot micing, bud.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, you're singing. I don't know what's up. But...
Oh yeah, I thought I have to go. I thought I have to go. Oh no, that's embarrassing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh man, I was just listening to Earthquake. Has anybody heard that song? I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah. All right. See you all around.
Later, dude. Good morning, everybody. It's a nice Saturday morning. What's up, Chad? 2000. You had something to say?
Not much, Sonny. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. Well, I'm not Sunny. This is Enoch. What's up, Get good morning, bro.
Oh, fuck, not that guy.
Oh, fucking that guy again.
They thought it was me.
Yeah. You. Yeah, I'm the guy.
Oh, someone's playing the guitar. Do you know any good songs?
Huh?
Do you know any good songs you could play on a guitar?
No.
No.
Just songs I've written.
Oh, that's kind of cool. There's some good guitar songs out there, you know what I mean?
What's that?
There's some good guitar songs out there.
Oh, thank you.
Morning, Enoch. How are you?
Good morning, good. How are you?
Very good.
It's always good to hear from you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Yes, and play it, brother. It sounds really nice this morning.
Aw, thank you.
Good way to spend my Sabbath here in Enoch playing music.
Meow. It's a nice, lovely Saturday, isn't it, right, guys?
Yeah. It's beginning of fall.
Should we all do a sing along?
Huh?
Should we all do like some sing along?
Sing along? I don't know.
Yeah. You can like play something to get a beat going.
Yeah, right. If everyone knew the lyrics to my songs, then that would be great.
If you could just send a link, and we could put the lyrics in, and we can all go together.
Right. All my songs are all freestyle, Jay. So it's hard for
Let's hear it
people.
then. No, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Live performance.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like to play and then just. I play and then speak. That's about it. Just sing whatever comes to mind.
No worries.
Unicorn nipples to the Taliban. Oh my goodness, Lulu, I love you. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Wasn't that Hank that said that it was yesterday? After ladies' night? I think it was Hank that used that on some guy. The unicorn nipples to the Taliban or something. It was really funny.
I didn't really hear that.
Yeah, it was classic when he was going through his little spiel and he threw that one out like, this is like space. Who cares,
Gosh. Hank, man. He cracks me up.
He does. He's funny.
Jay, you can stop mumbling in the mic now. Thank you.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna go through now. Thank you.
No worries, Jay.
What's that?
No, he was saying he was gonna go a long time ago, actually. And then he just stayed in the lobby, just I don't know what he was singing. Yep, stuck in my head. You know what else is in my head? I was gonna say zombie. I don't know the lyrics yet. But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs, their guns and their guns. In your head, they are dying. What's in your head? zombie, eh, 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 oh, do, 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 the violence caused such silence. Who are we mistaken? Sing it.
I don't know the word.
It's not.
Remember.
It's not my family. In your head, in your head, they are dying. But in your bombs, in your head, in your head, they are dying. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, hey, 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 do, 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 do,
Oh man, even if we don't know the words, it sounds nice.
That was awesome.
Thank you guys.
I think you've improved on that one since you played it last. I remember you playing that a couple months ago.
Really?
Yeah, I think you're improving on that one. Maybe you got it down a little better.
Oh, thank you. Maybe. I think maybe.
I think so.
Yow. Huh? Oh yeah, no worries. Bro.
Instead of the other way, but this one I'll only do it once a day, maybe.
Yow. Sorry.
Don't apologize, man. I know what's up. It's all okay. How's your life going? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything is going all right. All right over here.
Better with FE friends.
That's right. It helps.
Yow.
Coffee.
Yes, coffee.
Coffee's ready.
Oh, it is. Okay. Yow. How about this one? You guys remember this one? Oh wait. No, I need. Yow. Oh. Bagadalaw. Ooh-wee. There we go. Tried to beat you, but you're so hot that I melted. Fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest. Nothing's gonna stop me. Divine intervention. Reckon it's again my turn to win a song, to learn some, but I won't hesitate. like me. Look into your heart and you'll find love, love, love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family. It's your God-forsaken right to be loved. Love, 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 love. I won't hesitate no more, no. We cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need, no need, no need to complicate. 'Cause our time is short. 'Cause baby, this is our future. I am yours. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Well, I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror, bending over backwards just to try to say it clearer. My breath fogged up the glass, so I drew a new face and laughed. I guess what I am saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanity and just go with the season. It's what we aim to do. Our name is a virtue. Damn, you mind to see like me? Open up your plans, damn, you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find the sky is yours. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. I'm like one big family. It's your God-forsaken right to be loved. Love, love, love.
It goes good with scrambled eggs, by the way.
Scrambled eggs?
Yeah, I just made breakfast.
Oh, man.
You got me dancing around the kitchen, brother. That's good. Good job.
Yeah. Love it. That's what I want. Thank you.
Really nice. Good song. I'm glad you had that memorized pretty well. That's great.
I actually have it written down and put it down right in front of me right now. So
Cheated, but that's good still.
Yes, I got
Still to be
cheated.
able to play and read music and sing it, you're doing awesome. I can't do that. Still.
Dude, to me, seriously though, you sound like you should be like chilling in a coffee shop playing your guitar.
Yes, he should. That's why I feel like I'm having my coffee, my scrambled eggs, and live music. It's great.
I know it's very lovely.
Oh, thank you. Wait, Lulu, you think I might be borderline racist? What?
What?
I
Somebody
don't
saying
know.
something?
I don't know. I was reading Lulu's.
Somebody saying something crazy?
No.
I'm not.
That wasn't meant for you, Enoch.
Oh.
It's like, Enoch?
Raper easy.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sorry.
Yeah, your version of that song was borderline racist.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's cultural appropriation or something. Even though that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, not at all. No.
No, that was awesome. I tagged Sunny because I don't know if you see it, but because you're not in here, Sunny is. So anyway, you did great.
Oh, I know it's because I'm in Sunny's place. That's why.
I know. Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear Sunny in the background. Hacking up a lung.
You hear me coughing in the background.
Yeah, we hear you hacking up a lung, brother.
As he was making the coffee.
I'll let my presence be known.
Hi, Sunny.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Sunny. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
I love you guys. Sorry.
Good morning.
Meow.
Or good rising, as some people like to say, since they don't like us saying morning now sometimes.
You know, the last time I looked outside, you know what happened?
Nope. The earth
When I
was
took
flat?
the Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I was gonna say. The last time I checked, the Earth was flat.
It hasn't changed yet. So I figured, I've been watching it and I've been waiting. So it's still flat.
Ah, man.
Yeah, unicorn nipples to the Taliban. That was Hank yesterday. That was a classic line. He
Yes,
dropped.
and I couldn't get that out of my head, so I'm like, I have to get it out of my system somehow.
Serve them. Serve them the unicorn nipples. Now.
I don't even
That was
remember
funny.
the context of it, but that line just stuck with me.
A comment on space not being real, just like, well, just as real as unicorn nipples to the Taliban.
Yeah, it had to do something about the globe.
saying unicorn nipples. When we think of colorful,
This is valid.
When we think of colorful, pointy nipples, I think of unicorn horns on unicorns.
I didn't even think it that far, but okay.
I know they're just very colorful and shiny, and
I was thinking he was like talking like serving them as hors d'oeuvres or something.
I wonder if you can milk unicorns.
yes, and we'll call them Hershey Kisses.
Well, supposedly on a movie it said you could milk cats, so.
Hershey Kisses that taste like cotton candy. How about that? There you go.
You got to make me choke. Too funny.
That's how much space. That's how space exists. They're
Yeah,
You can only milk.
a unicorn
they're
nipple.
Hershey. They're Hershey.
You can only milk a unicorn stallion.
Only the
And Hershey Kisses comes out that tastes like cotton candy. They're cotton candy flavored.
You are making me imagine things I do not want to imagine, bro.
I know, right?
Stop now before you hurt my
My brain is turning to
damage
liquid.
for life.
Don't stop, he's almost there.
It's melting. Melting.
Permanent brain damage. Hey, dog. Hey, doggy.
Everybody's got liquid brain.
I guess this is what happens when there's no Glover to talk to.
Yeah.
This is sad.
We were really busy though last night at the end of ladies' night. We got slammed and then went into the evening quite late with even the guys coming back, and we didn't really end last night for much till really late, like 3 o'clock in the morning. I think is when I finally got off. That slowed down enough.
Oh dang! You stayed up.
Well, there
late.
wasn't people talking, about important stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sleep listening. So when you guys were dealing with those two, I was like,
So I'm
wait,
watching.
what?
So I'm watching a scientific video from a channel called Mig on YouTube. You guys should probably check that channel out. He ends up posting a lot of scientific documentaries from scientists that have been rejected by the mainstream because they've come up with other evidence for the human body. I'm watching one on biology right now. This guy and the human brain and what he thought he found. Oh my gosh, it's mind blowing. I'm just like floored. As a biologist, I'm floored, and as a human biologist, I'm even more floored. A channel called Mig on YouTube. He puts up really good scientific alternative videos from people that have been suppressed, like people that were suppressed by a guy named Fauci in particular was recently up a lot of those. So, but this one is just blowing my mind as a medical provider. And I agree with him on a lot of this stuff. This guy is an older researcher that was basically banned for what he found about the neurological system of humans, the anatomy. what he found with us that they don't want you to know. It's really interesting. It blows the pharmacology industry to pieces if this is true. If this guy was right. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
But can you
and he
post
was
the link on the
sure,
live stream?
sure. I'll pull it up. Let me do
Thanks.
that if the people are interested.
Oh,
But they've
yeah.
been really good channel for posting, like I said, alternative scientific views from people, researchers and such that were very highly qualified, very highly respected, and then they found out something the industries didn't like, and they were basically banned and suppressed. Here it is. Somebody just posted it for me.
Yeah,
Make
Tobik just
Mag.
posted it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's a really good channel so far. Like I said, all this stuff is directly from the mouths of the scientists that had these issues, and I've been watching it for about a year or two now, and it's been blowing my mind. And the last year has been really good because it covered the big issues in the last 2 years with all the people that disagreed that were previously talking about things before it ever came to our little crisis we've had worldwide. Very good channel. Been really impressed. They don't put out just information that isn't directly from the scientist's mouth that has found these things. So it's pretty cool to hear them directly say it. There are real scientists out there. The ones that are honest, though, they get suppressed a lot of times because it goes against the worldview you've been sold. And this happens in all fields of science. I haven't found one field of science that hasn't been affected by the lies. I can't find one. I've been looking, and sorry, I haven't found a single one.
Yeah, of course not. And what gets me is when people assume that science is infallible. Like they just
or empirical.
The government,
They pretend.
The government will lie to you, but not science, as if it's like a one person type
And people
of thing.
seem to think they won't lie for money. Scientists will lie for money all the time. You got to remember how much debt they put us into after we go through all our schooling. And then when you buy a house, you have kids, then you make a contract with somebody for your research, and then you're bought and sold. You're bought and owned. You can't do anything about it. I mean, yeah, you can go against the grain, and then you end up not having any career. That's exactly what they do. They ban you. Don't let your books get published or sold. Make sure they get at the bottom of every list. You don't get conferences, so nobody can hear you speak about what you found.
Yep.
Ban you from practicing, pull your licensures. And at the ultimate, some people end up having sudden deaths if it goes too far. Yeah, our so-called scientific system is a mess. One I should post again. I posted it a couple days ago. I didn't know if anybody even noticed. This will kind of blow people's minds probably, but I think it's worth looking at and considering. Now, do I agree with this guy because he's a Glober? Of course not on all his stuff, but he makes some kind of interesting points. I have to think about it more. Let's see if I can find it. I think a lot of you might like it because it has something to do with our arguments. The guy's a former military guy in the British Navy, which is really interesting. Let's see if I can find it here. Probably in my library. I think I saved it, but it's so interesting. Where did it go? Where did I hide it? I think I hid it in I hope they haven't taken it down because it's one of the ones that I figured if anything was going to get taken. Oh yeah, it's still up. Nobody's taking it down. This guy, you guys might want to watch this. This one's really bizarre because it does have to do with our argument on the flat Earth. I don't know if he's correct. I'm still thinking about it. There we go. This. Right. Try this one out if you're really curious about stuff and thinking. And he destroys Einstein. It's pretty crazy. It's really crazy.
Damn.
Why we haven't heard of this guy, I don't know.
So is he a flat earther?
No, he's a glober.
Okay,
As far as I can tell, he's still a glober. But some of his ideas are pretty out there. And if his story is as true as he's letting it on and the way it sounds, well, very compelling.
So it's 59 minutes long, but I mean, I'll watch it when I have time. But
Watch it to the end. Make sure you do. But once you start, trust me, once you start, you won't stop. You really won't stop on this one because it'll be that interesting. You'll be like, oh, what in the world? Because he does it in such an interesting way. It's a really good video.
oh no, I'm definitely gonna watch it. I was just gonna say, does he have like an alternative to gravity if he is a glober, as to why we stick to the ball?
Yeah. Well, kind of. Yeah. But he also has an alternative to your whole system of energy, and he's proven it with supposedly some technology he shows you at the end. You might want to watch.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
I was
will
shocked.
watch it.
A little shocked at the end. So yeah, worth it. But I already knew some of that truth. He's confirmed it. It looks like he's actually done it. So if you're thinking free energy isn't real, you might want to watch it. This guy has actually
Isn't
built
free
something that
energy a second law of thermodynamics violation?
you would think so. But if that is wrong, or if something is wrong of it, or we missed something in the picture that they hid from us, Matthews, you should watch it.
Hi,
There's a lot of hidden science out there. There's a lot of hidden science out there that we don't get to see and don't get to hear about people that have figured things out. Maybe I just don't
Yeah,
know.
I put it on my watch later list. I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think you might like it because again, this guy goes through very logically, and it's really hard to debate what he's saying at the end.
I definitely will watch it, but I'm curious what Matthew will say about this afterwards, of course.
I will too, because free energy is not supposed to be possible, but maybe it's because we weren't taught something or didn't look at something correctly because they didn't let us see it the correct way. It's always possible.
The sun is free. Why is it such a hard concept to get one's head around?
That's what I think too, and that's what this guy shows you, but he even shows you more than the sun. Starlight. Interesting. It's real crazy. Like I said, it's a mind blower. And supposedly you can research who this guy is and find out that he's telling the truth because he puts up his real name, so you can check his background. And there was a lot of coverage of what the military did to him available to find. But yeah.
Well, yeah, if you consider solar energy as free energy, then yeah, there's such things free energy just by a solar panel.
Yes, you are right, Matthew. I don't believe in free energy either. Even though I chased it for a long time.
You might want to watch this.
Which
It
video is
works.
it? Which
The one I
which
just posted
device?
in the live voice text. At what time?
40
I'll
after the
just
hour.
I'll scroll up and find it.
It's 40 after
Yeah.
the hour.
Okay.
Said he broke the system and the system destroyed his life. Nigel C.
Wait, who said they don't believe in free energy?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Matthew.
Allow me. I did.
Oh.
Cyrus. Just wait.
Hey.
Let me rephrase it. So I don't believe in breaking the second law or first law. First, free energy breaks depends on which type of perpetual motion machine of type 1 or type 2. Type 1 breaks the first law. Type 2 breaks second law. You can break both of them with the same machine. Of course, you can think that you are. So I don't think these laws are actually like you could. I don't think you could ever break them, but you can harness alternative modes of energy, is what I like to call it now. Like TH, I'll give you names of people that demonstrated this, like 80,000 watts out of the air. TH Murray, of course, everybody knows about Tesla. There's about like see, so I'm. This was my road way before flat Earth, and I went into like the Einstein bit and how Einstein is a fraud after that. So it took me,
Oh yeah. This guy
that was
calls
my
him
rabbit
Bertie
hole.
through the whole thing. Bertie was completely nuts. And he's right. And he proves it very simply. Hey dog, don't bark at me. Don't bark at me.
So yeah, it's if you alternative energy, hell yeah. I think the closest I've ever seen was Stanley Meyer. But of course that's a can of worms. But yeah, that's the best one.
That guy is a
And
real can of worms, yeah.
But yeah, T.H. Murray is different, like because we don't actually know what was in his black box. Like it's kind of, but T.H. Murray, you've got demonstrations of this. Like he demonstrated this on the street, so like you can't say he was a fraud. You can, but go ahead. I mean, it's up to you, man. Like you know. So. But yeah.
Hey, dog. I'm being demanded of. Better close my.
So like I don't believe in like the magnetic machines sort of stuff, because we put the energy into the magnet, so it's kind of like, you know.
Are you
What up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, go ahead. We're just chatting.
I just wanted to understand what you're saying. Was it just the term free energy, or are you talking about, because you said it violates the first law?
Yep. Yeah.
How
like,
would it? I mean, obviously you're not creating a new energy. You have to already be using something that exists. But
well, okay. Well, in terms of water, like the splitting of water, like we'll stick with that one because that one is, it's kind of the traditional mode has been well studied since Faraday, and he set the law for it. For the quantity of joules you need to separate this amount of water, right? In thermal units in joules, right? So that way it's like, okay, so if you do that and you ignite the gas, and of course it's gonna have a reaction, right? The hydrogen is gonna get oxidized, it's gonna give you heat. You're gonna have products and water as a byproduct of this chemical reaction. Now, so you're gonna get water again, and you're gonna get heat. But now, is this heat equivalent to the heat that you put in to split the water? If it is, then you have a 100% flawless like transmission. Like there's no, it's 100% efficient, which is nonsense. There must always be losses. So it has to be less. Now, if your output is more than your input, that's called over unity, or that's you breaking the first law. Like, how'd you get more heat out than the heat you put in terms of heat? Because we've quantified all this just in joules, just in units of heat or units of energy, and we can work with that. It's a good convention. You can just really work with it for this, concept. So Stanley Meyer put in 10 joules of electricity and he got 1,000 joules out. Well, it's really that's the free energy part right here. It's the excess over unity where you broke the first law, which you really can't. So where'd you get this energy from, right? So I guess his methodology was not. That's where it's like, okay, because we're talking about electrolysis. His method was not electrolysis. That's it. So he split the water by a different mean that was not like DC electrolysis of water, because that's the one we know. So that's it. I'm not opposing it. You see, there are like, but I'm opposing traditional methods. Yeah, traditional methods don't really break shit. Like they're all, yet to see a decent one.
So
He's the closest.
I'm not completely familiar with Stanley Meyer's methods of like what he did, but when I think of free energy, I'm thinking of like, just tapping into the atmosphere to. I mean, I wouldn't know how, but you know how Tesla would explain stuff, and he'd say, well, he what's the word? Not predicted, but anyway, you get what I mean. He theorized or whatever that you can tap into the atmosphere to get energy rather than what we would use now as fuel, as electricity and whatnot.
Yeah, rather than
So
the
with that,
Rockefeller established system.
yeah,
Yes, I would
yeah,
agree
would
that.
you
Yeah,
consider that violating the first law, or
no,
would that be something
no,
that?
it's just different tech. That's what I think of it. It's just
Yeah.
different tech. It's not violating
Oh,
anything.
okay.
That's why it's like, so when you say the words free plus energy, the words themselves violate the first law. You can't, you know what I mean? Because there's nothing
Yeah.
such as free. There's nothing.
No, even this
Yeah,
guy's
free
stuff
from
is
the
not free, but it's
free
so
from the
cheap
creator.
and you would never pay again, and it's free from the creator. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's the way I
that's
looked
about
at it too.
it.
What do you
Yeah,
think
free
of
from
that
the
nightingale?
thank you, creator.
Energy
You know?
the creator, the creator has already put here for us to utilize. See, I think we were supposed to utilize that in the first place. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah,
We were supposed to use a different form of energy than we're using, and not make our planet or plane dirty, I should say.
Yeah.
This place was not meant to be burning oil all the time and stuff, or digging up minerals for tons and tons of stuff and then throwing them back in the garbage.
Belief system stuff, and this is belief system. Like I believe in like Victor Schauberger, if you've heard of that Austrian guy.
Yes, he's wonderful biologist.
Yeah, see, like that's
observer of
insane.
nature.
Yeah, the stuff you hear he was doing in his basement with some copper discs is like, all right, bud, how'd you do this? It's like, all right.
Yeah, I think it's all there for us to use, but we're supposed to use it ethically and humanely and cleanly.
Yeah, and we know we're like parasites, mosquitoes. We're just drilling holes.
And we're not to
extracting
charge each other
hydrocarbons.
for it, in my opinion. That's my opinion. We all own this plane. I don't see why we have to pay for every little thing, including water now. Soon it might be even air. Who knows?
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna be paying for air soon.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's their next goal.
I put some nitinol information in chat. I was wondering what you thought of that.
Nitinol wire?
Yeah, the metal, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It has memory, from what I understand.
Looks like you can get some energy out of it when you have a temperature difference.
Is the energy output greater
This
than
guy
the
that I
input?
posted, though, he talks about cold fusion being a reality, but it's not the way I ever thought of cold fusion, and I think he may be right. Might be kind of an example of it.
Yeah, well, cold fusion, yeah. That's well, you're gonna get into what's his name? The inventor of the TV.
This guy busts that. This guy doesn't even go there. You'll be shocked. You gotta go watch the video I posted, because I thought the same thing when I started, and it was like, no, it has nothing to do with what you think it is. And he calls it cold fusion, and he may be right in his kind of defining it that way. I don't know. It's like I said, this is one I'm really considering a lot of, because if he's right, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. And I can see why the military slammed him, and I can see why they raided his home, and I can see why they changed the roles.
Then we'll never know about shit then. If they already did that. It's like, oh, okay. They visited.
From what the little research I've done, this guy, well, like most military people, they do have a record, so you can research this guy. You can look him up and see if these things happen, which is kind of nice. Is it true? Well, I don't know.
There's another military free energy guy way back then, and he was controlled opposition.
Possibly.
Forgot his name. He would say stupid shit like what? Scalar waves. He would use
This
terminology
guy's not
like that.
anywhere near that.
Yeah,
He
it's
really
like,
takes down
you can't have it.
Einstein. It's crazy. And he breaks it down in a way that you guys will be really interested because it's really fun to watch him. He's really crazy kind of talking, but he does an interesting thing at the end. The demonstration he shows at the end, if it's true, it's pretty impressive.
So what I believe, okay, so this is belief system. Like, yeah, if you can...
This is all speculation.
If you can disassociate water with different means than electrolysis, then yeah, well, it's a different, like if you sink to it, whatever, blah, 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 right? And it just causes it to split apart. Well, it's not electrolysis, so we don't know what's going on energy-wise here, So yeah, like I'm open-minded to a lot of stuff, but as long as it's not traditional. If it's traditional, then yeah, we kind of worked it out. Yeah.
I'm just one that believes the creator wouldn't have left us without an option that was clean, healthy, and viable. I just don't think that would have happened. I don't think he would create something that didn't leave people with the ability to do things that were safe and clean. Why would you do that? Why would you create a system where people couldn't do that?
Nature is lavish.
It's exactly lavish. That's a great word for it. It's beautiful. It's complex. We can't even explain how any biological systems actually work. How are you alive? Nobody can explain that.
Chemical interactions.
Yeah, sure. Oh. And watching the biologist I was watching this morning on that MIG channel, even he challenges how some of that chemical reactions are expected to happen, or how we interact with our environment is completely maybe different than we thought too, especially neurologically.
That sounds good. That's up here.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, it's 3 hours long. I'm almost 2.5 hours in.
I thought I saw it or something.
MIG, and it's the one Must Listen: Real Scientists versus Corporate Science. Harold Hillman. It's on the MIG channel that was posted, and I think that was at the end of the hour. The end of the hour. Somebody posted the link to MIG. Yeah, there it is. At 34 minutes after the hour, actually. At 9:34 my time. The nice thing, these are all from the guy's mouth, the actual scientists and degreed people and people who were researchers. So that's what I like about that channel. It's usually from the horse's mouth. You're not hearing it from some creator that researched some guy that they told you about. It's literally usually the actual person that has been banned, hidden. So it's pretty good. I wish they had one that had Royal Rife actually talking. This guy is almost the same age, the one that I was watching today. Would have been about, well, maybe he's a little younger than Royal Rife, but he was during the same time that Rife was doing his stuff.
Hey, damsel, did you buy the machine yet? The Rife machine?
No, I never got around to it. I was too busy moving. But I have a friend that uses one, the one that I was talking about, the model. He's used it for years. Actually, he's an ex-NASA employee. You may have seen him on somebody like, the Taboo. I think Taboo Conspiracy had him on. His name's Jesus Freak Computer Geek. You can always contact him and talk to him directly about these things. He's the big one in the machines that I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He has a website, but he also has a YouTube channel if you're looking for Jesus Freak Computer Geek.
Can you link can you post a link if you have it?
Of the channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me get it.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
I know where that's at too. He covers all kinds of topics. And he is a FEer, of course, at this point. And he's actually been to Antarctica, so he actually talks about how he never saw a sun, even though it was always twilight 24/7 at one point. And he worked outside on the communications. I guess he did satellite communications. Actually, huge inventions of how supposedly they set it up down there. So he went to North Pole and South Pole. Interesting guy. Let's see, where is he down? Now, a lot of his stuff is Bible teaching, but you can talk to him. He will respond. And I think he has his link to his website, which he will respond there as well. And he has a huge website that covers lots of topics. And what else? What else do I know about him? Every once in a while, though, he does do interviews and stuff where he's talked about his experiences. But on his website, for sure, he talks about all this stuff. Let's see, share the channel. There's one of his channels. I can't remember if he's still on his same first channel or if he's on a new one. It's got at least 2 channels, it looks like.
Hello.
We're
Anybody out there?
out here.
Perfect. Well, this seems like a good time. I know I'm 2 minutes late, so I apologize. But if we could
Let me guess. Gold and silvers? Precious metals?
Right, precious metal takeover. So, welcome to the Precious Metal Takeover. I'll be your host for today, Redford Bear. So this is where the silver, gold plus take over the live stream, and we get to answer all of your questions. So, let's see. Oh, Roger, are you there? If you are, if you could put a ping out to everybody, that would be great. Let's see if he's around.
Get that in here real quick. Somebody wanted this. So here's that channel. I'm posting Jesus Freak Computer Geek. This is his alternate channel. He goes under the same name for his primary. It's not number 2 though, but that'll give you a reference.
And who is this guy?
Okay, so he's an ex-NASA employee who's a flat earther.
Oh.
He works with a Rife type machine, and somebody was asking, since I knew some things about current technology through this man.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Well, I clicked on the link. I'll check that out later.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He's actually been on taboo conspiracy videos for telling about the supposed 24-hour sun, since he actually went to Antarctica and the North Pole, extensive visits outdoors.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm
For
gonna
NASA.
actually watch that. Yeah, let's see if I can. Oh, I am logged in. I'll add it.
So he has a website, link to his website, and he'll give more details. And he'll also respond. But yeah, Taboo has covered him. I can't remember what video it was that he talked about. He did a whole interview about his whole history, his time at NASA, how he came to Flat Earth at one point with Karen B. It was actually Karen B. and Brian Stavely that did the interview.
Oh, okay. So it would have been on their show then too.
Yeah, they all covered him. They're all friends. They talk a lot.
I'm just gonna see. Well, we'll do the. Do you want to answer the question then today, Damsel Medic?
What's the question?
Well, it was a last minute question. I did have some help. So, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think that they need to hear, what would it be, and why do you think that it is important to share that information with them?
My biggest message was that you've been lied to about everything. I think that would be my biggest message, because if I could wake people up to being lied to, maybe they would start to really look and think. That would have to be one of the things I would do. I would just talk about how the government and the people in charge have lied about everything and divided us because of it. And that there's also a creator because of that. Everything is the opposite. Or pretty much. I mean, everything.
Right.
But you should look at everything. Question everything.
That you should. I'm just checking to see. Is there
Yeah, I'd probably
anything
do a
else
speech.
specific? Like, how would you start it? Even just start something.
Well, nowadays it's been really easy. I've already been doing some activism for Flat Earth. The Flat Earth is really easy to talk about now because of the, let's just say the CV thing has made it people more open and willing and not laughing. And usually that's a big enough lie that if you can bust through that, people will start looking at everything and considering. So I've actually used that personally to reach a lot of people so far in the last several months, actually. And even the last couple weeks.
No, that's awesome. That's really good.
Yeah, it's really interesting. People are way more open. In 2014, when I tried to share this, I got laughed at, told I was crazy. That doesn't happen as much anymore.
Yeah, that's really good. I know that there has been, a little bit of a change just to be able to have these conversations with people. But yeah, I still don't usually force the flat earth thing. I usually test the water with something else just to see if they can handle
Usually it's the CV that
anything
comes
else.
up. And when that comes up, it usually goes into something and it just, you can ask some questions, especially if it gets into too much argument over politics. I won't go there. So sometimes gently open. But yeah, I'll test the waters a little bit. But even then, it seems a lot easier than it used to be. A lot easier.
Yeah, I've noticed that, like, even some of my close friends seem certain things, they're definitely more open-minded, and they'll make comments that they never used to make about certain things. But the flat earth, though, seems to be a tough one, though, for people. Even just talking about, like, I usually will, like, make a comment about, like, a planet or space just to see, right, how they react. Usually, they're like,
See, I
"What do
don't
you
usually
mean
go that
space is
route.
fake?"
No, see, I don't even go that far that quickly. I usually go with, tell me about what you've seen so far on your walks. What do you see out your door? And how do you experience this place? I try to get it from their ground level view and start there. And if they kind of say, well, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm really careful about going right to space because that's an emotional reaction that people have because they've been so indoctrinated and they have so much fantasy involved in it that their emotions are really tied in tightly. But if you talk about their world just outside their door, or when they've been out the ocean, or when they've watched certain things, or when they've flown, things like that. Usually, if I open gently with those kind of things, or just make questions, ask good questions on those kind of base levels without going directly to space. Yeah. And then I can go into the science of gas laws a lot of the time. That seems to help because a lot of people understand air pressures and things naturally because, everybody fills their tires up and people have scuba dived or have been on oxygen in, the hospital. So people understand that concept more naturally than a lot of things. So kind of get into that and just kind of go that way. But yeah, I try to go real slow, ground level, their level of knowledge, because that's the only way it seems to work. If you surround them with too much science talk, slam them with too much stuff, then they go into overload very quickly. You can't hear it.
Yes. Yep. And I think that was my mistake with one of my friends. I did that a couple of years ago. I made the mistake of saying space was fake. And then the other day, actually, it's kind of funny that you're talking about that as well, because I did actually kind of do that because I didn't go from like the whole perspective of like, oh yeah, space is fake. I'm like, why don't we question these things, right? As we're sitting outside staring at the moon, I'm like, what do you think the moon really is, right? And
See
she was
things
more
from their point of
receptive.
view.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and even just her being really into science and whatnot, like she was more responsive to that and did actually say that, yeah, it's just all agreed upon, right? That's basically what
Right.
it is.
And
Somebody
yeah,
says it, put it in a textbook, and here we are.
Yeah, that's what I do a lot of times. It's actually, how do you know that's true? A lot of times I'll ask, I just do the question things a lot, and that starts the conversation going. And then I keep asking those kinds of questions so that they will think about it rather than just me tell them what I know. Because then it just sounds like me running off a road of stuff.
Right. I know, because like the passion, right? And we're just like, go, we gotta get them. But yeah, change the approach.
Oh, and I've had to learn to slow my roll because I like to do that. I mean, I have that ability to do a witsit.
Right. Yes. And
QE if
that's
I
not always
really want
good.
to.
Yeah. Pick the situation for sure.
Yeah. Now, if I'm debating a anti-flat earther, no, that's a whole different ballgame. That's because they are opposition on purpose. They are there to argue for their model. They have something invested. And so that's a different thing. But when it's people that are just normal people trying to figure out their world, you got to get down to their level.
Yes. And I think that's part of it too, is figuring out and I think talking to like even, C and different, younger people, they respond differently to things. And it's, know your audience is a big one, and how you're going to
That's
get
what
through.
they told us in school.
Yep.
Got to know your audience.
Yep.
And you change for your audience because that's what you have to do. I'm not going to talk to a group of scientists the same way I talk to my patients. I'm just not going to do it. It's not going to be effective. So, but yeah, it's hard sometimes to slow that roll because I do. I admit I really like this subject. I'm passionate. What can I say? I love it.
Well, that's awesome. And I do too. I'm going to just see if Tobik, I believe that's how you say your name. Are you there? You're VC verified. Let's see if you want to unmute. Nope.
No answer?
No answer. Nobody's there. That's okay. We'll see. Oh, Nick just has a listening pass. I think that's about it. This other guy is deafened. All right. Okay, we'll go back to the question. Even though I know it is a Okay. That is, yeah. Okay. So maybe we'll change the question then too, because it is kind of obvious too. I know people will pick flat Earth. I know you went with the whole lying.
Well, because that's what it is. It's all
Yeah.
about a lie.
Mhm.
It is. So the lie is the lie, whether it be about this or anything else. It's about questioning everything. Everything you've been taught needs to be questioned. Everything.
Yes, I agree. 100%. Is there anybody else that wants to jump up and answer the question, or should I call on people? Old dude said that's an easy question, but I don't
It
know
is an easy question.
if you're. I know it kind of is, but it's just it's a conversation going, right? And he's good with the hypothetical questions, and that's his thing, and I'm not good with coming up with those questions.
Hey, what's your question, old dude? Let's see your question. I'd love to see what he comes up with.
I know, old dude.
What's the question? Don't complain. Come up with better.
I just like complaining about things. You guys normally set the most impossible questions between heaven and hell. You can't choose the easy version of. You gave me a really, really easy choice today.
Isn't that nice though to have a break?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See
that's
what
it.
happens when Redford Bear picks the question.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, and it's
No
it's
brain
nice to
strain
see.
today.
It's easy for everyone to answer as well from the globe side as well. I kind of like it for that too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna repeat the question because Unicorn Nipples missed it. So, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be, and why do you think it's important? And we'll leave flat Earth off the table, so it has to be something else. Yeah.
There's a twist.
Does
Didn't
that
do
make
that
it a
to
little
me.
harder? Not so easy. Yeah, I know. We tweak them. We tweak the questions as we go. Sometimes we make up the rules. It's fine.
That a certain genocide didn't actually occur.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's a
There you
good
go.
one. So why do you think
That'll
that's
make you
important?
question.
Because we'll keep the conversation going. Like, I think that was Kai 44. Why do you think that's important for them to know that?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, so why do you think that that's important? That's the second part of the question. Why do you think that that's important to tell people that?
Well, I mean, in my mind, flat Earth is probably the most important thing, but something like that would be more of a. I mean, that would be like a domino effect, as opposed to, saying any other conspiracy. Something like the one I mentioned before kind of opens other things up.
Perfect. That's awesome. That's a good answer. Thank you for participating. Appreciate it. Who else do we have that wants to jump in and answer? Anybody? Says who? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Would you like to answer the question today?
Yeah, I've been sitting here thinking about it. So I'm glad that you took flat Earth off the table. If there had to be one topic that you could do a TED talk on and the whole world had to listen, I think it would be because flat Earth or that one particular genocide are all facets or aspects of something that is like the ultimate goal. Get into these types of things, right? The idea is,
Oh, you're roboting for me, says who?
Yeah, you're roboting.
Is it real bad?
Oh, you're back. You're back now, though. That was clear.
I'm
but
back.
Yeah.
Okay. Have to change locations. It's fine. So.
Oh no, go back to where you were. You're back roboting.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Mic check.
Yep.
Okay. So, anyways, I'll start over. The flat Earth and the genocide are all facets or symptoms of a much deeper issue, which is how is truth actually manifested? What is truth? So, if there was going to be a TED talk or a speech given to the world and they had to listen to it, it would be, how do you actually verify every idea that's fed to you through whatever source of media you take it in from? So I think it would have to be, how do you validate what you've been told, right? That would be the most important thing, because
I like it.
you could
That's very good.
That is great.
the idea with flat Earth is that you are opening people's eyes to the fact that they've been lied to about something really big. And of course, that always leads to other things. So why don't we just apply that to everything, right? So just get them the general idea that you need to verify everything that you take in, no matter what the source. I don't care if it's from church, I don't care if it's from media, I don't care where it's from. It has to be validated, or at least it has to be reasonably plausible, right? And even in that case, it's still there's a belief still attached to that. So anyway, and then what was the second part of the question?
So why do you think that is important? Which I think you kind of
Well,
already answered, but
well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
if we don't live in deceit anymore, right? If the entire world no longer is able to be deceived, then that's like 95% of our problems. So anyway, that's how I would
Critical
probably go about
thinking skills.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to do that. I think they don't teach critical thinking in schools. I learned it from my parents.
Yeah.
Don't let your slaves think critically. Jeez.
You don't want to give them the power to overthrow you? How dare you?
Oh no. And maybe that's what we should
about
call ourselves,
CRT.
critical thinkers rather than flat earthers. We're critical thinkers.
Yeah, I think so too. I tend to, I don't like, I just the labeling, right, of it, because whatever. But yeah, I prefer to think that way as well. Oh, hey, C. Maybe C's gonna join us. We do have actually a new person here. Oh, did they just leave? Giga Chad. Oh, they must have just left. I'll ping them and see if they want to come back.
I don't think you should trust any source that also. I also don't think you should trust any source that claims it's an independent fact checker or anything like that. Because everyone is biased.
Of course, everyone's biased.
Oh, yes, definitely. Welcome, C. Hello. If you're there. He might be getting coffee.
I'm here.
Oh, hey.
I just rolled out of bed. I set 3 alarms and I slept past them.
That's okay. Have some coffee if you're able to, and then you can.
I'm really embarrassed.
No.
Why?
No, it happens. Like, my goodness. It's Saturday.
I just haven't been getting enough sleep lately. Every single day I've been getting like 80 minutes of sleep, and today was the first day I slept for like 8 hours.
Well, that's good.
Still haven't caught up, if that's true.
Yeah, you need to. I mean, you can stay up and then go to bed after again. I think you need more sleep still.
I was going to say, you must need it.
Yeah.
Man, it's not good, see.
You can probably hear it in my voice.
Oh, yeah. I can hear it.
I'm like really, really tired, but the show must go on. So sorry for being like 25 minutes late. I'm really happy you were able to hold the fort, you know?
Of course. It's a team effort.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, we do have a question. I can ask it, but then we also have Giga Chad here that just got checked in, and I believe they have some questions about the shape of the earth. So maybe we'll get to him first if he wants to unmute.
Sorry.
No, all good.
No, I haven't any questions. So.
Oh, well, I just want to welcome you to the server. I understand that you just got checked
thanks.
in, right?
Yeah.
And how
That's
did you
right.
find us?
I have a friend, Gladamarco, and he said that this server was pretty good, and yeah.
Awesome. So have you been looking into Flat Earth, or have you had any discussions around that before?
No, not really. I'm really new to this flat Earth community.
Oh, okay.
It was like a new,
Awesome.
like a few months ago.
A few months ago. Oh, okay. So how
Yeah.
did you happen to come across that, and what have you been looking into?
I have seen some few videos in YouTube, and then that interested me. My friend Gladamarco was a flat earther, so he told me that I also could be one. Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good that you're looking into these things and questioning them. So did you just want to listen, or did you want us to go through some things with you? Or what
Oh,
would you like to?
I just wanted to listen.
Okay. Okay. So right now we're doing a show called Precious Metal Takeover. So we have a theme. It just runs for 2 hours. So it runs from 12 to 2 Central. So it is a little bit of a different setup for this 2 hours versus the normal live stream. But yeah, you're welcome to join in to the conversation at
thanks.
any time. No problem. Welcome. Okay. So.
I was just gonna say, be sure to look at the resources at the bottom. I also have a MP3 clip called Flat Earth in 55 Seconds if you're interested. So if you want resources, let us know.
Okay.
So we also have Glada Marco here. Are you there? You are VC verified. I believe you can unmute your mic. Okay, maybe not. Well, see, our question today is, it's not a hypothetical because I'm not good with those types of questions. So we came up with, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And we've removed Flat Earth. You can't talk about that.
Actually, it's really similar to the president question, but I like it a lot because not everyone got to answer the question from last week. So I like it a lot because it gives people a chance to answer that, because that's actually one of my favorite questions that we've come up with. Or wait,
Yeah.
was it? Oh, right. It was like, well, you do. Or, no, I'm thinking of the Elon Musk question, and then what you do as president on the. Yeah, the last two we've come up with are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So considering this is like the first question you've come up with on your own, I think you've done really well.
I had help. I did. I can't take help.
Who helped you?
Elisha helped me.
Oh, Elijah.
He joined in the VC.
Wait, Elijah or Elisha?
Elisha Savvy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to Precious Metals. Thank you so much for helping Redford in my laziness.
We won't call it laziness. That's not the right way to put it. That's too negative for what happened. See,
I need to be punished.
No, my gosh, of course not. It's totally fine.
Okay.
Oh, hey,
Enoch.
Enoch and Sunny. Are you guys chilling again today?
Hey guys.
Nice. Hi. Welcome. Do you want to answer the question? Oh, sorry. See,
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna ask if they wanted to do an outro like last week at the end.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I did play a little bit before you guys got here, actually.
Oh, cool.
So.
Oh, I missed it. But I think, isn't it, can we just do it like it's a given now that you'll play us out every week?
Yeah.
Does that sound good? Okay.
We are. Yeah.
I got the weekend headquarters right here, so yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
the place.
Sorry, I was...
Yeah. Don't be a dillweed.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm working on my Beavis, man. Or my Butthead. Which one is it? Butthead? Is it Butthead? Is Butthead. Sorry.
Anyway,
yeah, what was the question?
What's the question?
So the question is, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And it can't be flat Earth.
Is perfect.
Okay.
This, oh my goodness, I just written something down that I should... here we go.
I better do some writing.
So... again, can you repeat that question?
Yes, of course, you know.
Just repeat it so that everybody else can hear it.
Definitely. So, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think that it's important? And it can't be flat Earth.
Yow. Okay, so this is I was just talking to Sonny, and he was like, "Bro, it's like you're in my head," and I was like, "I think I am in your head." Anyways, here it goes. I said, "Yow, always go into something as if you're learning it for the first time, and you won't ever be bored. It'll always be interesting." Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That is a good way to go into things.
Because it's like, basically what I'm saying is always go into something as if you're a child.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
and go with an open mind, right? And go unbiased, open mind. Yeah, definitely.
Because I know, like, people, every day when they wake up in the morning and they go to work or they go to school, there's a reason why they don't like going to work or they don't like going to school. It's because when they go to work or they go to school, it's something that they see or someone who they see, you know, that makes their day miserable. So it's, come on, man. Like, I'm really trying to speak seriously, and for you to say something like that is I'm sorry, I'm reading the voice text as it's being said.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I mean, I just want people to, I just try to inspire people so that they, you know, can go into something learning like a sponge. No, I'm not gonna deny it. I am heavily medicated. Yes, I am. Shit.
Which, by the way, somebody with Tourette's, like my son, that's the best medication they ever found for it. So if you guys are jumping on him because he medicates for his issues, I have a problem with you too, because that's what my son had to do as a teen.
Yeah, like,
I'm just asking a question. There's no reason to get upset.
No, I'm not upset, bro.
I'm just asking.
I'm just like kind of just understand.
It was a joke.
Just understand it from my perspective. You know
I know, but you, yeah, I get it.
Everyone,
so
they
let's keep it good and civil, and
yeah,
we won't get offended by questions. I know, I get it though.
Right. So like all I'm saying is that people use it and then they start using their imagination. I'm not sitting here using my imagination. I'm sitting here. I'm nicely medicated. And I'm speaking my mind. You know, I'm speaking my thoughts. This is not me using my imagination.
Well, thank you. Does Sonny want to answer the question?
Yeah, I'm formulating it right now.
He's actually he's writing
okay.
it down.
Oh, okay. Well, then why don't we? Oh, Tap's here. Hey, Tap. Nice of you to join us.
Wait, Tap's here for once?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to answer? Tap, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, hey. Did you want to answer a question? Then we can get back over to Sunny.
Good thing.
Okay. So, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And you can't do flat Earth.
Okay. Well,
We tweak it as we go.
right. Well, I would say I'd like to talk to them about the importance of music. And, I'd say that because I feel like music changes a lot of people's lives. Um, for me, personally speaking, it's really affected my life in a very positive way. It's, it could be a distraction. It's a hobby. Like, I'm a musician. So, like, it, can keep you busy. It trains the brain, and it's just positive in every way. I can't really think of a negative way to think about music. And, every type of music is beautiful in its own way. So I feel like people need to understand the beauty of music a little bit better. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. That's a good answer. Thank
No
you for
problem.
participating.
Right. I'm out. Peace.
Okay, take it easy.
Later.
Wait,
So
that's it? Aww.
apparently, that's okay. We got a cameo. That works. All right. So I wonder if Giga Chad would like to answer our question. I know that he's new here.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Now that you've been listening for a little bit, if he wants to unmute. Hi. Would you like to answer our
Hi.
question for today?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Did you want me to ask it again for you?
What's the most important thing?
Yeah, so if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And I mean, I don't have to think, it's not, you can't use flat Earth, but I don't think you would do that one anyways.
I have no idea. Maybe. No, I mean, I have no idea.
Did you want to think about it and then let us know?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, just ping one of us, myself or C, or just unmute your mic and let us know when you want to answer.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you. Sunny, are you ready yet? I'd like to hear from Unicorn Nipples to the Taliban, actually, if they are around to answer the question.
You mean Luluka?
No.
Luluka?
No,
Wait, I still can't say her name. It's been
I
like
know.
how many months? Is it Luluka, Luluka? Like what?
I just go with Lulu, but it's Luluka, I think.
Lululemon, yeah.
I could actually, first of all, I wanted to say good morning, everybody. And
Good morning.
Good morning, Sunny.
what's up with young people not getting enough sleep?
Hey!
They're just rebellious, I guess, all the time.
Yeah, that'll only last so long. Okay, welcome, my fellow Americans. Here's my presidential report. So what I want to tell you today, everybody, is this is very important message for the peoples of Earth, all of mankind. So I want to tell you that we are all one. We are not separate.
Amen.
Every one of you is valuable. There are no borders. Don't believe those trying to divide you.
Don't be gay.
Love your neighbors as you love yourself. So bottom line is we can learn to help all of us rise together to create a better present.
Bravo.
Applause. Yes, definitely.
That was awesome. Thanks, Sunny.
Can I say something real quick?
President of what?
Sure.
First of all, that was beautiful. Second of all, it's nice, Damsel, it's nice to see you more active on like live stream. I saw you like last night before I went to bed at like, I think I went to bed at like 3 or 4 in the morning. Yeah. So like, it's really nice to hear your voice more, and I'm glad to see you on Precious Metals.
Oh, thanks. I've just been so busy with the move and trying to get the homestead started. So, and I don't have the best reception all the time. So, but today it's all good, and yesterday too. So, hitting it hard.
I wish I would trade my Wi-Fi for sleep.
I can understand that.
Anyway, Redford, sorry.
It's all good.
Fuck.
So is it Lulu, Louie, whatever her name is? She said not even to try her name. Could she put a phonetic spelling of her?
Is it Luluka, Luluka, Lulu, Lululemon?
Please? Just write it phonetically so
Lululemon.
it'll sound normal.
We'll just call her Lululemon, yeah, from now on.
Yeah, Lululemon. That weird
Not just a
athletic store I
brand.
thought was an ice cream place.
You thought that was an ice cream
Yes,
place?
I thought it was
That's
an ice cream place. I've never been inside. Who names an athletic apparel store Lululemon? That almost sounds like
the Canadians. Of course, the Canadians. Who
Wait,
else?
is it a Canadian store?
Yeah, out of BC. Yeah.
You Canadians
makes
are
sense.
weird. I don't want to
Yeah.
associate with
BC.
any of you. Screw
Especially
uniting
out of
the world
BC.
together. I'm dividing the Americans from the Canadians. I'm taking the blue pill. Screw this shit. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
They used to make really good athletic gear, though. I have a lot of their stuff, actually. It's expensive, though, but the quality used to be good. I don't know. It's gone
Yeah, they
down a
went down
bit.
after a while.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's a bunch of brands that have done that.
Yeah, they had that whole issue with their, I don't know, the president or whatever, the company they fired at one point.
That's what happens when the company tries to grow too quickly, because I've been noticing they've been opening a lot of locations in the US, and like they really don't need to, considering their marketing sucks so much. I thought they were an ice cream store. Seriously. Like that's why I don't want to go inside that.
Oh, I know.
Like-
They're everywhere. Even when I was in the UK, they were there.
They're
They're
growing
all
way too
over
quickly.
now.
Like
Yeah.
that's actually their problem. Like
And-
I'm running a SWOT analysis on them right now.
Well, and the price too, like it's the same. So say for like a hoodie here, it's like $100. In the UK, it was like £100. I'm like, that's like
insane.
Yeah, I'm like, that doesn't equate to anything. That's like, I'm not gonna buy that. That's crazy.
Right, there's also like shipping costs, but yeah.
No.
And like tariffs and international shit. I'm being too
Are they made out of cashmere?
No, they put silver. They put silver in their clothes now, so they get try to justify
So you don't
the high
smell.
prices.
So you don't
Yeah, so you
smell.
don't smell. Yeah.
So like is it like this weird in between where it's not Gucci but it's not Nike either?
I'd say it's probably, well, what would be like a higher here? I don't know if we have like a higher grade of like workout gear. Lululemon's pretty much pretty high end, I would say.
Okay, so it's like the Gucci of athletic apparel.
Yeah, I would say so.
No wonder I haven't heard of them. But like Gucci is 2 syllables and it sounds like Italian, like a sports car, right? Who's gonna be like, oh yeah, I got that Lululemon swag? Like, what's that? No, no one's gonna say that. The marketing is just horrible.
Oh, I know. And like the logo too. I remember when like they first came out and everybody's got these hoodies with like the infinity symbol on them. I'm like, what is this? Like, yeah, you're right. Their advertising is just garbage. Nobody knows what it is. It's really
The
silly.
infinity symbol.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm
What, you guys don't want to wear Lululemon and go around going, Lululemon is what I'm wearing today.
not gonna wear Lulasco. What the hell?
Hey, I had a Lululemon hoodie on yesterday and I was warm and it was cozy. It's all good.
Oh,
There's
so
a
you're
package, yeah.
so you're doing a paid sponsorship. I see how it is.
Are you getting
Agent.
kickbacks here? Gonna send you a free hoodie?
That would be nice. Oh man, that'd be sweet. But no.
Man, I
Agent.
should get a sponsorship.
Wait, you got a sponsorship?
No, I should. Sounds like you
Oh.
did.
No, I wish. That'd be cool. But no, I wouldn't want to actually partner with them. I don't think they're a very good company. I think they're
No, they're probably not.
They used to be, I think, when they first came out, right? As all companies try to be good, then they get greedy and
And now they're
whatever else.
Satan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Treat their workers bad, maybe.
Probably.
Their workers are, most of their workers are probably like customer service and like wherever they work in the B&M store. The people who actually make the products are probably in like Indonesia earning like $2 a day.
Yeah,
Let's be
that's what I
honest.
worry about. Yeah.
Wait, should I go
Especially with those
check
high
the
prices.
tag and we'll go see where it's made?
Yes. If it
Okay.
says
I'll
Vietnam
be right back.
or
Oh wait.
Indonesia, yeah.
Yeah, I'll see because usually I rip the tags off. I'll go check.
Blue Walker, are you able to talk though? We wanted to see if you wanted to answer the question. That's why we got on the Lululemon tangent. That's funny.
And we got Glada Marco. Anybody spoke to Glada Marco?
I don't think so.
Oh, that doesn't sound familiar.
It's China. It's made in China.
Oh, of course. Wow. That's high
Right?
quality.
Designed in Vancouver, made in China. How
Of course.
dare they? My goodness. What a disappointment.
I'm telling you, like the supply chains of high-end companies is not it's not even anywhere different. Like the low end
I
and
know.
high end all make it in the same countries.
Yeah,
Some
that's
14-year-old
Walmart.
who jumped out
It's
of
a
a
Walmart
window
brand.
probably made your clothes.
Yeah,
I'm not
no
even
different
kidding.
than Walmart.
Yeah.
Those poor Uyghur slaves. Oh my.
Like America's or like Walmart, it's so ironic. It's like considered like this bastion of American capitalism, this American store. Like and no, dude. Like you look at the supply chain, everything's made in China or made in Indonesia or made in India or made in Vietnam. And they're like 14-year-olds making these clothes that jump out of windows and earn very little. They earn $1,500 a year. Horrible working conditions, 6 days a week. Honestly, we take a lot of things for granted. And to answer the question, I would probably say, look at your neighbor and realize what you have that other people don't. Because we always think about what we don't have, and we're very selfish individuals. And we could learn a lot from collectivism and helping each other in need. However, that doesn't mean you should feel bad for caring about yourself, because think of an airplane situation. If you need an oxygen mask, you're instructed to help yourself first, then others. That's how it
Can't
should
help
be.
anybody else unless you first helped yourself. You can't love anybody else unless you love yourself.
Yep, exactly. Because if you don't have self-esteem, why would anyone respect you? That's one of the things I learned from this server. If I just go around saying, oh, I'm so stupid, oh, I'm so sorry, no one's going to respect me. So now I got to be confident and say, hey, screw all of you. I'm a great person who does great things. I have to play like this cocky character until I actually believe it.
That's okay because it actually works for you. But what I'm
It does
asking
work.
is, with the Globers, what's their excuse?
Well, they feel confident they feel confident because they're like battling the opposition in their heads. So they're like, yeah, I'm controlling and cracking down on misinformation and
Right,
I'm
but it's
contributing
feigned.
to science, but it's
But
like
it's feigned.
Right.
They're
It's
doing it.
sports
It's like
teams. They've taught everybody to pick their team and their side, and you have to defend it to the death to win. It's always about winning. I don't know if that's the good attitude they have. It's not about winning. It's about living. There's a difference.
Yep. Absolutely. So Glada isn't responding. I'm just trying to pick on some Globers, man.
Oh, it's
I just
Precious
got
Metal
here.
Takeover right now, actually.
Oh,
And
okay. Well,
Giga Chad, he's here to listen. Glada Marco didn't unmute their mic.
got it. Okay.
But actually, Giga Chad, did you want to answer the question? Do you have an answer yet? Maybe he's
No, I don't have any answers yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Flatman Can, are you there?
What up? What up?
How are you?
Pretty decent.
Good. Did you want to answer a question for today?
I didn't hear it.
That's okay. I'll ask it again. No problem. If you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And it can't be flat Earth.
Oh, jeez. Probably, I off the top of my head is to never let any injustice go unexposed or you know what I mean, addressed. Like, to ignore an injustice is to allow it to continue. So I guess that would be my speech would be about that. Don't
Very
ignore,
good.
you know what I mean? Don't ignore
Yeah.
the person in need or whatever. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for
You're welcome.
participating. What about North Star? Hey, North Star. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's the question?
So the question is, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be and why do you think it's important? And it can't be flat Earth.
It would be basically about moral standard and where it comes from, and natural affection. Basically, if it's survival of the fittest, why don't I just crush everyone around me and take what they have? What's wrong with that?
Wait, did you want to go into more detail about that?
Yeah, it would basically go back to a creator and a moral standard and where that comes from. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I agree 100%. I'm
Yes.
tracking with you, bro.
I have to agree as well because that is true. If it is natural selection only, there is no reason why you have to care about anyone but yourself. There really isn't. You can pick your morals, make it anything you want, and you could crush people if you felt like it, and have no remorse.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm too sensitive. I don't know if I could live like that. I care too much
Well, that's
about
because you have
people.
a moral base in your heart. You
Yeah.
feel it. You
Yeah.
do. You feel responsible. But if you really truly believe evolution and natural selection, what's stopping you from doing whatever benefits you the most? Because that's what natural selection is about. It's about the strongest surviving, no matter the cost.
That.
Isn't that an evil way to kind of live? I know it sounds awful. I'm
Well,
not
it
that way
is,
either.
and just like Darwinism and all that, but I mean, like the social Darwinism is different than what actually he was talking about. I'm not necessarily.
Well,
I mean,
what
it
do you
does
think the
happen with
eugenicism is
nature.
about?
Oh, I know,
What do
I
you think
know.
eugenicism is about? That's about the survival of the fittest, the absolute fittest, down to even breeding programs in their minds. So yeah, doesn't go away. If you don't have a moral standard and something to hold you responsible, even in just your heart, that there's something more.
What's your guys' favorite type of coffee?
Tea.
Oh, I see. I'm drinking tea right now. It's extra sweet
That's
pure
great.
leaf. I usually like non-alcoholic Kahlua coffee with sugar in it.
Non-alcoholic Kahlua coffee. So, like, I don't understand. Is that like actually a type of coffee you buy, or do you just buy a non-alcoholic Kahlua? I don't understand.
Yeah, Kahlua is from Hawaii.
I know, but I don't drink. I don't like. I didn't even know you could buy non-alcoholic Kahlua. Interesting.
Are you referring to like the International Lights where it's like Kahlua flavored coffee powder?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that. Thanks, Flatman. Thank you.
There is the Kahlua coffee you can buy from Hawaii, though. I used to have a coffee shop with my sister in Portland years and years ago. Actually, more than 20 years ago now. But espressos and all those things. But yeah, you can buy the Kahlua is actually a specific type of coffee grown in Hawaii. And then they make the alcohol out of it. And that powder is probably made from the same thing.
Blue is so delicious. I wish I could have a cup right now.
I like Lavazza.
I don't
You
even
got
know what that is.
Lavazza?
Mhm.
Avaazz. It's really good Italian coffee.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I have seen that in the store. I don't know if I've just actually seen advertisements or if we actually saw that around where I
Hey,
am.
are newcomers allowed to talk at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, who is that?
It's Window.
Hello, Window. Welcome to the server. Do you have questions about the Earth?
Welcome, Window.
I do have some questions about the Earth.
Perfect. You've come to the right place. What questions do you have?
Well, so most people in here, I assume, believe in flat Earth.
We don't believe it.
We know
It's
it.
not a belief.
Right, it's
Right? These
testable.
are
It's
things that
testable.
exactly. Perfect. Very good.
Yeah. I also was gonna ask, so do you think that if you walk all the way to the edge of Earth, you see the water fall off the edge, or is that a fake thing?
Well, that would be, I would say, something fake, right? Because we can't actually go. Who's claiming an edge, right? We're not claiming an edge.
Right. I was just wondering, what you thought, based upon the preconceived mental model of how the Earth worked. Like, if you went to the edge, what it actually look like?
Well,
Can I ask you a question?
we don't have a model, right? And
No.
then I can't physically, I don't have the means to go and explore the whole
Oh,
Earth,
I understand.
right?
I
So then
understand.
it would just be all speculation, and we're about facts and whatnot here, right?
No,
And I
that
believe,
makes sense.
Yeah.
and Damsel,
Hey,
I
Window.
think, wanted to say something.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Window?
Yeah, sure.
So, what do we know about water? What's required for water to have, I don't know, what do we know about water?
We know that it has three forms, so it can either be wet, like liquid,
Well,
gas,
I'm asking
or
about the
solid.
liquid form. I'm going to ask you to tell me, does water require containment to have a shape or a form?
No, it does not.
Oh, really? So
Maybe I'm
water
wrong.
can just,
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
yeah.
Okay, so
but
what do
think
you
about it.
think? But why would you make that claim then if you don't think water needs a container for its form? How would that work?
I wasn't so much commenting on my beliefs as I was just answering her question the best I could off the top of my head at the moment.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you for your honesty. We appreciate that here.
But raindrops fall to the ground where they end up in a container. They do not stay suspended in air forever, except for as in clouds. We're talking about liquid water here.
Gotcha,
So,
gotcha.
being very
North
specific.
Star, you're hot micing.
So Matthew Learns was
Thank
trying to
you.
say raindrops have no container, but that is a specific case where they will end up in a container of some sort on the ground, whether it be a lake, an ocean. So there's always a containment like a beach or the edge of a lake. So that's why we know that there probably is some kind of edge just deductively. With
But yeah,
reason that it's not flowing forever because it would run away and then you would have none left.
so just let me pose a question, maybe tickle your brain a bit. But if you were to fly a plane, a plane, you've seen the sky, we can all believe in plane. If you were to fly the plane all the way across the Earth, where do you think it would go? Where eventually would you see?
Can I just interject one thing? So when you came in, you asked about the water falling off the edge, right? So what does water do? Does it seek the lowest point and then find its level at rest? Is that what water does?
I think that sounds right. Is that not right?
Yeah, that's why it flows off the edge of something, right? If it's going
Right.
downhill. Okay. So if water seeks its level, right? Of course it has to be contained. Okay. So why would you think or why would you ask is the water flowing off the edge of the earth? If we know water has to be contained.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That actually make a lot of sense.
And then that's
Interesting.
gonna go into water seeking its level, right? And we're gonna talk about sea level, right? So is the sea level?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, is the sea level?
No.
And why not?
Cause
it's
wind make
constantly
waves. Wind make the waves. The harsh wind
right,
make the wave.
right. But it's constantly seeking level, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, when you go out on a calm morning and you can see the lake or you go out to the ocean, right? And it's not as windy. It's more or less level, right? Yeah, I kind of find it funny when people ask, if we go to the edge, would we see the water flowing off? If you pour water on the table and you're at the corner of the table, is it going to flow off? Yeah, of
That
course,
makes sense
because
to
that's
me.
what water does, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Window, if I may interject, since we're on the topic of water, I have a question for you as well. Since North Star opened
Of
up
course,
an
yeah.
opportunity.
Pose any question at will.
Awesome. I like your mindset a lot, actually. Glad
Me
to have
too.
you. So have you ever seen like a body of water, like a lake or something, and then
Yeah,
look
I used to
into
go fishing on my parent lake all the time, and it sure wasn't level because of the wind.
Oh, I was actually gonna ask a slightly different question. Have you ever looked down into the water and seen like a reflection?
Yes.
So, have you noticed was it like a really clear reflection? Was it like a muddy reflection, but still like kind of made out?
Yeah, I was still. Yeah.
Well, these are called specular reflection if it's very clear, or diffuse if it's kind of muddy. So, if you actually think about it, specular reflections prove FE because you can't have perfect reflections on a curved, smooth surface. They'll always be distorted or curved, and clouds also don't distort or curve. They're level, and they're constant. And I could actually post photos of this.
I would love to see the photo. Can I actually pose a question at you and North Star? North Star, I appreciate the question earlier. I was hoping to pose a question at you guys. If you were to take a plane and fly, and just go straight in one direction, what do you think would happen? Like what would happen? Where would it be infinite? Would you ever be able to reach the edge? Let's say you had unlimited gas. What would you see? If, in your opinion,
You think you could do that?
what would stop
Do
you?
you think that? Do you think it's possible?
To fly in one direction?
Well,
Yeah,
I
in one
suppose the
direction.
same
Do you
question
think it's
would have to be applied to the globe, right? I mean, if you flew one direction north until you went over the top of the North Pole, which is a reification fallacy, would you then start heading south?
No, you would go straight in the globe theory. But what I'm asking, if you fly
You can't go
parallel to the
straight on a
ground at
globe. Hold
approximately
on,
300 to
stop,
500 feet
wait,
above the ground,
troll. Hold
was that
on.
too much math for your small brain?
Hold on,
Just
hold
stop.
on,
Okay,
troll. Just
window.
relax.
Settle down.
Relax, bro. You can't fly straight
Listen,
on a
I
globe.
asked you a
It's
simple question.
impossible.
You can't relate it
Window.
to your
He's
own model.
trying
It
to
doesn't
ask.
even make
Can
any
you?
sense.
Window.
I'm
That
asking.
actually
Please.
doesn't even make sense.
Window.
That
Window.
doesn't.
Can you
You,
hear me
the amount of
talking?
logical
Can you
fallacies in
hear
what you're
me?
saying is
Hello.
on numerable. Yes, I can hear
Window.
you.
Hayden, stop talking.
So everything was cool when you first came in here, but then when I asked you if you flew north until you went over the pole, which is a reification fallacy, would you then start to go south? And you got all upset. Why so upset about going south after you crossed the pole? And can you fly straight on a globe? On a sphere, is it possible to fly in a straight line?
Now, window. This was a question. This is how conversations work. Can you answer? You can unmute.
Yes.
Perfect. Was that his answer?
I don't know.
Redford.
Yes.
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna give like a few seconds to let the situation kind of calm down. There's actually some announcements I was supposed to make at the start of Precious Metals.
No, you didn't even answer my question. I think you have a logical fallacy in your own. You have a bad mental model.
There we go.
You're making an awful lot of judgments.
Just
No,
take a minute window. We're gonna just break for a second, then we'll engage in the conversation again once everybody's
Yeah,
certain people have calmed down. Well,
I'm really sorry. I overslept. Shit. Okay, so there are some really important messages I do have to say, if that's fine.
yes, please.
So, couple of things, and this isn't specific to individuals. I promise it's not specific to individuals at all. So let me get my notes. I'm sorry, I'm really tired.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay, I got it. So, and this is not just to like silver specifically, this is like to all precious metals. So, so if there's like a raid, contact a moderator to do the check-ins, let the experts handle it. There's nothing wrong with this. I know we encourage like VC check-in, but if there's an actual raid, like 20 people joining at once, and like something like the Memulus raid, get a mod. It's okay to get a mod. Just get a mod, let the experts handle it. And also VC check-ins should really be quick. I said this a lot during like the VC check-in tutorials I did, but they should really only be like 2 to 3 minutes. 5 minutes is like the absolute maximum. Really keep it down to 2 to 3 minutes. You don't have to hit the nail on the head. Just, get to know them, 50-50 speaking time. Make it like a casual interview process, not interrogation. Like if people want to debate, we can keep it on live stream, truthfully. And another thing like that I think is really important to address. If people are like in the middle of a debate or discussion about flat Earth, please don't post like images that are unrelated to the topic being discussed. So those are like the 3 things I had to announce. I'm sorry, I should have announced it at the beginning, but I overslept. So thank you. I appreciate it. And now that we've had time to kind of like dial down the situation, window left. Shit.
Yeah, we could.
That's okay.
He apologized for his behavior, so we can. I'll ping him if he wants to come back.
When a window closes, another door opens.
Hey.
Oh shit, he left.
Yeah.
He left the server, dude.
Oh, he left the server?
Dude, I'm kind of sad because like I don't think he was a bad dude. I really don't, because he was really chill at the beginning. I don't think he's a bad dude. I'd love to have him back.
No, he's just bipolar. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Just kidding.
my dad has it, so like I kind of like feel awkward when people use it as a joke. But I'm not as
I was told I was bipolar too, so no worries.
Oh, yeah, I'm not like a
I don't believe it,
snowflake
but yeah.
I mean,
I can't even DM him. He has his DMs blocked. I'll have to add him as a friend. See if I can get him back.
yeah. Honestly, if we could get him back, that'd be great. I feel bad for and someone's knocking on your door.
Yeah. Well, I'll see if he accepts my friend request. All we can do. Do we have anybody else? That's Synapse. You have no roles. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, there is people in there waiting to check you in, and then you can join in the conversation if you'd like.
I like that name though, because the synapse is where the action happens.
And I think that's it. Tobek, are you there yet? I know you weren't earlier when I tried to call on you. Nope. All right. Well, hopefully Window, comes back and is
Yeah,
a
can I
little
say something about
less
that?
spirally. Yes, of course.
No, I just want to say it's never a personal attack when we question your logic. People don't get upset when we challenge your logic and come back with a response to your question that you didn't expect, with maybe even another question, or to challenge your perceptions of what your reality is. It's okay. It's
I'm back.
not personal. Don't take it personally. Then don't
think-
attack us back.
Yes. I think that's the main problem, right? I think we maybe have a better understanding of, it's the facts, it's not your feelings, we are better at not incorporating the two. However, I find most people, when you attack what their belief is, they think you're viciously attacking them, but it has nothing to do with them as a person. It's just their belief.
I don't even know
Make
you.
it a part
How
of
would
them.
I know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea who you are, and all I'm doing is challenging what you said. And so if you make a claim or you say something and I challenge it, that's not about you.
When I first encountered Flat Earth, it was all YouTube videos and I had no one to get mad at, but I was definitely emotional. So I totally understand it.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
It
that's the
is
other thing
hard.
too, right? They maybe don't understand it too. They think, we're attacking them. They get offended and run, quite literally, which is what we saw just happen, which is unfortunate. But I mean, in all, he wasn't being very respectful, but
It's just about the facts, man.
Not
It's
towards the
just
end.
about the facts.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
Yep.
it gets to be too much. And that's the thing. I think a lot of times they can't really come in and have that constructive conversation. And maybe some people don't realize what they're getting into when they come in here,
I think that's common. They really don't know what they're doing. They think we're stupid. They've already made an emotional judgment of us, and they come in with that judgment already displayed, and they think they can just do that. And it's the problem with being behind a keyboard and not realizing we're real people too. And we know you're real.
I agree.
We were there.
One of the main things is that I think the problem is that we're going against somebody's worldview, and people hold their own worldview higher than anything these days. And so when I go up to someone and I say, hey, the way you're thinking about stuff and doing stuff is for the most part flawed, someone's going to say, well, screw you, buddy. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of where they're coming from.
I couldn't be wrong. I could never be wrong about my ideas of where I've been and what I've done and what I'm participating in. Yeah, I've been through that, and it does cause a lot of anger. Well, it causes PTSD in your soldiers. I can tell you that for certain. So it's hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Got to let it go. Got to detach from those emotions, and just the facts are all that's important. It's not an emotional thing that we're doing here. Though it is emotional triggering, it will trigger your emotions.
Yep.
Oh, we have Ildiko. Ildiko, are you there? I haven't spoken to you and heard you in a long time.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I just came in recently, so I'm really not up to par on what's going on, what you're talking about and everything, so forgive me.
Oh, no. So on Saturdays, CI hosts and I co-host an event. We do Precious Metal Takeover. So that's when Silver, Gold Plus, we take over the live stream and we answer all the questions. And then we usually have a question that we ask people when there's nobody to speak to around about the Earth. So I was just wondering, did you want to answer our question today? I can ask it to you.
Oh, what is it?
So if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be? And then also if you can tell us why you think it's important, and it can't be flat Earth.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Interesting. Okay, so why do you think that's important, and how would the speech go on that?
Well, I'd have to write it on the spot, wouldn't I? So.
Yes. No pressure. No pressure at all.
Good Lord. So, every time I come on here, I don't know why I divert into it, but I feel that flat Earth and Bitcoin are probably the two greatest subjects of freedom and liberty for mankind, because they flat Earth because it's about our fundamental reality where we live, and the knowledge of that is crucial to freedom. But Bitcoin, because it represents a decentralized monetary system that will free the world from tyranny of central banking control. That's why I think it's important, because it will give people around the world equal rights to hold property, which is something they don't have right now. And there's so many aspects of it that speak to this level of decoupling from the systems of the world that have previously held everyone in captive, almost like a financial prison of sorts. And you know, it has so much negative news around it, negative information around it, that people are deterred from looking into it deeply. I just did it almost by accident, and I was absolutely incredibly startled, very much like those when someone comes across the flat Earth information and they're just sort of, their whole world is rocked. Well, it's the same thing when you really look into what the technology of Bitcoin can actually give to the world. And so I really feel that people ought to sort of put aside their prejudice and really look into the fundamentals of what this technology can offer the world. That's it.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
What about OK, I Surf 2? Are you there? I saw her lighting up, but I'm not sure if she's around. I don't know if, well, I don't think Unicorn Nipples is back. Who else? Effie Batman, are you there?
I wonder how
I don't think we've
Australia
heard from
is.
Batman in a long time.
No.
Yeah. Last time we've heard from him was on like one of the very first precious metals.
I think so, yeah. That's right. So I don't know if he's around. Otherwise, Ryan Dunn, are you there? Or Will Be Flat? You don't hear from you guys? Oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Will Be Flat, how are you?
Good.
Good. Did you want to answer the question? I can ask it for you today.
Yeah, I'd like to say that the way we state our orders to other people, not in a controlling type fashion, but the way we say things like to a little child, don't play in the street. We're stating it in the negative. What we really want the little kid to do is stay on the grass. And so how we phrase our statements to other people, it affects the unconscious mind to where you end up telling them to do the thing you don't want them to do. It's kind of the law of paradoxical intent. And I don't have a a 2-hour presentation on the subject, but that in a nutshell is something how we can help create or manifest the things we want to see by saying what we want and what not what we don't want, such as I don't want to not remember instead of I forgot or don't want to forget. I want to remember, so I tell myself things in a double negative sort of way. I don't, it's I want to not remember is something that I tell myself, so that the emphasis would be on the remembering and not the forgetting. And that's, in a nutshell, is what I think it's important for us to program our own brains to do things for what we want to see happen and not what we don't want. That's it.
I
That's
love
an
that.
awesome. Yeah, sorry, that's an awesome answer.
I was just going to say, yeah, that indeed, that's a very awesome answer. It's all about intention. And it seems I've watched some videos lately from channels I follow that have been saying something similar. So this seems to be a message that at least us woke folk are supposed to be hearing and listening and understanding. It's all about intention. If I don't want to get in a car wreck between here and work, I'm not going to say I'm not getting in a car wreck. I'm going to say I am safely arriving at work. And so the whole time I'm driving to work, I will say I'm safely or I've safely arrived at work. And then if I apply that to the macro, it's all about the don't play in the street thing. I love that. Don't say don't play in the street, but say do only play in the yard, right? And that's a much better way to say it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that's a really good reminder. And just, because our words are so powerful. They influence. So that's great. Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you so much, Will Be Flat. Glad. What about you?
Hi.
What's your
Sorry,
answer?
I butt in all the time. I talk too much.
No, that's fine. I want to hear your answer.
Well, I would say I want people to forgive themselves. Self-forgiveness and then forgiveness of others, but in that order. I think there's so much guilt and shame inside of everybody for one reason or another. And I'm no exception, but I try to practice forgiveness of myself, immediate forgiveness, right? And as long as I'm doing the next right thing in life, then it's easy for me to forgive myself, right? As long as I'm being honest and doing the next right thing. But even if in the past I haven't, or whatever it is, it's just like the thing that CI was talking about. With the oxygen mask on a plane, you can't help anybody else until you've helped yourself. It's the same thing with life. If I'm going to be part of a community, helping people out, as things come to more of a head in the future, either my family or my friends, or if it can only be just me trudging through and joining a different kind of path in the future, no matter what, I'm going to have to show up prepared, and I can't have any guilt or shame from the past. Whatever I did doesn't matter now. So I have to love and forgive myself so that I can be around others and love, and then I can love and forgive them as well. Most things people have done against me, in fact, I can't really think of something someone's done against me that actually I can't really forgive. A lot of stuff sucked, a lot of stuff wasn't good, right? But it's not something I can't forgive. Of course, everybody has a different story, and there are definitely unforgivable acts, right? And we know what those things are. Aside from those, man, I think if it's radical forgiveness for the sake of moving forward and progressing in an idea or in a community or something, to me that should be a focus, so that we can all look in the mirror and appreciate what we're seeing and not judge ourselves. because society tells us, dude, judge this person, that person, judge yourself, be judgy all the time, all over the place. And there's some good to that, though. It's not all bad, but the problem is you should be discerning, not judgmental. And there's a difference. And so if I'm not judging myself, I'm forgiving myself, right? If I'm not judging somebody else, I'm forgiving them. I'm more so just trying to meet them where they're at. So yeah, but to me, a lot of it starts with being able to forgive a little bit more easily and not judging ourselves as much as we do. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that that's part of just getting on in life. You kind of, I don't know, for myself, I see things from a different perspective, right? And I can be more understanding of people because we're all humans, right? We all make mistakes. We're driven by emotions and feelings. And, you know, it's like the whole, I don't know if anybody's heard of like Carl Jung and the shadow analogy of like holding down all the beach balls under the water, right? And one thing triggers you and everything just blows up. And then, you know, that person that exploded feels bad and guilt. And like, I mean, we're just all humans trying to figure life out. Everybody's carrying around stuff that they haven't dealt with that's happened to them. And yeah, if we can just be a little kinder, more understanding and forgiving, that's, I think, is the biggest thing. Because what's the point of not forgiving somebody? It just ends up hurting you, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I heard an analogy a while ago. It was not forgiving somebody or holding a grudge is like seeing a rat in the room and then you eating the rat poison thinking the rat's gonna die.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've heard different things
Very
like
true.
that.
Yeah. And I probably butchered it,
It's
but that's
toxic.
Yeah.
No, it's toxic to hold in anger over somebody that you can't change anyway. So even if they don't forgive you or let it, you know, are okay with you forgiving them, even if you don't ever tell them, you have to let things go. It'll eat you alive if you hold that stuff inside.
Yep. Yeah, making
well.
amends is for everybody involved, if not just for yourself. So if somebody wrongs me, you know, I'm going to forgive them, not just because I don't want them to carry the burden of a, you know, a minor mistake, or I don't, you know, hey, don't worry about it, and I appreciate you apologizing, but it's more so that I don't carry around the grudge against them. If I can forgive them, then for me, it helps me. It helps me move forward. Anyway, I don't want to keep going on it, but yeah. Thank you, damsel.
Belabor it. No. No.
Right,
And what does the scriptures even say? It says forgiving yourself so you can learn to forgive others. If you can't forgive yourself, how do you know to forgive somebody else? How can you even do it? So it's kind of important to do it for yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that was a really good answer. Thank you. Thank you for participating.
Sure.
Let's see who else. Old dude. I don't think you didn't get a chance to answer, did you? You said it was too easy, and then we changed the parameters of the question. Are you there?
Yeah, you went all sly on me and changed the question. I thought I was getting away with it. I actually thought I was getting away with the whole thing there. I thought, nah, she's missed me. She's not going to call me.
No, I remember. It took a while, but I got back to you. So, did you want to answer now?
Yes, I would love to. If I'm not allowed to talk about the flat Earth, I would try and talk to people about what they think they're here for, why we think that we're the what we class as the dominant race or you know, the prime animal on this Earth, why we think we're the ones that are in control of it and what we think we're doing here, and why we seem to have gone down this route of electing government and being under control. And isn't there another way? Couldn't we just be here to exist, survive, thrive, share in it equally, make sure there's no pain for anyone and everyone? And by the way, I've got physical evidence that that's the way it is. That's the way I would go with it.
I dig it.
Yeah, thank you. That was nice. Thanks, old dude. Appreciate it.
If I can get people talking about the state of reality without all the nonsense behind it, I've always found if you can get people to talk about what they think they are or what they think the point of it all is, you can get by all the science and stuff like that. And you often find that people want to sit down and have a cup of tea and extend a conversation with you, or go for a coffee even in the street when you haven't met someone. If you can get by all the who you think you are and who I think I am stuff, you can get to the heart of a conversation. But sometimes it's not so easy with everything that's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's true. It is hard for people, to put all that aside and just, be honest with themselves.
Some wisdom there.
Yeah, moving
See, I
forward.
like these answers, because then it's just like you think about it after, and it's like, yeah, that was a good one.
I'm glad you skipped him for a while.
Yeah,
I'm glad you remembered.
I know, me too. Well, thank you. Well, did you want to add anything else?
No, guys, thank you. It's nice to get the reassurance from you that you think I'm also on the right track. That's also the beautiful thing about precious metals, that it brings a level amongst us all, and we can all learn from the wisdom and the knowledge, irrelevant of age or who's learned what or who is who. No. So thank you, guys.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
my friend.
Aw, thank you. Thank you for always being here and supporting and just joining in. That's awesome.
I've got nowhere else to go. The creator pays me to do this, mate. Honestly, I'm not joking. I don't have any outgoings. I don't have any incomings. I don't have anything else to do but be here with you guys.
That's
We were supposed to all find each other for sure, because when shit starts to go down, there's going to need to be a group of elite thinkers and elite doers, if you know what I mean. Not the elite that we're used to, actually elite. Like, we think and feel a certain way so we can help usher in people to survive this next, whatever's coming. But what I think we should do is someone said it about intention. Don't talk about not playing in the street, but do talk about playing in the yard only. So moving forward, we're going to survive this and we're going to win. And that's all I'm going to say.
My intention is to have the truth no matter what it costs me. That's one of my intentions I've had for a number of years. And so that's what led me to here and other places that have given me truth, because it cost me something, but it wasn't worth it. So I kind of live that role daily, the truth no matter what it costs.
So Unicorn Nipples to the Taliban is ready to unmute and answer the question.
Yeah.
Are you there, Unicorn Nipples?
Just call her Lulu.
No, I need to start calling her by her name. Her proper screen name.
This Lululemon is her name.
I appreciate that. Hi,
Lululemon. How's it like making merchandise in China? Like Redford's sweater jacket.
So I heard half of your conversation about that, and I didn't even know that was the case. I also thought it was some type of food store.
Really? Yeah,
It does. It sounds
that's
like a
true,
food
because
store.
lemon, like it is a stupid thing. And even in here, like at the location or one of the locations in the mall here, it's just their logo. Like they don't even have the name on the store. Like they're weird with their marketing. I agree.
Weird marketing is bad marketing.
Yeah. Yep. I would say so. But unfortunately, they don't sell lemons there.
It's working for you though, so.
Wait, what? Are you calling me weird?
No, I'm talking about Redford. The marketing team has succeeded with her.
Yes.
I mean, she is Canadian, so she can't really think first. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, you know what? Okay, they did just re-elect the same. Well, I mean, we know it's all freaked out.
Yeah, it is a selection.
Anyway, they selected the same individual. Anyways, unicorn nipples. Would you like me to ask the
Oh
question
my.
again? Or do you remember what it is?
Yes, just refresh my memory, please.
Of course. So, if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be? And then if you could let us know why you think that's important, and it can't be flat Earth.
Right. So I missed half of, I guess, people's answers. I don't know if anybody answered about fear, not living in fear.
Oh, not really, but keep going.
Yeah. So basically, you should not be living afraid. A lot of people nowadays are literally walking around afraid of, the air. So just just relax. Things will work out. Don't uh, turn off your news. Don't listen to everything and believe everything that you see on TV, which probably 99% of it is fear mongering. So yeah, I would say that would be my speech, sort of. Just
No, that's
leave
awesome.
it up to the creator. You are here for a reason, and I mean, living afraid every day, I can't imagine, man. Just the stress of it.
Excellent answer. Love it. Love
Yeah.
it.
Thank you.
That was a really good answer. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining in. And
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think this is the first time I'm actually participating in precious metals.
Yeah, it
Treacherous?
is.
Wait, no.
Excellent.
I'm not gonna let you live that down. Precious metals? Get it right, Lululemon. It's precious metals. Or metals with a T.
What did I say?
You said pressurous metal.
It's all right.
Don't make fun of my
We live in a pressurized system. She's just making us.
We live in a
We'll go
society.
with that.
I apologize. Precious metal takeover.
There we go. There you go, Lululemon.
Excellent.
Thank
God.
you. Awesome. It's
Yeah.
always good to hear you. I hope you're doing well.
Thanks, I am.
Great answer, by the way. People are actually made sick by fear.
Oh, yes.
A lot of
that is
disease is caused
lot
by
of
fear.
Yep. That's exactly what I was just going to say.
That's what hypochondria does.
I do not know why my mic is picking up. Let me mute.
Okay.
I have a giant fan behind me.
Oh, that's what that was. Yeah.
I guess I have a big fan. I'm not
Very nice.
funny. I'm not funny.
Where's
Please cancel
Creation
me.
Bear with the
Where is Creation
soundboard? Oh, he's
Bear?
deafened.
Ah,
He
he's
can't.
deafened.
That would have been a good one for him, but good opportunity. Oh, what about Miguel? Miguel Sosa.
Yeah, I see him in chat. It'll be nice to hear his voice.
Yeah.
Miguel, I don't know if I've ever heard your voice.
Hello,
Miguel. Hey, Miguel. How are you?
Hello.
I'm from Portugal. So my answer is maybe NASA lies or government lie. That is my answer.
That is your
and talk
answer.
about that deeply. I think most people just went just go to work and do normal things, but most people want to have children and kids, but sometimes they need to wake up to who is in charge, who is in lying to us, to them, and most people don't know even that NASA lies, and I think they need to wake up. We need to finish NASA once for all. My opinion.
Awesome. Thank you,
Okay.
Miguel. Thank you for joining.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Absolutely great. That kind of gives me like a counter question in my head, if that's fine. Is there a difference between lying and deceiving?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
It's all not being honest. So
I think I actually disagree with you guys, which is interesting. We can have a
Well,
friendly.
give us a definition then. What's the difference that you think is there?
Well, this is just my opinion, but I feel like lying can be done without intent. Like you could lie to someone, or you could lie by not saying anything, but it's not exactly intentional. I think deceiving is on purpose though, because you're tricking people.
I can see that subtle difference.
Yeah, but if you're
It's not a big
still
difference, but it's like very slight.
It's the intention that matters.
Yep. And I feel like lying can be done without lying on purpose. Like people are dishonest.
It can only be
when they're
done out of
lying,
ignorance, though. It can only
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
what
Lying
would
can
be the
be
difference.
lying can be out of ignorance. I don't think deception can be though.
that's what. Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that's
So
probably true.
when you're lying, though, when you're lying, you're making a decision to not tell the truth or omit something, lying by omission. But it's still a decision to do something. Now, if I'm going to ignorantly talk about something I don't know about, and inadvertently probably obviously lie about a few things, that's not necessarily me choosing to lie to somebody, but it is irresponsible in that I'm talking about something I don't really know about, right? And that's dishonest in itself. But to stop rumpusing, I do agree that the intention is what matters. CI.
You're not rumpusing. Just monologuing. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, you're right.
Oh, no, you're not monologuing, dude. You're fine. Monologuing would be like 5, 10, 15 minutes of just you speaking, which I do sometimes. Just attend any silver meeting, rally, voice chat, whatever the hell I call them.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Isn't
You
that what you
don't
hold them for?
monologue, but
I overslept today. Sorry, guys. Don't attend them anyway, though. Oh, that's dark. I'm sorry.
that was. We'll go on to the Golden Lemur. Golden Lemur, are you
Yeah,
there?
Golden Lemur, what's up?
Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
I was going to say I agree a little bit with the lying thing because I know I have met narcissists that lie, but they believe their life so much they don't even know they're lying anymore. They really don't, and it's really bizarre. That's one of the things that keeps coming up to my mind is there are people that deceive themselves so much that they actually believe their own lies, and to them, when they're talking, they think they're telling the truth. They really do. It's crazy, but those are people that are really possessed too, in my opinion. So, the uncurable mental illness. At least that's what the professionals say.
Right. So, Golden Lemur, are you there?
I am, yeah.
Hey. So, would you like to answer our question for today? I can ask it for you. I know you just jumped in, and Sophia too, if you want to answer after, if you're there.
Sophia's here too?
Yeah,
Oh, we
she
gotta
just
talk to
jumped in.
both of them.
I know, right? Okay, so I'll ask the question. Golden Lemur can go first, then Sophia. If you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be? And also, why do you think it's important? And it can't be flat Earth,
It cannot be flat Earth.
right? Because that was too easy. We had to change it.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I suppose it would be something like learning how to discern what is true. I mean, you know, we live at a time, probably like always, when people are very ideological, so they take sides and they want to be a part of a particular group, but that doesn't always intersect with the truth. You know, that's a lot harder work. You know, it's very, very difficult to understand, to understand what the truth is. I mean, that's our job, understanding reality. Trying to understand what is the Earth like, or that's flat Earth. I can't talk about that, but it's really important, and I think it's a bigger thing than just flat Earth. So I don't know. That's what I think.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for participating. It's always nice to hear you.
Thank you.
What about you, Sophia?
I would say I'm not a good public speaker.
Doesn't matter. You're the best public speaker in this scenario, so you're good.
Actually,
Yeah, I'm just joking.
uh,
Yeah.
real quick, there are ways on how to work out effective communication. You should have heard me when I joined March of 2020. I was like, hi, like I was completely different back
remember.
then. Anyway, go ahead, Sophie. I'm sorry. I would like to hear what you have to say.
I think mine would be because I'm in healthcare. It would be something along the lines of most things that's wrong with you is because of what you eat. So fix that, and you're gonna fix pretty much everything else.
Ooh, I love
happen to
it.
agree.
That's great.
That would be good
Yeah.
education. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
so that's
people aren't
my.
consuming actual food, right? Cereal, different things.
Mhm.
Most things. That is interesting. Yeah, when I did change my diet quite drastically and go to like whole food, nothing packaged, I go to the grocery store and I go to like the produce section, and that's like it. And that's like the whole rest of the store is just like not even food. It's wild.
Yeah, I don't even go down those aisles anymore.
No, exactly. It's crazy. But
And
anyway,
it did
yeah, that
change
was
my
good.
life too. So, yeah.
What did you say, Raid? What
Nobody
was
asked
your
me. You know,
speech
we're
about?
at the end. We have 4 minutes before Sunny and Enoch plays out, and I wasn't asked, so I never gave an answer.
Well, let me
Oh.
be so bold as to ask you. So if
Do
you
it.
could give a speech.
Oh, jeez. Now I gotta think. I don't know. Like, I've been listening to everybody's answer, and a lot of them are really good. And I do tend to go with like the whole, like the words are important and how we speak to each other. And I think because of just how I am as a person, I would say I would probably like give a speech on like the power of like like your words have power, vibration, frequency, everything like that, and how important it is to be aware of just even like how your mood affects everything. And yeah, I guess that would be mine. That was not a very good speech, but that would be kind of the
Oh,
gist
that's
of it.
fantastic. Yeah, words mean things.
Yeah. And just
Now,
I
see,
think
if
to
you
be
take
aware.
everybody's answer, though, you take everybody's answer, including yours, that this has been a really good question. Can you put it all together? Holy moly.
Yeah, so shout out to Elijah Savvy. He helped a lot with the question. So thanks to him. It was a
Shout
really
out
good
to me
question.
oversleeping.
Yeah. See, good things happen.
No problem.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
glad to be of assistance.
Yeah,
What was his answer, though?
I don't know.
Did we find out?
No, he never answered. Elisha, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I can answer. So the speech would
Awesome.
be long, but what the speech would be about the kingdom of heaven. So the reason it's important is because we were created to be eternal, but obviously we've fallen far short of that. And what happens to our souls is, to me, the most important thing of all. So that would be the succinct way of putting it, but the speech would be long.
No, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for the question and for answering it. Appreciate it.
Like I said, you implement everybody's answer, it would be awesome. An awesome combination of a teaching. It would take a week, but it'd be great.
Well, since we all
I would
already
give-
agree with each other, that's a good start, huh?
Right. I would give some more context, though, because that was kind of a short version. It would be the kingdom of heaven that I'm referring to is what Messiah Yeshua was talking about while he was on earth. Just in case nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Thank
It
you.
is within you.
That's true. So it's 1:49. See, shall we hand it over? Is Sunny and Enoch around? You guys
Oh,
there?
I'm sorry. Was that socialist time?
Oh, sorry. Yes, communist. It's actually communist time, actually. But
It's
anyways.
2:50 business time. And it's three,
question?
4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7:50 tea time.
Tea time.
Before we go to Sunny and Enoch's outro, I just want to say thank you guys so much. I'm gonna type a speech in chat while they play. But mod Q&A and silver text at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, 2:30 Socialist time. So be sure to be there.
Is that today or is that
yes.
next week?
It's today. Mod Q&A. Be sure to go
I thought
there.
it was today, but then I thought I saw in your silver text. Didn't you put next week or something?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I was reading the dates wrong. Dang. Okay. Well, good to know.
Anyway, let's play the outro. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Well,
you.
is Sunny there? Sunny, are
Yeah,
you there?
I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, you guys. Okay, good. Take it away, guys. Thank you.
We were
Thank you, Rect.
in the room.
No problem. Thanks, but appreciate it.
Give us 1 second. Yow.
Can I ask something?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, Sasha? Go for it.
What is the question?
Oh, you want to answer the question?
I didn't hear the question.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. So if you were to present a speech to the whole world on something you think they needed to hear, what would it be? And it can't be flat
Okay.
Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to answer while they're setting
I
up?
have one. I have one in mind, very fast.
Perfect.
Let's stop to produce everything what is bad for the earth. Plastic stuff, detergent, everything what everything. Let's make green energy everywhere.
Ah. Yeah.
No,
Sounds good
not
to me.
green. Not
Harness
green
all that
energy.
energy. Yep.
Not green energy. In a sense, let's do it healthy. Let's not poison anymore.
Yep.
That's all.
That's awesome. No, thank you. Thank you for jumping in, Sasha. I appreciate it. Nice to hear you.
Excellent again. Another excellent one.
Exactly. All right. Take it away.
I don't know why I'm so nervous. I got like the goosebumps.
Enoch, do you know that one somewhere over the horizon?
I don't. Sorry.
It's not the song.
I'm joking, man.
I do. I mean, like.
I know that one.
There it is. I found it. Yes, I did. Sorry.
Okay, gotta know what you're doing.
Well, I was getting the capo.
That's fine.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, I don't know that song, dude. I can't. I'm sorry.
Something you know.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
You're doing fine.
I'm doing what? Okay. gotta shake this off.
Okay, one moment.
One moment.
We'll be right with you. The entertainment shall continue. Meanwhile, I'll just play.
Can we? I'm just sorry. Now we had so much time. Can you entertain him? Entertain him. Take it. I think it's cause let me talk this out real quick. I think it's cause I'm a little nervous, guys. That's all. I was talking to a friend and I got really excited. Also the coffee is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
You're good, man.
So
you are good. Take a deep breath and just play something for us. Say something for us.
Exactly what God said.
I just want to, yeah. I want to say what's on my mind, y'all, and share it with the world.
Perfect.
I stand before you to share with you the world today. The knowledge that we have is for you to share with everyone else. Oh, share with the whole world. You are not everyone else. They all need to know that the earth is in a glow. They all need to know that this earth is not a glow. They all need to know. Baby, let me take you by the hand, show you what you need to know. Let me express what that the earth's not a glow. It's still not the end, oh no. Ooh, still not the end, oh no, oh no.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was awesome. As always, thank you
Very
so much
good.
for joining us, you guys. C, are you there?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you all for attending Precious Metals. Sorry for oversleeping. I love this community. Hopefully people read what I wrote earlier.
I did.
I'll reference it again if anyone wants to see it. I put it in
I'll
chat
just
again.
copy and paste it right now for you.
No. It's okay. It's okay. You can reply to it if you want.
Okay, there we go.
Any final comments, questions, concerns?
Nope, that was really good.
Oh, sorry, I
See,
was
that was
reading what you're
good.
saying. I'll read it after. Yeah,
I
thank
read it.
you.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I agree.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good. Keep at it. Keep doing it.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
So before we first I want to hear Redford's thoughts.
Oh, I thought everything went really well today. Everybody participated and gave awesome answers. I really enjoyed listening to everybody's conversations today. So thanks everybody for participating.
Yeah, Redford, kick ass, become a pit bull. I love the beginning how you and Damsel just completely like deconstructed the person. Like, holy crap, you guys kicked ass at the beginning. And once again, sorry for oversleeping. I really do care about this. I've just not been getting
Oh,
enough sleep,
you
but-
don't.
We
We
think so
totally
badly of you,
understand.
really. You
There's
keep
something.
apologizing, and we will never forgive it.
All right,
I'll tell you what.
You know what?
If listen, see if you apologize one more time, then you'll have something to apologize for. You feel
That's
me?
right.
All right.
Exactly. Just
But
get
then
some
it's an
sleep.
infinite feedback loop. Anyway, actually, I do have another announcement. So, two very last things. First of all, look at Silver Text if you missed what I said at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern. There's three very important things for both silvers and golds I needed to write. So be sure to read that. Anyone who's here who doesn't attend the Silver Rally, excluding today because I overslept, be sure to attend Silver Rallies 30 minutes before Precious Metals. It's not like very important, but I would like it if people showed up. That way it's like an actual takeover. So like we all join the live stream at once. That's kind of the idea. That's why it's called a Precious Metal Takeover. And also moderator and admin Q&A in 25 minutes in Silver Voice Text. Be sure to be there. It's if you have any questions. So we have been told, I've heard from many of you guys that there's kind of like a disconnect between like mods or silvers or golds or whatever. I want to help repair that. So there's a moderator Q&A, 25 minutes in Silver Voice Text. This goes for silvers and golds. Golds are precious metals as well. Be sure to be there. Very important if you have any important questions or want to know more about the server. And that will last an hour until 4:30 Eastern. Okay? So with that being said, thank you all so much for this amazing precious metals. Enoch and Sunny, you absolutely killed it. Damsel, I love to hear more from you. You also held the fort pretty well. Redford Bear, you're gonna have to change your name to Red Fort Bear because you held the fort down pretty well.
Thank you.
Anyway, love you guys all. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be in Silver Voice Text waiting for the thing to start. If anyone wants to talk to me like about like things that, like maybe like server questions, etc. Things that we may not want on live stream. I don't know.
You forgot to mention Elisha. For the
Oh,
awesome
Elijah,
question.
right. Yeah, awesome question. I'm so sorry. I did not. I slept for a while. I didn't sleep well. Sorry. Elisha,
You're
amazing
good.
question. You helped out a lot.
Excellent question.
Excellent question. Thank you so much. That was
Yes, thank
a
you.
And
really good
lots of
question.
wisdom in the answers. I heard lots of wisdom.
Yeah, good answers.
I was honored to be
Yeah.
able to answer that question. It's a very good question.
Yeah,
it was fun. I enjoyed it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anyway, I'm gonna be in Silver Voice Text. Love you all. Take care. Amazing program. Keep it up. See you guys next week. And probably before that, because I'm gonna try and make an effort to attend live stream more often.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Thank you, C.
All right, man. So precious
Thank you,
metals.
Rex.
Sleep, though.
Yeah, Precious Metals is
Sleep,
now
sleep.
concluded. Thank you all for attending.
Sweet.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have Synops in the lobby. Well,
Synapse.
not the lobby. Yeah, I'm gonna mute him. I know people tell him to go to VC. I'm just gonna mute him. Hey, Synapse, you have control of your mic, bud. You there, bud? I heard you say hello.
I'm not an English speaker, so I can't really talk.
You say you can't talk right now?
But you say you're not a very good speaker? Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I mean, if you want to speak to us about anything, let us know, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And if you have any questions that you may not want to ask with your voice, then we're always looking at the voice text, the live stream voice text, and we're always posting there. So if you have a question that you want to ask there too, it's perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
All right. So we also have what's it? Nemo?
Yeah.
Hey, Nemo.
Just gonna call you Nemo. Nemo. That name is a nightmare.
Okay.
Oh, there they go. I mean,
So-
was it something I said?
I think it's the nightmare part, man.
You scared him off. You offended
Well,
him with
That
that
name was
comment.
offensive. So, I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you such a bully? Jeez.
I know. I need to get over myself, guys.
Sinas, let me ask you a question. What do you think of the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's the globe?
I cannot verify it, so I can't really say anything.
Good answer. That's a pretty good answer, actually.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
I mean, people have shown us images from space, but we can't really go there, so I don't think I can say anything about it.
All right. I happen to agree.
Yeah, I mean, have anybody ever presented measurements of the sphericity of the Earth? And the actual measurements that the Earth is a sphere? I mean, because they say it's a certain size, right? So at a certain point, it has to start, dipping away. I mean, if you think about it, you can't never use a sextant on a globe.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm guessing you're leaning more towards the flatter side.
I haven't really researched it enough, so I can't really say say anything right now. I'll spend more time here and try to read the channels. There are so many channels. Also watch the videos. After I'm done with them, I can say anything.
Sweet, sweet. I mean, your mic does come in a little muffled. I'm not sure if it's you're too close to it or.
Yeah, it's my headphone. It's very bad.
Okay, that sounds way better. Way better. I don't know what you did, but that you're actually. Yeah, I could understood. I was able to understand you. Sorry.
I didn't really do anything. Just normal setup.
But we do have Robert the Globe Earther here. We could change his name to Robert the Globe Earther.
Oh, Robert the Globetard.
How you went all there?
You guys know I just love checking in with you guys because I just like you guys a lot.
Did you ever figure out how to have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, gravity. Anyway,
That's a big problem, right? You know, that's a big problem.
hey, can I ask a question about Black Swan?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, I mean I've seen what you guys have presented for a Black Swan for the flat Earth. I was wondering, would a 24-hour sun in Antarctica be a Black Swan for our sun?
Is the sun visible 24 hours?
Yes. Well, I mean, if it is, would that be a Black Swan? I mean, because as from the way I understand the way things work, I'm just saying from my point of view, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would be impossible on a flat Earth. It could only be possible on a globe. Do you guys agree or no?
Where are
If
you
you
talking?
take the firmament into account on the sunlight in the southern hemisphere for 24 hours, you would have the sun passing you in the north, and then it would just be the coffee cup caustic, if you've ever looked that up, the sunlight reflecting off the firmament in the south, if that makes sense. That would be my counter to the 24-hour sun. You'd have to actually see the sun instead of just seeing the sunlight. You know what I mean?
Sure. So if I understand what you're saying the sun would traverse in front of you. If you were facing north, if you were able to travel as far south as you can go, and you turn around and you're looking north, the sun comes across you from the east and then north of you, and then goes to the side. But then it would be the reflection of the sun on the firmament that would actually go around behind you. If it were a 24-hour sun, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, look, Robert. Yeah, for one, this answer, I don't know if you. I mean, it's an all right answer, but honestly, when it comes to Antarctica, it still doesn't prove anything. What you're doing here is once again, you are trying to straw man or give a straw man model of the flat Earth. We don't have one, and then so you have this conception of the 8E map, and you're saying this is the flat Earth. Now, if this is it, I can disprove it this way, but we don't know that that's what the flat Earth is. The flat Earth is just a measurement of flatness everywhere that we look.
Absolutely, and you know what? I'm sorry if I can. Having more experience talking with you guys, I'm trying to be more careful with my words and how I present something, because I've had a lot of experience talking with you guys now, and now I'm starting to understand. Okay, let's forget about model. Let's forget about the map that most people would think about when thinking about a flat Earth. I understand if there is a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere, I understand that to be possible because of a globe Earth. What I would like to hear your guys' opinion. If that were to happen, how would that happen on a flat plane? And I'm completely forgetting the whole model and all that kind of stuff. It's just a thought experiment because that would.
I can address this.
Oh, sure, please.
So the question and the reasoning is faulty, which is why there's an issue with the question, right? Because whether you like it or not, whether you're invoking models or not, by using what happens in the sky to dictate whether or not the Earth is one shape or the other, that's unreasonable and illogical because it doesn't pertain, right?
Sure.
The level of the surface of Earth, or the nature of the surface of Earth is irrelevant to what's going on in the sky. It's mutually exclusive.
Okay.
So your idea that it would only work on a sphere doesn't line up because it's not relevant, right? One doesn't cause the other. So basically, the question is faulty, right? The reasoning is faulty. That's why you're able to come to the conclusion of it can only work on the ball, because you're assuming something. You're presuming that somehow what goes on in the sky can affect what we're on, but what we're on is determined independently, right?
Okay, I understand. I'll rephrase. How about this? If we, like you and I both, if we happen to be in the southern hemisphere and we see the sun go a 24-hour sun, I would look at that and go, "Oh, that makes sense," because that's how I understand it to be. Would you also say, "Oh, that makes perfect sense for us too," and this is why?
I wouldn't have to, because like I said, right, this is the point. It doesn't matter. It's a mutually exclusive observation. So the observation of the surface of Earth that it is measurably and observably flat or level, right? That's exclusive from the observation that we see in the sky. So when if we were both to see that together, we wouldn't come into the question of, oh, how does this affect what we understand about the surface of the Earth? It would just be like, oh, this is an interesting observation. What information do we have here, and what can we learn from it, or what can we investigate further?
Well, the thing is this.
That's what I was getting at before, right? By asking your question the way you asked it, and by saying that it makes sense to you because of a globe, you're conflating things that should not be conflated.
Right.
Because whether you can see the sky or not does not affect what you're standing on.
Okay. Unless something were to happen.
No. There's no unless. It's just this is just a fundamental first principle, right? What you see in the sky does not affect what you're standing on.
Okay.
That's not the first time we've told you that.
Well, and you know what?
Basically, what you have to do, if you're willing to do it, is to remove that kind of confused, coagulated thinking. You have to separate into first principles and what really, it's just basic critical thinking. If it doesn't follow, if it's not actually related, then you shouldn't really be asking those questions. If your intention is to actually gain understanding and gain actual knowledge. If that isn't your intention, then sure, keep asking silly questions. The problem is the foundation of where the question comes from. Because somebody can't answer a question properly if the question itself is fallacious or based on a confused perspective of reality.
Sure, I'm really trying to take my bias out of the. I am learning, okay, Just so you guys know, I mean, I'm not trying to keep making the same mistakes every time I ask questions. I'm
Yeah.
trying to take the bias out. That's why I was trying to be very careful about the way that I asked the question. But I guess what you're saying is just a bad question anyway. The whole thing is bad. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
look
because
the sun does.
the motive is always the sphere, right?
Well,
But
no,
if the
like I said,
motive-
like
but if-
no. Well,
But you
here's
don't
the
need
thing.
you don't need another question, right, to determine sphere. You just need to just go out and measure it. Yeah,
Okay.
you
Well, I
really
can't go. I
extreme
can't go out and
things like
measure it.
this. You do have to simplify your life. There's
Right.
no help in complicating it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
look,
can't
Robert,
I can't
I
go
can
out and
hear that you are trying to be careful about it and you are trying to learn, but it's not your fault. This is a common misconception that people have. It's been drilled into them since they were children that, all this can be explained this way, even though, they gave you that fallacious, faulty reasoning and drilled it into you. And so now it takes time to actually see through that and start asking the proper questions.
Okay. Well, I just want you guys to know that I'm not being purposely deceitful or anything. I've never tried to come in here and just troll you guys. I want you to know. If it sounds like I am, I do apologize because that's really.
No worries. Well, so what's the thing that stands out most so far that you've learned by coming here, Robert?
Oh well, a lot. Yeah, what you say does matter. The way you choose to ask a question matters because loaded questions are just that, loaded questions. I really got a really good education on begging the question. I noticed I was doing that a lot, even though I didn't I didn't think that I was doing like I you know what I mean. I wasn't doing like it intentionally, but then when I went back and I re-listened to our conversations, I was like, oh yeah, I mean, total like a loaded question I was asking. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get better at thinking before I speak, and because I mean, here's the thing: I'm trying to come up with something other than going out there with a tape measure and measuring the curve. I can't measure the curvature. Okay, I can't measure how big the Earth is. But what I can do is I can make observations. And I can say, well, I don't think that this would work if this were true. So
Well, let me stop you there. You again started with faulty reasoning. You said that you cannot measure the curvature. If it is indeed there, you definitely could measure it. You could. There's ways to do that. For example, the laser test that we've done. We went, searching for curve and didn't find any. And you could do this test yourself or try to come up with another test that you think would, be, better, whatever. But to just without even trying or without even coming up with a test, like just to say you can't do it and then looking at the sky to, to reify your already preconceived notions, conception, like that's faulty reasoning once again.
Sure. Now, the reason that I had brought up the 24-hour sun is because if I had gone down far south and I'm looking north and the sun does not do there is no 24-hour sun in the winter. I guess it would be our winter, the south summer. If there was no 24-hour sun, I would have to like, why is there no 24 hours? Because it should be. That's the prediction. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I predict there will be a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere during the summer months in the southern hemisphere. If there's not, okay.
Hang on a minute. So, how are you going to verify this? How are you going to verify How are you going to verify this 24-hour sun?
By taking a trip south, as far south.
You're going to go to the South Pole, are you?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Not to the actual like the barber pole. I'm just saying as far south as you can go, right? So even if it's just like they have what you call them. You can get a trip on a ship. They'll take you south to
Yeah,
the edge.
it takes you south, and you barely touch the tip of some iceberg somewhere, dude. You don't even know
Yeah,
where you're going.
but
You just
but
trust
the
them
thing, yeah.
to take you somewhere.
Well, I mean, that's why you have GPS, correct? And
Oh
as
my
long
God, brother.
yeah.
Doesn't work down there.
It's not
Oh,
well,
GPS
and even
doesn't
if
work
it
down
did
there.
work down there, no, you hold on. Even if it did, and I love that we're still playing the if game here, but let's go down this road and help you beg more questions. If you go down there, from what I found out, you don't necessarily circle Antarctica or even because that I guess that would take a while. But you just go down, you touch. They don't even let you get off the boats for $10,000 a person. What's the
Right.
fucking point?
Well, you'd be close enough that you would experience 24-hour sun.
Okay, great. So but hold on, I got a question. Are we there right now doing that, or is this just a hypothetical?
No, and that's what I'm saying. I want to go down there and do that.
Great. Do that, and
Well,
then we
go
can
ahead
talk
then.
about it.
Yeah,
Right.
get back to us.
Okay. All right.
All
But
right.
I want
Robert,
I want to take one of you with me though. Like,
No,
I'll
no,
take
you're
Robert,
right.
I sent you a video from a guy named Calbu Conspiracy. I want you to watch it, and then you need to ask yourself if that is absolutely true. Why would they make a fake video?
Okay, I'll watch it. Yeah,
Because the
definitely.
video I'm giving you isn't made by any flat earthers. It was made by the officials, supposedly in Antarctica. But why would they need to fake anything if it's real? That's
Yeah, I
one
mean-
thing you can ask yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube, a 24-hour sun from the Scott base there on Antarctica, and when I presented that, it was dismissed immediately as fake. So I don't know what else to do but go down there and do it myself.
But why would they have to fake it if it was real? That's what you need to ask yourself. Look at this videos that I linked for you and I sent to your DM and ask
Oh, you
yourself
said-
if it's
yeah.
real, why would they fake it? Why would they need to fake anything? And it's obvious that this is a manipulated video. It's very clear. And why would you do that if it was real?
Is it the
That's something you can ask yourself. Are you being lied to? And why would anybody then need to do that if it's true? So that's
You're-
something
you're
you can do.
your
It's
damsel
not
medic?
even. It's not even.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, I got your video. I can't watch it right now. I'm driving, but I'm almost
Yep, I know
done.
you
I'm
are a
almost
truck
done
driver.
the trip.
Yep, that's what
Yeah.
I sent it to your DMs for. Because I know you're not
Thank
watching
you.
the live
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, see, I drive from I pick up in Nogales, Arizona. I drive all the way to Washington D.C. and then all the way back again. That's true. I do that every week. It's a long trip. But yes, I got. You know what, guys? I've got like 4 days. I've got 4 or 5 days off, and I am definitely going to come back with some facts. I'm going to do some research.
Well,
Because this whole
try
trip that I've been
find the
doing is
radius
just basically just what I know or what I think I know, right? So I'm actually going to do some research and then come back with some, with some stuff.
Yeah, the whole thing with this 24-hour sun is kind of a moot point anyway, because you
Oh,
to
certainly
go
it
to
is.
go there
Certainly.
to go there and the way you framed the question, you've got a problem already, because you're saying
Okay,
you're going
so,
to a pole,
yeah,
but
a
you
20
haven't determined a pole in the first place. So you can't ask a question about a part of the Earth that you're framing in a way that
Well, I didn't say I was
hasn't actually been proved to be that way, right?
right.
So you have
didn't say I was
that's
going
what I said about first
to a
principles,
pole,
because if you then take it,
I
if you then take your question
was
back,
going to go as far south.
I think I overspoke you, but that's what I was talking about first principles, because if you take your question back to what you're actually asking, you're already asking based on the assumption that you're on a globe. So if you're going to actually ask a question about this observation, whether or not it's real and whether or not it has no relevance to what we're talking about. But if you were going to ask the question, the more correct way of asking it would be, this is an observation, what does it mean? That's the way you ask a question about an observation. If you're already presuming something ahead of time, it's a loaded question, and unless what you've loaded the question with is based on reality, then you're never going to get anywhere productive.
Okay, well, what about this? If I'm saying, okay, I'm making a prediction that if I were to go south in the summer months down there, I will see a 24-hour sun. I'm making a prediction. Now, what I need to go down and do is go down and observe it to see if my prediction is correct. If it's not correct, then I have a lot more work to do. If it is correct, then I've, in my, I guess I would say I have confirmed what I predicted. Would that be a more accurate way to put it?
It would still be fruitless, right? Because whether you like it or not, you're still hanging on to this imaginary sphere.
So what you're saying is a 24-hour sun doesn't matter either way.
Yes, because it's like what value is it talking about and trying to arrange the ceiling if you haven't built the foundations yet? You have to deal with the foundations first in everything. Otherwise, everything else you talk about is a myth. It's like you're setting up a business. Also, what are you talking about marketing and about your profit margins if you haven't even developed the business plan, if you haven't got your funds together, all the basic stuff, right? Just to kind of analogize it in some real world examples. So with everything you do, if you haven't got your foundation right, anything you talk about that's further down the line is going to be completely unproductive. Because the moment one little wind comes, you're just going to tumble over and fall. Go back to the base, right? The base is the surface. So determine what the surface is, and then you can entertain these other questions, and you might be able to get somewhere productive about, these different phenomena in the sky, because you have your foundation set firm.
So what you're saying is there's no need to look at anything else until I've explained or been able to measure the curvature. I shouldn't worry about anything. Like, don't look at anything else until I measure the curvature.
It's completely unproductive, right?
Yeah. So nothing else matters.
With anything in life, if you haven't got the basics done first, everything else is nonsense. You can get away with it for a while, but eventually you'll be found out. And it's not like someone's hunting you, but in terms of like, you don't even know how to tie your shoes. It's like, okay, well, congratulations, talking about stuff that's past tying shoe level. You haven't tied your shoes. You can't even leave the house, right? If you haven't learned to walk, you can't run.
Sure, but
it's because we're not dealing with fantasy, right? We're dealing with reality. So, and this is one of the tactics of what these guys have been doing with their propaganda, right? They've taken out the curiosity and of this wonderful creation that we live in, right? And they've answered all these questions, many of these questions which nobody asked in the first place, because nobody asked them what was falling from this make-believe planet, and then they go, oh, by the way, there's diamonds raining in some planet. Nobody asked them that, but they gave you an answer to that. But what they haven't done is they haven't actually answered the truth of the foundations. Just go back to foundations. Go back to determining how something is real, what is real. Then you can start going from there. I know I'm repeating myself, but you've been repeating yourself.
Oh no,
well.
I get. Yeah, no, I get
until
it.
Until you can unpick that, if at all possible, everything else really is just going to get you nowhere.
Yeah, and you talked about begging the question, which you are doing now, right? You beg the question: the Earth is a ball with a South Pole, and then when you go to that assumed South Pole, you see the sun move in a certain way, and then kind of confirming the consequence, right?
Well, I didn't say South Pole. I didn't say South Pole.
You said Antarctica. You said Antarctica.
Well, yeah. I said as far
so
south
that is
as I
begging
could
the
go.
question, right? It's begging the question.
Right. I said as far south as I could go. I was trying to be very careful not to say Antarctica.
It's not about being careful. It's the premise. It's the premise of your question. Right. You don't seem to understand that your whole question is a fallacy, and it doesn't give you anything. It's just another story you've been told. when you could actually measure the thing you're on and you're probably close to your location.
All right.
I'm on a ball. Thus the sun moves that way. The sun moves that way. Thus I'm on a ball, right? It's illogical.
Okay. All right. We'll just forget about that one.
Well, it's really down to like the guys are saying 3 things: the measurement of your Earth, the air pressure has to have containment, and you feel no spin. So how would you even confirm it? I mean, if you don't have those 3 things solidly, yes, I've got absolute evidence for any 3 of those. Your whole model is bunk. It's a story. And that's what he's talking about, the foundation. If you don't got that foundation confirmed, and it is actually falsified, like we've done, you're done. There is no ball. You can't have one. And you keep trying to find something out there that will somehow give you enough reassurance in your soul that we could be wrong. That's all you're looking for. You're looking for a feel-good answer. It's hard to lose your religion.
Well, I guess, on those narrow parameters, nobody could come in here and argue with you guys.
That's the point.
Exactly.
Because that's what is required for the model. It's absolutely required.
Was that your goal, right? Was that the goal?
Was it what, the goal?
Saying that we will reject everything?
No, that wasn't my goal.
Okay.
I was surprised to hear.
Because when you give the evidence, you give your story, and then we break it down for you, right? So it's not that we are ignoring it; we are addressing it, saying how it's fallacious, right? And then you give us, you tell us we reject everything. That's ridiculous, right?
I didn't say you reject everything. I mean,
Okay.
everything outside, everything
No, he didn't
outside.
say that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
the parameters, yeah.
Well, those are the base. That's that foundation he was talking about. That those 3 things. If not one of those can be confirmed, then how do you have what you are being told? How?
Right. You guys have 3 points, and if you can't argue those 3 points, there's no point in arguing. It's I got it.
We
Well,
just
your model
went
just can't
through your
exist.
Antarctica thing, right? We just went through it, right? And then we explained how it's fallacious. So
Okay. And
I
I
don't know
accepted
what you.
I accepted that, didn't I?
Okay, cool.
This is called pure logic. It's empirical. And you want empiricism if you're going to have knowledge. If you want belief, stick with what you're doing. Yeah, if you want to believe and have a religion and have a faith, go right ahead. But if you want something empirical and solid and know, this is what it takes. It takes that level of dedication to that much empiricism.
That's fine. I mean, I had a question that was answered. That's all I could ask for. Like I said, I've got 4 days off now, and I'm gonna work on those 3 points.
Yeah, and they aren't our points. We're falsifying what the globe claims. Globe claims that it has a curve. It claims that it is spinning, and it claims that it has air pressure without a container. So keep in mind, we're just falsifying your model.
Now, if I were to invoke gravity, then I have first.
Oh, I think we lost him for a minute.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Now we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going through some mountains. I'm sorry. So to be able to invoke gravity, I would need to prove gravity first. If I can't prove
No.
gravity, I can't invoke
You
it.
have to have a radius to have gravity even.
Oh, I mean that's not the point. I mean,
You have to have a sphere to have gravity, so you need a measurement of if there's even a sphere.
I'm just saying, if I wanted to use gravity, I would need to prove it first.
Well,
I can't just
absolutely, wouldn't you?
Right.
Why would you invoke something that's just a story again?
Well, I mean, because something
That you've been told that you haven't researched. Yeah. That's something you can't test.
it's going to be tricky. I feel the I mean, I've got very, very narrow margins to work. I'm going to try. I'm going to try my
Well, if you're
best.
building a building or if you're building a table, you have narrow parameters or it won't come out right. And that's the same with your model. Your model has very narrow parameters that we've falsified claims. And so you got nothing built the way they told you and doesn't come out in reality at all.
Yeah, I understand.
But you want to believe. So, that's the problem.
Already. Well, I have been schooled, and I'll leave the floor to you, and I will be back.
Well, have a good 4 days off. I've got to go to a meeting.
Oh, it's going to be so nice to get out of those stupid trucks. It's like driving around in a porta potty.
Yeah, I bet it feels good to stop for a bit. So have a pleasant drive and have a good time off and think about what people have actually said. People have spent a lot of time explaining this to you. So hopefully you got something. I hope you did.
This hasn't been lost on me, and I know. I mean, I get a lot of pushback saying that I'm not listening, and I really am. I mean, I think every time I have a conversation, it's a little bit better. I'm not all the way there yet. You have some patience. I've been in government school
All right.
all my life, so
People either, do their research or they won't. So it's up to you. The ball is in your court if you want the pun.
it certainly is. Thank you. Yeah, you guys have a great day. I'm going to pick up.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
You have to grind it. So
Yo, where's everybody at? Dolan.
Testing, testing.
Hey, what happened to your guys' Discord? Did you move? Did you move to another Discord?
Well, anybody there to talk about the globe Earth or the flat Earth? Any globers around? Let's see what you think about the flat Earth today. Or the globe Earth, or why do you think it's a globe Earth? Give me some reasons.
Well, where's everybody at? Time to sin here. Jesus died for you. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just got to go to the park quick, do some sports and stuff, but I'll be back just now again. Got to get some sunshine. Oh, what a loss.
Headset issues. I'm barely hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just got to go and get some sunshine quick, and I'll be back just now.
I'm going to try to rejoin. So I can't hear you at all.
Testing, testing, testing. Hello? Testing, testing. Any Globers out there want to talk about the flat Earth? Anyone want to talk about flat Earth, even if you're flat Earther already? Or level plane
Where is everybody?
person? I don't know. Maybe they're at the beach. Surfing.
What happened?
I don't know. Good question.
Do they go to a new Discord?
There might be something on. I don't know. I got no idea. Possible. Try Nathan Oakley's server. I don't know.
Wait, dude, did fucking Flat Earth get shut down?
I don't think so. No.
Well, I know it didn't, but what? Who are you? What's your name?
Jesus died for you.
Yeah, where is everybody?
I don't know. Good question.
That's why I'm asking. Did Flat Earth get straight up shut down, or what's going on?
Nah, just probably in the sun or doing something. I got to take a walk. I'm just going to go to the park quick. It's a couple of couple of minutes sun left. I'll be back just now.
Damn, where is everybody?
So I've yet to have seen a globe that can explain why when a helicopter flies above the Earth suddenly stops spinning. It just stands still for a while that helicopter hovers there. And then once the helicopter's landed already, then it just carries on spinning again. That's a funny Earth that does that. It just stops for a while, spinning while the helicopter hovers above the Earth, just stays stationary, and then starts moving again after. So I'd like to hear how that works. How a helicopter can just make the Earth stop moving for a while. That'll be nice to know. Of course, that's never going to happen because the Earth's actually still, doesn't spin. No spin at all. Sorry, guys. Game over. No spin on the flat Earth. Just a stationary, level-planed Earth. Hey, Master Chief, how you doing?
Chickadee check. Just died for you. Are you up in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I guess it's just us.
Yeah.
I think
I
the
gotta get. I just gotta.
this.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. You say you.
Oh no,
can't
I got to get a quick. I just got to go for a quick walk to the park because let's get. I don't want to miss the sun here, but I'll be back just now. But yeah, sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying. I mean, we're having a silver gold mod meeting and stuff. That's why nobody's in here. We're having a meeting, private meeting with, the silvers and golds and mods.
Ooh. Yeah, I would stay and talk a bit about Flat Earth, but I got to go quickly to the park, and I'll be back just now. If there's still no one here,
cool.
I'll start talking
Hey,
about.
well, let me ask you this. I mean, you messaged me about your
Oh no, I'm
about
cool.
the
I'm
YouTube chat. You good on the YouTube chat?
YouTube. I don't think anyone sees me there. I think.
That's
Can
what
you see me there?
I was asking you to type in there so I can get it fit.
I did type in there. Yeah.
Damn it! So I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure it out. I mean, yeah.
I know what happened. One of those mods, they put a funny setting on my thing. That's what they did. Because one of those mods.
I'll try. Like I said, like I messaged you, I said, man, I mean, YouTube has made it very difficult for me to unban people from the YouTube chat. That's why one of the reasons that I took the wrenches and all that kind of shit. Because when the moderators ban someone, it's very difficult for me to unban them. I have to go to like a prior video, go into live chat, and I have to find a video where they chatted in there and unban them from there instead of like in the settings. And it's like it's that's why I asked you how long ago was the last time you remember chatting in there.
It was many years ago.
Yeah. So I have to go find a video where I can see you in the live chat, and then I can unban you from there. So
The funny thing is, you can see me in the recordings, so that's tricky because you can actually see me in the recordings. You can't see me in the actual chat. It's weird. Weird setting they put in there.
Yeah,
because I watched the recordings and I saw myself in there, but it was weird because only in the recordings, but not in the actual chat. But I can see myself in the chat, but no one can see me in the chat.
Well, if I can't figure it out, then go ahead and create another YouTube channel, and then you can chat in there.
Probably.
I mean, you're welcome to chat in there, but I'll do the best I can to unban your,
I probably won't create a new YouTube channel though, because I don't like having too many YouTubes around.
I know. I have like 4, but I use only like 2 mainly because I just don't like.
Well, I'm having fun in VC, so it's not a big deal. I'm having fun there, but I mean, it's not a big deal. But it could be nice to go back to YouTube one day. I can still read it.
I mean, I want you to be able to type in there because shit, man. I mean, it's an open chat now, and I want you to be able to type in there. So I just want to make that.
Yeah, I don't know. It was one of those mods that banned me about 3 months ago. I can't remember which one it was.
Well, I'll keep looking for it, and I'll try to get you set back up.
Yeah, it's probably hard to find though. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, shit. I'm here all the time, so whatever. Well, I'm not here all the time, but the YouTube's up all the time.
Yeah.
So all the videos go. So I'll find you in there, and I'll figure it out.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back just now. Just got to take a run quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I feel like I've seen you before, Helier.
You probably have. I've been around the YouTube scene for several years.
Not YouTube. Maybe on a different server. I don't know. Name looks
familiar. I've been on several of those servers as well. Is this your first time here?
No, I've been here for like, I don't know, a week. Maybe. I don't know.
So, how did you find the server? What do you think about it?
I just typed, I think, Flat Earth, and this came up.
Well, and why are you looking for Flat Earth stuff?
I don't know. I was kind of bored, and I wanted to socialize.
Wait, so want to socialize with Flat Earthers? Hey, this isn't a trick question, by the way. Anyway.
Yeah, obviously.
So did you see some videos on YouTube about flat Earth and?
Oh yeah, I have.
and
I don't
stuff?
really believe a lot of it. There's a lot of like just conspiracy. Honestly, there's not much proof behind and not many people even wanting to go out of their way to get proofs of it.
Oh, cool. So you've been. How long have you been looking into like conspiracy topics or anything like that?
I don't know. A long time, I guess. Not relating to flat Earth.
You sound Australian. Are you in Australia?
Yeah.
We have a lot of Australians here, by the way. So you found our server because you were looking into prior conspiracies, and flat Earth would be one of the major ones, right? I guess. I don't know because
no,
I was
dude.
into conspiracies a
other
long time
things.
before flat Earth. And when I saw flat Earth, I was like, "That's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. I'm not going to take a look at it. Won't even bother with it." And 6 months later, I actually gave it a chance, and then here I am 5 years later.
I kind of believe in flat Earth. It's just other things like I find a lot of flat earthers go off on their own little wander into just the weirdest shit. Like, not to hate on them, but like there's some Tartarian thing or some shit. And I'm just like,
I don't think Tartaria is that weird. I mean, but
I don't know. It kind of goes against my religion, so I'm just over here like.
Well, which religion is that?
Christianity.
Oh,
what is Tartaria? What is that?
So they believe a long time ago that there used to be this group of people, or it's this area in the world above China, well, it included China. I don't know, but they're basically this very intelligent group of people, or civilization of people. They created like these amazing buildings, went around the world, had like crazy technology, and then all of a sudden they vanished, like the fucking like Aang from Avatar, pretty much, which doesn't really make sense. And then on top of that,
check this out. If you're a creationist, are you a creationist or are you
I don't know, I guess
Big Bang Theory or something? You know,
I don't really know what to believe, but like I don't know.
Well, yeah, sure. It's not necessarily about. Go ahead.
We don't necessarily believe in those things like all flat earthers. There's a couple of people who maybe there's a whole lot of people who believe that, but I don't definitely believe in any of that stuff. But I don't believe in anything that that's not basic fundamental stuff. I mean, there's some things that are interesting. Definitely, they might be interesting, but I definitely don't believe them until they could be true. They could not as well.
One of the things
I mean, I don't even believe the Enoch stuff. I don't even believe that book is. I think it's deception. That book. I'm against Enoch. I'm an anti-Enocher. So you'll see people talking about Enoch and like, oh, that's definitely true. But we don't all have that view. That's something that some people have one view, and we all just agree to disagree on certain things. But in terms of flat
I
Earth,
mean, Jesus died for you. Are you a Bible literalist in the fashion of like 6,000 years and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I'm a 6,000 year. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
6,000
well,
years.
I'm not,
Yeah.
but I I don't necessarily consider myself a Christian, but I think there's something else.
Yes.
As far as timeline goes, we can't determine history by
I'm a 6,000.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a 6,000.
I don't want to like make this guy change his mind about anything. I mean, apparently he's came across Tartaria information, which implies something further than 6,000 years. So anyway, go on.
I wouldn't put any. I mean, I've never heard of Tartaria, so I don't even know what it is. But it doesn't sound like anything that I would even consider worrying about personally. I can't even read the Book of Enoch because I just find it total garbage. Like when I just open it, just everything in it just says no. This is not on.
I have a question for Fluffy and Jesus Died.
Go on.
Is Is it against? I mean, is it okay if Adam and Eve ended up being scientists, like controlling the DNA of the animals and the breeding of the animals in the garden, which exponentially came out to the whole world?
I don't know what you're saying.
No, I don't believe in anything weird. Like there's no, I don't put any extra meanings into anything. I just take it as it is. They were in the garden. They had lots of animals. They looked after them.
Hey, check this out. To
They
atheists,
looked after
that's
them.
weird. To atheists, that's weird.
They looked after them. See, so that means something. Because like animals nowadays, they look after themselves. If we look after them, we actually probably hurt them in ways.
Well, I
You
mean,
know?
there's a lot of misconceptions about it. Like, it's been translated and I don't know, and then translated again. I mean, some people even don't even believe that it was an apple that Adam and Eve ate. I've never heard this, like that they looked after the animals. I'm pretty sure the animals would have looked after themselves. I don't.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah.
They said they were the quote unquote not masters, but in charge of the gardens, and they knew the trees and they knew the animals.
Yeah, and the
knew
biblical,
everything.
Godric, in the biblical record, God chose Adam to name the animals.
Well, he named them. I don't know if he looked after them. You're right. You might not have looked after them, but he did name them. But yeah, but I mean, when it comes to history of the flat Earth, I looked at who the guy who has that video. He published it. He's into the whole that weird guy that talks about Jesus getting married and stuff, and he's got that guy on his
Bro, I'm just sharing it. I'm sharing information. I'm not trying to convince anyone of this
But
idea.
it is interesting. It's
yeah, it
definitely
is
interesting.
very interesting. Yes,
Especially the
it's
moon
free
part and the
energy.
electricity.
I mean, you said you don't not familiar with Tartarian kind of stuff. This this is an introduction to that idea. Now, if you're like I used to be, like on the 6,000 year cycle, history of Earth, and I'm quite familiar with it. I'm not, and this isn't a biblical necessary. I mean, the Bible is definitely as far as a historical context and concepts, it definitely should be considered by anyone that is involved in this conversation.
I wouldn't consider the velocity of flat Earth correct personally, because it goes against everything in the Bible. But there's definitely things like the moon looks interesting. The way the shape of the Earth on the moon, that's very interesting. And also the other thing that I like is the electrostatic electricity on the buildings, and that's interesting. I mean, that is interesting.
Sure.
And the buildings that are lowered in the mud, that is interesting. There's definitely an aspect of the buildings being covered up by
Sure, it implies a flood, doesn't it?
Implies a flood, exactly. So there's definitely some interesting stuff in there that's really good to look at, and definitely about how they had the energy, the energy, how it worked, and things like that. That's interesting. The energy transmitters, and that's very interesting. Yep.
So you've already seen this?
Yeah, but not all of it. I think I saw bits and pieces.
Yeah, I haven't watched the whole thing either, but it's already been in my mind for years. So
No, but like I've heard some weird topics about it. Maybe like I don't know much about this energy transfer thing. I know like I've learned physics before, and I know that if there was something like that, the energy you would pull from it is like pretty much little to nothing.
Based on what?
Based on the technology that they were using. So what I was being told was that basically it's the voltage. So like every meter you get 100 volts, but the amperage of it is fucking minute. It's like nothing. Yeah, you may go up 100 volts every meter, but once you get like you're getting nothing out of it. When you convert it to say 12 volts or like to 240 volts, you get like 30 meters, you're getting,
but
like,
it's really more about
0.0001.
frequency than voltage and amperage. Frequency.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
frequency.
was also being told this, like, that pretty much every place somehow had a mudslide, and every place was coated in mud, and they dug out the places, and it's just like, that doesn't really make sense.
Okay, well then watch that video I just posted, and you'll figure out that they actually did dig this shit out, and a lot of these ancient buildings that they claim were built by people in the 1800s, they didn't build those places.
But maybe it was the flood. That's where the mud came. Because obviously, if you're going to have a lot of water for a long time, it could cause mud at the bottom, and the buildings could, it could cause that kind of issue with the buildings.
Well, but it's technology and the framework. They didn't have the technology. Why would these be monuments?
But also on top of that, like
if the people actually built them over the past 200 years.
They didn't build them over the past 200 years.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, look at North America. I mean, South America. I mean, there's these monuments exist, and the technology to build them was not available to people. According to modern history, right? The tools and the mindset and everything. These buildings already existed when these people came across this.
It isn't that hard to build stuff, though. Like,
it's not that hard to build.
Yeah.
Stuff. All right.
Yeah. Well, I even showed somebody recently, actually, because they're also on this topic. Over in, do you know the Panama Canal? Unless you want to believe that it was created, I guess, 400 years ago, and we just dug it out of the ground. But they've created these doors, like just basic doors for the Panama Canal, and guess how much they weigh? They weigh, I don't know if it's all the doors. I don't really have a direct stat. I mean, I could just be like just lying, I guess. But they weigh three
Panama
times.
Canal's great.
Yeah, it's huge. They weigh three times the Great Pyramid of Giza. Like to put that in like perspective, I mean, I don't know. Technology is pretty crazy, and like I don't know if your parents have ever said like, I feel like people were really hard workers back in the day. Like people today are like,
Yeah, we're lazy as hell.
we are. We won't dig shit. Like we wouldn't fucking use a shovel. We'd be like, no, wait until we get a digger in. And
Not
it's like, dude,
everybody,
the amount
but
of time.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm lazy. But yeah, but I'm not lazy at listening to information and
Yeah.
But the Panama Canal with the what do they call them? Where they let a ship come through and then they raise the water and then
floodgates. I think, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's not
No,
floodgates.
not
It's
floodgates. I don't know.
locks. Anyway, locks. That's what they call them, locks. And then they they'll bring a ship through, and it's the only way they can do it. But how about the Suez Canal? There's no locks in the Suez Canal. It's 100 miles long.
Yeah, the doors don't weigh more than the pyramids. The pyramids weigh several times, many more times the doors. But that, if you believe in evolution, you can't.
No, they
comprehend
do way
anything.
more. If you look it up.
No, they don't. No, you can't comprehend
What do you mean
simple
they don't
things.
weigh?
It's reading. Just look up your information. They don't weigh as much as the Great Pyramid. You got to learn how to read evolution.
Does make sense though. So
I mean, what's the comparison? I mean, the pyramids and
Not
the
even
locks
close. I
in
could just look
Panama.
them up. The pyramids, the pyramids
Who
are only
looked up
100
then?
times heavier. No big deal.
What do you mean it's 100
I saw
times
you
heavier?
in there, XO. I was like, I knew he was about to.
If you believe in evolution, you can't comprehend 1 + 1. It's that simple. Sorry.
Well, either way, I mean, what does that prove anything about evolution? I mean, history.
It proves it.
Really, I
I mean, I think that
the
people can build
locks
buildings.
in the Panama Canal. But I'm just
No, we
like,
didn't.
dude, have you
Well,
ever looked
honestly,
up? Have you ever looked up Suez Canal? It's over 100 miles long. There's no locks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's because it's flat water.
Yeah.
Okay, Fluffy, flat.
Yeah.
And you agree with us? Flat water.
Well, obviously the moon does, bring gravity.
The moon? Nobody said anything about the moon. I thought we were talking about canals.
How's that not like? I don't know. How's that hard to believe that there's a big canal that's deep enough? So
You
that
don't have to
even
believe it. You can actually go experience
tides-
it if you're a shipman.
Yeah. That's what it's meaning to you. Like, yeah. Wait, what were we speaking about? The Suez Canal?
No, you brought up the Panama Canal. I brought up Suez. Panama Canal has locks where, for ships to come through, they have to fill up the water and let them through. And then, Suez is not the same way. Suez Canal was built, dug out 100 miles long, and ships, there are no locks on the Suez. I'm going to post a time lapse. All right, so the Earth is flat. I'm just trying to figure out where you're at, Luffy.
I don't know what you're trying to mean by like the Suez Canal. Like, what are you trying to get at? I think the topic was like, that people. Honestly, I would feel like it's easier to build a building than it is to than to dig a building out of fucking.
You know what's really hard to do is create humans, and God did that. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I think humans that have been created by God have the ability to not be stupid and can build a building.
Yeah, God wouldn't make somebody stupid. So anyway.
Well, except for the evolutionists, that's God's
Well, that's not his fault. That's everybody else's fault. It's the stupid humans that they're trying. They're trying to make a world where everything happened on accident. They're trying to disprove that creation exists. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, worms have skin cells too, Helio, so we're the same. I don't know what to tell you.
Worms. Well, I mean, shit. I use worms many different ways. You can eat worms and actually survive.
Oh, that's cannibalism. You're eating your own ancestors. That's cannibalism.
Because you came from the ground. Well, actually, I mean, in the Bible, it says you came from the ground anyways. God used dirt to create you. So
correct. But worms were actually just advanced worms, to be technical.
Bro, you're just taking the piss.
Hey, we're taking the piss, but we're actually trying to make a point, But anyway,
can I say something else about the Tartarian? So, how I knew it for a while until you guys saying that they weren't built by religious people. But all these buildings that have crosses on them, they were like back in, I don't know when it was, fucking 1600s or even further back. There was only specific people that knew how to build certain types of buildings, like these religious buildings. That's why they have these little.
Yeah, everybody was stupid.
Yeah,
back
so this
then,
is what I've been told. No.
What about steeples? Do you know what a steeple is?
Well, they wanted a design, they wanted a good design. They don't want some I don't know, shithole. So
so now you just said you don't know. Right.
Obviously.
Where did the steeple come from? You know that? A steeple. I mean, a steeple is a little. When you go to a church, they have a big steeple on top of it. It's either 3-sided or 4-sided, depending on whoever built it. That's a steeple.
Yeah, I don't really have a clue.
But you've seen churches with these steeples on top, haven't you?
Yeah, obviously they're Christian design. They're religious design.
It's not. Yeah, they're religious, but they're not Christian in that
Catholic.
fashion.
Yeah, Catholic or Babylonian.
Well, Christian
Babylonian
includes Catholic, but even though Catholics are very different.
Sure.
Well, not very different, but they're
they're government religion. They're a government orchestrated religion to fool people into thinking it's Christianity.
How did this turn into this?
Well,
So
the Catholics originally were, Polycarp, and they were the guys who were discipled by the disciples. They had Athanasius, and then they had all those guys, and they had the Constantine. Now they did say some good things, Christian things, and they were genuine Christians, definitely. Nicene, there were genuine Christians there. But what the Christian church was then, and the Catholic church was then, and what it was later, they ended up killing a lot of the mystics, the mystical Christians, which I respect, they were burned to the stake, and they were put in jail and persecuted.
The Gnostics?
I'm talking about Francis of Assisi. He was accepted, and then the saints, they were pretty accepted. But
people like Michael Melonius. He was a really good Christian author in the Catholic Church, but he was I think he was killed for preaching heresy, whatever. But his stuff is solid, and well, I mean, it's not perfect. There's some works to earn your way to heaven kind of thing in there. A little bit of striving for your own, to try and climb up, hula hoops to try and earn your way to heaven.
Check this out, though. If we're going to talk about this, let's look at the origin of the steeple. You're going to find out. I mean, can you go to a church that has a steeple on top and worship God that way? You can if you're ignorant. And yeah. I mean, there's no reason to judge the believers in it. But if you have a steeple on top of your church, you're actually worshiping the wrong God.
Well, maybe they didn't take it too seriously, the building. Maybe just maybe they just happened to have
No,
fancy
they're
buildings
ignorant. They're ignorant. I'm
they didn't worship.
I'm gonna take heart that they're ignorant that they have a steeple. And
I mean,
what
we
that
have
means
nice buildings that are far better than those buildings nowadays. I mean, some of the churches nowadays are really fancy, and they might not have steeples, but they got really nice things inside that are maybe even better than steeples. So you could.
I don't even consider myself Christian anymore, but I know what the steeple means.
What's it mean?
It's a phallus.
What's that mean?
You don't know what a phallus is?
Is that bad?
No. It's a representation of a man. It's a penis. I mean, that's what a phallus is.
Phallic object, yes.
Yeah, it's phallic. Yeah.
Well, it's not really. It's kind of like pointy. I don't know if...
It's pointy. Well, I mean, that's what it is. It comes from Babylon. But anyway, Exo knows it. I mean, I don't want to take the whole freaking Roman and freaking even the Protestant religion down, but if you go into a building that has a phallus on top.
Isn't Protestant the normal religion of Christianity?
Yeah, well, if you go into any of these Roman or Protestant buildings that have a phallus on top, you're worshiping the phallus.
Well, it's just the building. I don't think they're worshiping the building.
I wouldn't, in my opinion, through everything that I've been through spiritually, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. The only thing I think is wrong is that if you worship it, it's really more of an understanding, a whole understanding. And Exo's going to freaking roast me on this one, but anyway. But he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so also, like, Australia is only 200 years old, and we definitely had the technology to build a lot of these buildings, but people were even saying that...
Shit, white people weren't even in there 200 years ago, so what are you talking about?
We've been here for over 200 years.
Bit
over.
All right, 300 years, maybe?
Oh. Less than 300. I think it might be... I don't know. I'll have to
Yeah, I told you, bro. Yeah, we know. Shit, how many years have white people been in the United States?
Like 800 or 400? I don't know.
Yeah, there were people from the Middle East in the in this area called the United States long before it was called the United States. They were called the Phoenicians. They were shipbuilders. They came over here. There's a lot of history that's been hidden from us, man. This whole world is not what they told you it is.
Yeah, obviously. But definitely some parts are, more believable.
So why would you support any thing that would imply that, oh, Earth is a globe, we're made from star matter from 4.5 billion years ago? I didn't say you did, but I'm just making a point since we're live streaming. Why would you come up with this? Why would you believe these freaking pseudoscientists that will just say, hey, Earth is this and this? it's really more political and a ideological and a religious warfare. It's a war of ideas, not anything to do with physical science. It's my opinion. You can freaking fight me all day about it, whatever.
Just to go back to what you were saying about churches, yeah, I don't think the shape of a building can make you a bad person or a good person. That's just some of this, they had Leonardo da Vinci making, drawing artist stuff on the walls and in the cathedrals and stuff. He was just an artist, he just wanted to make it nice, look nice. But I mean, I don't think it was exceptionally evil to make, to put art and construction and architecture into a church. That doesn't make you exceptionally evil or anything. It's just at that time, that's just how they felt like expressing themselves. You know what I mean? But yeah. So I don't think those cathedrals or anything are exceptionally evil or anything. But some of the people later did become evil, and they basically persecuted their own like real Christians amongst the Catholic Church, and people like there was all kinds of people that were persecuted by the actual church and murdered by the church and put in jail, like many different. The ones I like are all the ones that were persecuted by the Catholic Church. But Francis of Assisi, he was accepted by the church. There was a lot of good saints like St. Patrick. He was an awesome guy, and he was a part of the Catholic Church. But there's definitely nowadays there's definitely a lot of evil in the Vatican. It's all full of Satanism and devil worship. But it's not the same thing that was it. And then through the Dark Ages, it's been really bad. The Catholic Church has done a lot of bad atrocities against mankind and against Christians. So
hey,
there's been
you
a
know
lot
what?
of
Since I feel like you've actually studied some of this. You know what's really confusing to me is that the information available to the general populace.
I did a 30-hour course on this recently.
Hold on. And they claim to be spiritual people. They might even attend church with the steeple on top. They go into church and they're also members in their community. They go to city council, some of them, and they're like high in authority and everything. Are they actually aware of what we're saying now? Are they actually even interested in this topic?
Well, I don't think a lot of people, you can be part of, there's many different groups and stuff. And I just go by what Jesus did on the cross and his work on the cross. I don't think most people even understand what Jesus did on the cross. People that go to church, there's many people that go to church, they're in all kinds of beliefs, but I don't want to judge anyone, because that's also when you start judging, then it comes back to you. You point fingers and comes back to you as well. So, there's a lot of people in the church that don't really know God that well, but there are people in all denominations that do as well. So it depends really on different people. And there are political people that, like in presidents and stuff, that use the Bible and stuff. And even nowadays, there's people there's pastors telling people to get wadded, and they're totally deceived. But
wadded, right? So it's like, should you care or should you not care about someone that's saying, "Hey, I call bullshit on that"?
But you know what? I know some guys that are they're so radical with God. They do miracles like almost every day. They're doing miracles and stuff and doing radical stuff like that they wouldn't even believe if I told you.
Wait. Miracles. Where are the miracles happening?
I'm talking about like real stuff. I hang around with people that know that do these things like on a regular basis. And
where
the one guy, he said, for the sake of the gospel, I'm taking the just so I can get on the airplane and go around and preach and stuff, because I'm not even going to let anyone stop me from doing what I want to do. He'll be fine. I can tell you now, he won't be harmed at all, because he's walking in a different level of faith. The stuff he's seen in his meetings. If I had to tell you what the stuff that happens in his meetings,
a miracle happened to me. I saw that what they said about the globe.
Yeah, that's
completely false. That's a freaking miracle.
It is.
I knew, you know what? I grew up for 20 years. I think when did I find out? Totally figure it out. I think I was. Shit, I really, I'm embarrassed
It's a
about it.
miracle.
I mean, to be honest, I figured it out when I was 42 years old. But I totally didn't buy the bullshit of the media and everything like that. It took me a long time to figure it out. And when people will come
it is
with
also
action against people that are just questioning shit, it's like, oh, you don't believe the news? I mean, whatever, man. Dude, I questioned the news for a very long time, and actually, when the flat Earth came up, I was like, I'm not gonna take a look at this. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. It just cycles back down to everything that you've experienced. So
it does take a certain amount of just grasping things. I mean, basically, I got a good grasp on geometry, maths, all those kind of things. So for me, science, chemistry, all that stuff. So it's not a good, but a basic grasp. So I can see, also technical drawing, all that stuff. So for me, all these things that they show, the proofs and stuff, they really make sense. So that's what convinced me. I mean, I always read the Bible, but I didn't even see it in the Bible. So what really made me see it was the scientific facts. I mean, it's plain to see.
Well, to be honest, and from when I was a young man, and they tried to tell me this evolution nonsense, I was totally against it. And as a matter of fact, I went to church, a Catholic church, with my teacher, who was a basketball coach. And I actually talked to him and said, man, you're trying to teach me. That's not how God did it. I thought we were going to church, And so anyway, but I wasn't, in the Catholic Church, they don't necessarily encourage you to read the scriptures and understand it. Unless you're really committed, whatever. But if you're not Catholic, you don't necessarily know, that you're supposed to do that. But anyway, so when I graduated high school, I met some Protestants that were familiar with the Bible and said, hey, the Catholic Church is this, and that, which was just kind of an introduction to whatever. But but I've essentially always been a creationist. I never bought the evolution idea and age of the earth theory and all that kind of stuff. So it's like so when I saw flat earth, I thought it was the dumbest shit, even though I never believed in the evolution shit. So and the age of the earth and 14.5 or 14.5 billion years and all that kind of shit, or 4.5 billion years. Never believed it. So it's not like I'm some fool on this topic, Cause the fool on the hill sees the sun go, and the eyes in his head.
I had some influence to show me that the people that did the carbon dating, they totally disproved the carbon dating thing as a total hoax. And
yeah, I'm quite aware of that.
There's nothing true about it. It's a complete hoax, completely to the core. I was telling someone the other day about it, how it's a total hoax, and they didn't believe me, but
No, it
I was
doesn't
trying
really
to
make sense
tell
though
them.
if you think about it, because how are you going to compare it to anything? You can't really just see that some object is this old. What the fuck are you comparing?
You can take a modern dead animal, take two different things, send them to two different laboratories. They'll give you, two different ideas. Dates of when it died, and motherfucker died yesterday.
Yeah, they were taking
like 10,000 years.
Yeah, they were taking like every night. Okay, the temperature changes right twice. For each of those temperature changes, they were saying 1 year. So they would take basically saying 1 day is 2 years, and they would just make it anything or make it.
Well, I mean, and carbon
whatever they do.
14. Well, it's carbon 14 is a radioactive ion, right? In the thing. There's no way I'm going to be able to go through the whole radioactive
atom. Or
So how are you guys doing?
radioactive ion, and this is supposed to tell age. Admittedly, in the quote unquote science, it's only accurate up to 32,000 years in their science. So it's really not active. It's not really a measure of anything, especially when you take samples from the same source and then review them in two different laboratories, and they come up
believe a word of it.
Wildly different freaking time frames.
I don't believe a word of it. I think it's all a lot of nonsense, personally.
It is. It's complete bullshit. And that's just carbon dating. If you get into radiometric dating, that's been proven false through different methods as well. So,
yeah, I don't think there's anything that they got there that they can even bring forward. So the bottom line is, you got people just making up stuff, and all those bones that they got, they were all falsified. There were scientists that proved that they made up all those stories about all those bones that they found and dinosaurs and all this nonsense. It was all just a big hoax, and it was just people trying to make money.
How are fossils formed?
Which fossils?
Any fossil of a living organic. It could be a tree, it could be a man, or it could be an animal. How are fossils formed?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they observed them, or yeah, I'm not sure.
I do know. It's rapid burial. If something dies on the surface of Earth, more than likely their flesh will decay or will be eaten by another animal. Their bones will eventually turn to dust. The only way that a fossil is formed is when it is rapidly buried with earth. And then it's remineralized. That's how fossils are formed. So every single fossil, it was rapidly buried. And it has nothing to do with how old or young Earth is.
And that's that's even if it wasn't falsified. We don't even know if those things were falsified because we weren't there.
Hey, I'll tell you what though. Throughout human history, when you look at the Polaris and the constellations, you can go through recorded human history and understand that it's always been the same way. We don't have to fucking make up some stuff about human history. Throughout human history, throughout the continents, we know that the sun, moon, and stars move through the same patterns on a yearly basis. Whether or not you base it on the sun or the moon, it's still a concentrical pattern. There's no reason to actually think that Earth was never something else and it came from 4.5 billion years ago. That's freaking insane. So yeah. And a lot of people don't want to talk about that.
I didn't even believe in dinosaurs at all.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't even believe that dinosaurs exist at all. I don't believe in anything to do with dinosaurs.
I don't think dinosaurs.
I think there was a thing called Leviathan. I don't know what it was, but because that speaks
it was
about
a
that.
big ass fish.
I don't know what it was, but it could have been some kind of, sounded like some kind of fire-breathing armored
Big
thing.
ass
It could have been
lizard.
some, I don't know what it
Yeah,
was.
it was a
Yeah,
big
some
ass
kind of lizard or
lizard.
something. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it was. But apart from that, I don't think there's anything else. I think it's all a lot of nonsense. All the dinosaur. I heard there was lots of books written that they were all falsified. The whole dinosaur thing is a big fake.
Well, that's like, I mean, like pterodactyl. There's no evidence for a goddamn
Nonsense.
pterodactyl.
Total nonsense. Yeah, just made up stuff. Yeah.
Pardon
The
my
guy took the horse, filed it down, filed a few bones down. You know, try to get rich, try to make up a story. And everyone believed.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, people have become so greedy nowadays. Like,
It's all about
I
money.
mean, people have kind of always been
They'll
greedy.
sell their grandmother. They'll sell their grandmother to slavery and to death.
Are you guys gonna? I mean, should we do anything about it? You know, I feel like everyone's kind of.
We're doing it now. I mean, to be honest, if you went out on the streets and, I mean, look what's happening there in Australia. Goddamn, people are trying to say. I don't know if they, talk to people like us, but they're like, people in Australia are really pissed off about this. Reckon.
It is really bad at the moment. There's some really. I don't know if you've seen the stuff happening there. It's really bad. Yeah.
Wait, what's happening here?
In Australia.
What?
Oh man.
Are you talking about? Well, you might not live near Sydney or.
You don't know what's happening in Australia? There's some really bad stuff happening there.
No, it's not bad. It's good, but at the same time, people get hurt. The cops,
yeah,
and the other. It's just
the
like
people
the
not
cops.
wanting vaccines or whatever.
Well, I mean, why would they want a vaccine?
Yeah,
they're
no, I
all
mean,
just standing in the streets. It's like, I ain't sick, motherfucker. What the fuck you got on me?
Yeah, you know what's stupid though is like why other countries? Why are you guys talking about like fucking Sydney? Like other countries are making it mandatory to leave your home. You have to take the fucking vaccine. It's not that bad here. People just don't want to take it. Just like
Why should you? Why should?
Yeah, no, there's no point to. Unless you're
Okay.
like 50,
Well,
I guess, like,
that's why they were getting in trouble. They were walking around outside.
Unless-
They're not allowed to walk.
Hold on. Unless you're what?
because they're in lockdown.
What?
Unless you're over 50, and then I don't know. I
Oh,
guess it's,
then
like,
you should
risk
take
if
it
you
if
want.
you're over 50. Is
Well,
that
it's a
your
risk.
opinion?
It's like, I don't know. I like obviously I didn't create this fucking vaccine.
You obviously didn't. You obviously didn't do your homework yet, though.
Hey,
you
I'm going to
obviously
tell
haven't-
you. I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm going to whisper it, even though we're live stream. This vaccine existed long before this pandemic.
Really?
Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
When did it get created?
Years and years before.
Is there proof? I'll look it up.
Yes, I can send you. I mean, this isn't the platform for it, but I just let you in on a secret. You look it up.
This was planned many, many years ago. All the stuff that's happening right now, it's planned step by step, every step of the way. Yep.
Well, I mean,
all planned.
Pfizer, they're like the biggest criminal organization in the world.
Well, they
Yeah,
have
so
graphene.
you do kind of know. You do kind of know about these.
Well, the head of Pfizer won't take it. He's not going to take it. The head of Pfizer.
Wait, really?
They said he did later, but he stated that he's not taking it, and then later he said he did, but I don't believe he did. They all say they do, but they just get the saline shot. Saline will do nothing to you.
Well, he's
I
probably
knew
not
about
stupid. He knows that there's no point.
9/11 was going to happen when they built the buildings 33 years before.
But if you know what's inside,
call me a dick.
You will say no. I know what's inside.
It says here. What the fuck?
It's weird that people will take something that they don't even know what it is. That's the weird thing. That I can't understand.
Not only take it, but enthusiastically support it.
Wait, who sent
Oh
me
yeah,
this?
those people are scary.
Who the hell sent me this? What the fuck?
And they don't even know that it's actually increasing their risks by 16 times and 13 times for certain things, and certain cancers, and for certain other things 16 times to get sick, and all kinds of other things. So it's actually making things worse.
Well, yeah, it's like filled with graphite.
What?
It's not filled with graphite. Hey, Crux Bear, have you been
Graphene-
VC verified yet?
Graphene oxide.
I have been VC verified. I've been here before.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it on your thing.
Nice to meet you. Hello.
Nice to meet you too. Are you new to the
Graphene
server?
oxide.
I kind of want a documentation. You gave me a video.
Of what?
I was talking about obvious, obvious it be.
Well, graphene oxide's in everything nowadays. It's in the chemtrails, it's in the food. It's coming from every side. It's very poisonous. They knew about graphene oxide for ages.
Hey, Jesus died for you. Do you have any good citations for that?
Beforeitsnews.com. Shoot.com.
Those are just two websites. I'm asking if you have like
The videos are there. You can look them up. They got videos, tons of videos on all their subjects. The videos themselves, I got links here. But where do you want me to post them in direct chat or what?
you can DM me if you want. Be great.
Yeah, sure. I got some good videos. Yeah, sure.
I know there's some decent evidence for the for it being in the juice. I just didn't know anything about food supply or anything like that.
You know, I've seen a couple of videos where they talk about how like harmonics from like the 5G can make the graphite like do stuff.
Well, it's not really graphite. Graphite's a different compound.
It's graphene oxide. It's totally different to graphene or graphite. It's completely different substance. Graphene oxide is a totally separate thing. That's how they confuse you, because they give you all the wrong names. But the actual name for it is graphene oxide. It's highly poisonous, and it's highly transmittable for 5G. Basically turns you into a living antenna.
So yeah, if it's an antenna type situation, right? I'll entertain that thought for a minute. What would be the in order for you to basically resolve any type of signal or anything like that from an antenna. An antenna is just one component, right? So like I can have a television antenna, but if I don't have a television that's programmed correctly in order to take that signal and actually transpose that signal into something usable, right? Same with a radio. Like radio signals are all over the place. And I can have a radio antenna, but if I don't have any other components other than the radio antenna, the antenna is basically useless. So I guess my question would be, if this substance is a antenna or could be used as an antenna, what other components come into play in order for the antenna to be useful?
Tiny little microchips that you can't even, they're so small.
Yeah, I mean, it's feasible, could be plausible, but we still lack quite a bit of evidence in order to necessarily go down that route, right? Like, this is highly speculative.
Well, I've seen people walk into a shop and their name comes up on the TV in the shop.
Yeah, I mean, that could be something as simple as facial recognition. Or an association with a cell phone that's got Bluetooth turned on, right?
I don't know, I've heard quite a few stories like things like that.
Right, but correlation is not necessarily causation.
Check
right? So we're
this
looking-
out. Check this out, man. You are a product. Believe it or not.
100%. Our data is more valuable than oil or gold. Your individual personal data.
Now, and it's hard to explain this to people because they don't want to believe it, but you are a product. You know, in this modern system. You know, you can believe it or not, but you remember the old Ripley's Believe It or Not TV show, and they have like a museum. And this humans are a product of the entire system. So, yeah, you can roll with it, or you can.
So I
can
definitely
be
hear what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying, Helio, and
Yeah.
like
Go ahead.
I agree to an extent, because I don't believe our bodies necessarily are a product of the system. They can be, right, based on like things that have been implemented.
No,
into
it's your
food supply
mind.
and our air.
It's your body is
Right.
not the product. Your
The
mind
body
is
is
the product.
not, but your mind and your actions are the product, right? Like them being able to get you to perform certain actions is very valuable.
Yeah.
Like the power behind marketing and
It's
things like that.
Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna. I use social media a lot, and I can even think about something that I want to have. Shit's gonna show up on Facebook. They
Right, like
follow
stuff
my
you know
behaviors. They market things to me that I never said or
Right,
looked
you-
for.
you've
They
thought
already know
about-
what I want. Yeah.
And they do that based off pattern recognition, which is why like your activity online and that information and that data, and now coupled with the wearable devices like Apple Watches and things like that, where not only do they know your heart rate throughout the day, they know when your heart rate increases and what you're looking at on your phone when it does. Right? Like they can link that information. That's highly valuable information to know if you're wanting to, one, sell things to people, or two, control a population.
I don't know why this song came in my head. I know this much is true. I know this this much is true.
And we're going down this slippery slope of where right now, for the most part, like devices that are gathering data and information off of us are mainly just our cell phones, possibly our televisions as well, obviously. And right now,
maybe the J word, right?
Right. But I'm saying, like, as far as the things around us, and we're moving towards your refrigerator having that capability to get data on you, your coffee maker, your thermostat, like all of this information, all of this data. At what point do people put their foot down and be like, nope?
Yeah, I was watching a video earlier on Facebook of some British guy talking before the UN, saying exactly what you're saying, that all the smart tech will completely track and manipulate you, and it's all marketing, and people will just flow to it. And it's not the first time it's been described, because it's already been prescribed for us, and it's already been described in the Bible, which I wasn't denigrating earlier, but I'm just saying this isn't the end times, in my opinion. I think it's the beginning of the end of that bullshit. There's going to be a lot of deaths attributed to how we're going to fight against this. But yeah, I mean, it's like some people unplug from social media, but some people that are truthers will actually utilize it to try to get people's focus off of like the mainstream media. Mainstream media is that's the tool against humanity. And so I can only watch fucking Fox News or CNN for like 5 minutes, and I feel like I'm gonna get sick.
I used to listen to Flowbot's album Fights with Tools for a while, and I used to relish the fact that I'm using their tools against them. And my first flat earth debates were on Facebook, in the text chat, just like hours of texting, citing sources, and like schooling people.
But they can't learn. I mean, they're incapable of learning, aren't they?
Well, one of the guys that I was debating, he was like telling all of his friends, like, look at this flat earth retard. Like, he thinks, the earth is flat and he has the power to vote. And I'm like, your dumbass thinks that your vote counts. So now after this last presidential election, I bet he's scratching his head going, damn it, that blows right.
He might be like, yeah, we won. Joe Biden's president. What?
So
no, he was a Trumpster.
So that's a good point, Hank, like using the technology against him. But I also look at it from this standpoint as well.
I honestly thought Trump was going to win the second term, but and he should have, but it must have been manipulated, because there's no way that Biden could have been elected. Anyway, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say Hank was making a good point there about the using the tool against them type thing, and I agree with that, but I also see another side of that where it becomes, at least in my mind, like a chicken or an egg type thing, but not even the chicken or the egg. Like we've got this technology, and is what we're experiencing right now a symptom of that?
Yeah.
Technology, right? Did the technology come first to get us into a situation where now we're having to dig ourselves out of a hole, utilizing the thing that dug the hole to begin with? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. There's two sides of a coin.
It's really a personal thing for everyone. just like, like Hank was talking about, just like Trump or freaking Biden's going to win. It's like, well, I'm not going to participate. And I didn't. But I actually thought that Trump was going to win, and he probably did, but it's just like, what does it matter? I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. And during the Republican primaries and stuff, I was hoping that Rand Paul would actually be the guy instead of Trump, So, but I didn't vote there either. It still wouldn't have made a difference. But Rand Paul was the right guy.
You remember Puppet Master, like 1, 2, and 3? You remember who the head Puppet Master was? That movie from the 80s, like Puppet Masters or whatever.
No, I don't know.
Nobody gives a shit because it doesn't really matter who the Puppet Master is. That's how I see like the presidential election.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I would have rather seen Rand Paul as the Republican candidate. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made.
Yeah, because the best that they could come up with is creepy Joe Biden and grab him by the Trump.
Grab him by the
it's like, man, those are both kind of creepy. Like, we couldn't have got like Rand Paul in there.
Yeah,
like that dude. He's grilling Fauci.
He's solid, bro.
He's grilling Fauci with like, he ain't even got his barbecue suit on. He's grilling Fauci in his dress up suit, like his Armani and the shit. So
it's like on the right. I mean, why not Rand, man? What the fuck is wrong with you people, man? To be honest. I mean, if Rand was the candidate, I probably would have voted. Fuck you guys, man. Are you gonna put Trump up there? Fuck that shit.
Why is he saying take the thingamajig? There's something wrong there.
Oh, he's a doctor. I know all that, but at least he's way better than Trump, in my opinion.
They all play their
Anyone
part.
who says take the thingamajig, I got to be honest, I don't really. Either they're just dumb or they're really evil.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like there's so much confusion. It's hard to really follow all the bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, I find it.
But I'll tell you, man, recently Rand has been roasting people in Congress, and lately. So, and not just him, and some other people have been roasting a lot of people in Congress. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it because at the end of the day, it's a small portion of time in the history of man, and we really don't have much control over it. And that's why I think this platform is important for people to have. People that don't have faith in that, thank God, these people the people that are here that don't have total faith in that platform.
So Helio, yeah, exactly like you were saying, we have no real control over that as individuals. But the problem with this system is that they have control over us, even though we don't have control over it. Right? And it's almost fallible to look at another man as some type of authority over how you should live your life.
Yeah, it's like they have control over the physical, but they don't have control of our minds when you see how they're trying to manipulate us.
The only control they have is what you give them.
Yep.
If you're accepting benefits and privileges from the government, it's going to be like you're living at parents' house and you're going to do what daddy says until you get out on your own and take care of yourself. But as long as you're using your Social Security card and acting like a United States citizen, you're going to play by daddy's rules because daddy government is fully aware that you're not capable of taking care of your damn self. And I really do believe we're served what we deserve, to quote Ariel from South Africa.
Render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar. You play Caesar's games, and you willfully are under the authority of Caesar. Render unto Caesar what is due to him. You're making the cognitive choice to play in the game.
I ain't gonna lie though. I mean, they've pigeonholed us a lot into situations where we actually have to receive, the coin from Caesar to survive.
Yeah, you cornered unless you got a really good situation. You're pretty much cornered.
Yeah.
Well, that's why there's documents like One Man Out, right? Where he puts everybody on notice that the only reason I've been using, these American dollars is because there's no other medium of exchange. So just because you've cornered me into this contract doesn't mean that I'm going to be held liable to it. So, like, it's like you have to play a little bit, right? Unless you want to live in like a log cabin, right, in the middle of the woods.
Actually, kind of do and hunt for my own food and grow it, but all the land's owned by the government, so you can't actually do that. So you're kind of fucked in that area.
Sounded like a good idea for a moment there.
And if you quote unquote own any property in the United States, then you're gonna have to pay property tax on it. So anyway,
yeah, and I think that's part of that's part of the problem is we've all, as individuals, like there's a lot of us out there that think very similarly, and we've been very convinced that like everything would completely disappear and we'd have to go back to like using zero technology in order to get this bondage off of us. But I think it's doable.
Sounds tempting.
In just getting more people to realize the cage that's around them to begin with, right? Because you're dealing with people that are looking at an invisible cage and don't even see that it's there. So the start is at a very fundamental level. And I think we could have everything that we currently have, if not more, being able to operate outside of this system that we currently have. Like, we're so convinced that we have scarcity in this world and that everything is finite, when the exact opposite is the same. This world is very abundant. There's so much that we can do that we've just been slow over generation and generation been molded into not working with nature and not having good, wholesome, loving, meaningful relationships with human beings that we interact with on a daily basis.
We've been dealt a society that we pretty much have to accept as our reality. But it depends on the media that you think is reality. But at the same time, you're strong-armed into this position. So it's kind of like, I don't like what you're doing, but I pretty much have to do what you say.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I obviously have to do it. We all have to do it. I mean, we're all kind of pigeonholed into a situation where it's very hard to not participate in some way, shape, or form. But I think
It's almost like you have to gain influence and gain monetary shit to actually be sort of free, but you're never actually free from it.
Right. It's like an educational process. Like, as people become more and more knowledgeable of the cage that we've been put in, like Hank's got a lot of really good information. There's a lot of people on this server that have a lot of good information. And the more we share and the more we become educated and the more we share that information with the people around us, like, just as it took a very long time to get this control system put around us and how intense it is, it's going to take time to unwind that. It's not like you can just rip
in terms of history. In terms of history, though, didn't take very long.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take very long.
200 years? It only took 200 years to manipulate everyone into this process.
Yeah, to our current situation. And it's so hard to really know the accuracy of history and how people lived really more than 200 years ago. Shit, more than 100
Well, I
years
mean,
ago. It's hard to know for sure.
before television and modern media and everything, I'd say 200 years for they were, the powers that be were doing this through other processes before, this, but it's become so easy for them now using, social media and freaking television and news and everything. It's just like it's a given for them. It's just like we have the power. It's like they've been building up to this for several hundred years. It's not, but I'm saying it just the way it happened through the 20th century was so. To me, it seems a rapid process because they've been trying to do it for hundreds of years, but once the culmination of these media, with the TV and even newspaper started in in the 1800s, late 1700s, 1800s of print media, and then moving into 19th century, and what happened in the 20th century, it's just like exploded for them.
Yeah, I mean, with the invention of widespread media, right? Like the ability for like a printing press and things like that to be able to distribute media widely, it's certainly ramped up considerably, especially over the last 200 years. But when you think about that, honestly, you're right. It's been a very short period of time.
Yeah, and
we have an
people,
opportunity.
and what's really fascinating to me is that the people that receive that media think that they're actually, it's like, here's what I need to know because I can't experience my life without understanding what other people experience or whatever. And this shit. I guess
So,
I'm
yeah,
gloating. It's like people that believe the news media. It's kind of like and it's like I don't blame them because I used to believe a lot of that shit too. It's kind of like, what am I supposed to believe now? And that's why we're here. We're saying, hey, yes, this is the way they've manipulated humanity for hundreds of years. Can you take a look at yourself and real humanity and what this place is? Don't believe them anymore.
Yeah, I used to be there as well, for sure. And it's a very strong influence on people. And we also, sometimes have to take a step back and think about the fact that probably most of us were in a situation that people we look at right now were like, why can't you see this? And we have to have compassion for those people and just try to
I do
implement and work into conversation some of the truths that we've come to understand over our years, right? And it's very tough, especially, like I've been taking in a lot of information over the past 20 years, and I can't have a 5-minute, 10-minute, hour-long conversation with a friend who's starting from step one, and I'm already up on this huge ladder that I've built for 20 years, and just be able to impart and make sense that information that I've had for 20 years. But planting little seeds and getting them along the path and trying to talk to people can go a very, very long way. And I know a lot of us have a hard time talking about certain things with people around us. But I think what's taking place right now is really opening up.
Yeah, and some
more
of the
people to conversations.
Some of the saddest part is people like, well, I've lost family over this because you're too aggressive about it. I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, it took them a long time to actually implement this. Don't let it destroy your relationship with your family and stuff. If they can't see it, they just don't see it yet. But but you don't be embarrassed about it, Yeah, I still have I have a relationship with all my family, but I'm not ostracized from my family because I'm the guy that just doesn't reckon, can't stand to be around your family because they're all, blue pilled or whatever. No, I love being around my family. And I feel bad for people that can't figure out how to not, be in a relationship with their family. Knowing what we know.
Yeah, it can sometimes be tough. I'm fortunate to have a really good family and friends around me. That differences that we've had, I have a bunch of lifelong friends, and we've learned to not let differences that we have, differences of opinion or viewpoint, affect our relationships, which is
I
great.
guess I was already prepared because I've always been that conspiracy guy, So.
Oh yeah, one of my good friends.
And I knew my limit. I knew my limits, when it comes to social situations.
One of my good friends that I've had for a very long time reminds me all the time. He used to be on the very far left side of politics, and he is, over years of conversations with me, has gotten to a completely different, not to the right side of politics, but a completely different viewpoint. And he's like, you know what? You've always been consistent. And that's why I started to really look into what you say, because you wrote in my 7th grade yearbook, there's no government like no government. And he's like, and you've stuck by that your whole entire life. And he started.
You earn respect with people that is just like, even though I disagree, I know you stand by what you say. And,
right.
And we can talk about football instead of politics.
Right. I hate that. I was actually in a situation. I played golf this morning with some of the guys, and after golf, we're sitting around at the clubhouse, and it's really hard for me to sit there and be involved in conversations about the Ryder Cup that's going on and the college football and this and that. I watch none of it. Have no interest. Don't know any of it. But I did get into a good conversation with somebody regarding public school systems and things like that with a public school teacher. And it was agree to disagree conversation, but it was still beneficial, especially for the other people at the table. So you can always have good friends that you can agree to disagree with, and there's always going to be ears around you that are going to be picking up on stuff, both sides, one side or the other, that they may not have heard, And we actually got into a conversation regarding evolution. I was like, if people are going to steal my money and give it to a public school system to educate children, that's perfectly fine. But don't be teaching things that aren't facts as factual, unless you can provide me with a scientific theory for evolution or any type of hypothesis regarding the subject. Why are we teaching it as fact?
That's deep. Maybe we should make a video called Deep Evolutionary Concepts. Something weird like that. It's like, it's not that we're not familiar with the evolutionary concept, but it's like deeper evolutionary concepts. And then invite some evolution people. It's like, for the most part, the people that we hear about in the the live chats or what you might see on YouTube, not evolutionary quote unquote scientists, because those motherfuckers would never come in here or to any of our streams because I think they're probably embarrassed to actually support their arguments. Because
as soon as I start talking about epigenetics and genetic expression, like it's the opposite of their little story where you gain more and more genetics, right? It's that the genetics are already there, and the situations that you put yourself in, right, will unlock genetic expression that's already there, just wasn't being expressed because you didn't need it at the time. And their story is, no, that's not how it works. We adapt to our surroundings and we gain new genetic. No, that's not how it works. And we've basically proven it wrong. So I love it when they bring that shit up.
Right, because the environment that you're in is what causes the expression within the genes to actually take place. It's not this evolutionary process of gene expression that allows for us to have X, Y, or Z things take place, right?
Yeah, and this is why, on a constant basis we ask astrophysicists, like, PhDs or whatever, to come in here, on every single quote unquote scientific platform, to come in here and have a conversation with us. Doesn't have to be a debate, have a conversation with us about this. And there's no takers. Oh, flat earth is dumb. I'd rather just sit in my bubble.
Yep, that's why the professors, we're going to call him Bubble Boy from now on.
Bubble Boys. Oh, the Bubble Boys. Yeah, that's a good one. Bubble Boys. I'm going to make a sock called Bubble Boy.
So Hank, when you're talking about epigenetics, I'm trying to think of this guy. He's kind of on the woo-woo new age kind of I guess you could say runs with that crowd, but he had some really good information regarding epigenetics. Do you know who I'm talking about by any chance? I can't think of his name.
No, sir, I don't. Santos Bonacci, maybe?
No, not Santos. This guy actually comes from a credentialed scientific background.
Dude, Santos, you guys ever listen to Santos when he gets hardcore on Flat Earth? He's so funny, man. He just roasts the shit out of Flat Earth. I love Santos.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'll try to find it, send it to you. He's really good on the topic, but he definitely has a kind of new agey type philosophy, but the science that he's done is pretty solid. So I'll try to look it up for you.
And I think the reason that Santos does this, right? He's an astrology guy, right? So he's been studying astrology for years. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if y'all remember me from yesterday, but I was just gonna jump and say hi.
Hey, I don't remember you from yesterday, but welcome to this. Are you brand new to the server from yesterday?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, cool. So, what do you think? I didn't hear your conversation, but since you want to speak up, we've been just like talking amongst ourselves. But you can talk. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying that I really do enjoy this. This, I think it's called a Discord channel. I haven't been on Discord since I was like 10.
All right. Well, this is a Discord server. I mean, you can join different servers, but we do live stream from this room. So it's a channel on YouTube and several other platforms, but.
Yeah, but I've always been a flat earther ever since the meme came out, and
wait, hold on. You said since the meme came out?
Yeah, like the little flat Earth meme, like.
You mean the one with the dinosaurs flying off of the flat Earth?
I don't think. No, I'm just talking about like the flat Earth memes, like different ones.
Do you have any specific ones that you could like articulate to us so we could maybe know what you're talking about? Because there's tons of flat Earth memes.
Like, I think it was like one where it was like a picture of Jake Paul and he was in the suicide forest. If y'all remember that time.
Hey, Lando,
Wasn't that
if
kind of
you
recent?
hold on, if you want Lando, if you want anyone here to take you serious, you'd have to be a little more concise.
I am being serious. Like, this was a meme I saw. It was a meme I saw. I promise.
Well, hold on.
Hold
on. Let me do this really quick. So, Lando, how did you find our server, and why did you want to talk to someone about flat Earth?
I was scrolling on YouTube one day, and I'm more of a live stream kind of person. I like to watch live streams. And so my recommendations are full of nothing but live streams. Not nothing but yeah.
Me too. I'm with you on that. So, why do you want to talk to someone about flat Earth?
I wasn't really like wanting to talk to somebody. I just wanted to say hi and just listen. I wasn't really talking about.
Okay, hello. We talk about flat Earth here 24 hours a day. So, welcome to the server. If you want to talk about flat Earth, have you ever heard about it before? I mean, how did you find our server?
Like I was saying, I was scrolling on YouTube and I happened to see a 24-hour live stream of Discord, of a Flat Earth Discord server. I clicked there. They said it was in the description. I went to the description, clicked the link, did all that, and
I get that much. Yeah, it's easy to join a Discord server. Yeah, because we have an open link, you know. All right. So why did you click on a flat Earth Discord link? Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
I would always talk to my friends about it, but they would never believe me. They would just say, okay.
Wait, so you're a flat earther, but your friends wouldn't believe you. Is
Yes.
this what you're saying?
Yes, I am. Me personally am a flat earther.
All right. So how did you come across the flat earth information? You're gonna have to give us something to go on here.
Okay, like I was saying, my very first flat earth encounter was when I was looking at the flat earth memes. I started saying, there's actually some truth behind this. I'm going to start researching it.
Okay.
So what was the one that did it for you? What was the one that really made you scratch your head?
I was like, well, flipper dippers. There's all of these.
Flipper dippers. That was a good one.
I've said that all my life. I've just always been a fan of flat Earths, and I've just started talking about them. And
hey, I'm a huge fan of flat Earth, which is the creation. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah. And then I started looking at like pictures of the Earth from space, and I just don't see the curve. I don't think that the Earth is flat. I mean, sorry, I said that wrong. I don't think the Earth is round like a sphere. I accidentally said that wrong. I'm sorry. I've just
vernacular is not a thing. Just be honest. Like if you're really here to be honest with us, we're trying to have a conversation with you. Just be honest, man. You don't have to be nervous or anything. We're just having an honest, open conversation.
Okay. But
that's going to be the hardest part, to be honest. That's going to be the hardest part.
Yeah. This is all I'm here to do is just listen, learn, and just, yeah. That's all I'm here to do. I'm fixing to mute my mic after we get done talking.
That's cool. So you're just very new to the topic. You found some people that are talking about flat Earth. You're curious about it, and then you want to learn more.
Yes, sir.
Well, you should have said that.
Okay. I didn't understand how to like properly word it.
Cool. Would you? Of course, if you have a relationship with other friends, it's going to be embarrassing if you're talking to flat earthers for a long time. And it's like, you're talking to flat earthers? Oh, they're starting to make sense. Oh, that's even worse.
Would y'all care if I invited one of my flat Earth friends? I have one
I
friend
want you to invite as many friends as you possibly can here to this Discord server. Please invite as many friends as you can here.
Okay,
we're prepared for this. We've been doing this for almost 4 years now. Yeah. It's not a big deal to us. I mean, it's new to you, but it's not new to us.
Well, I'm gonna call him and see how he's doing, and then I'm gonna tell him about y'all, and then maybe he'll be here.
Yeah, and go into your gamer servers and tell them, hey man, you guys should come over and talk to these flat earthers.
Okay, I will be back shortly. Maybe.
Yeah, bring them on, man.
All right, we'll see you soon, man. Glad you came by, and hope you come back.
I will. Bye.
Yeah, we ain't so scary. We're nice guys.
You guys sound like nice guys. Okay, I'll talk
We
to
are
y'all.
nice guys. We do this all the time.
Some of us.
Okay, bye.
Can't wait for that bus to pull up in front of the 24/7 Discord.
It'll be fun, won't it? Excellent. It's like the flutter, whatever gamer server bus just
Yeah, if there's that
just
many
pulls
people,
up and just like dump them out.
Well, yeah, listen, if there's that many people, we're gonna have to use some sort of identification tag on their chest, like a ball or something, make sure we don't get confused. So that
I was
way,
kind
when
of
we
wondering
round
if
them
that
up,
was a Freudian slip.
yep, it just when we round them up in different rooms, we want to have like a concave symbol on their chest for one group, and the other group will have the globe symbol. We got to keep them.
It's not really necessary.
We got to keep them in concentration camps for sure. Yeah.
Better make room in that simulation pin.
It's like, hey, it was like homeboy just showed up. Hey, I'm coming. Hey, let's go talk to these flat earthers. I love that shit. It's just like you have 10, 20 people show up. Oh, yeah, I came with so and so, and then we were here to talk about flat Earth. I mean, it's not funny. I mean, it's funny and sad at the same time to me. Because because of the situation we're all under. But at the same time, we're here to have fun, but to express information. And we, more than likely, we're going to be talking to like freaking teenagers and shit. And that's where I feel bad, but at the same time, it's like, hey, man, ask your mother about flat Earth. I don't feel bad about that, to be honest.
Just as long
I've asked my own fucking mother about flat Earth, and she doesn't want to touch it. But she has no choice because she knows I'm a flat earther. And I don't feel bad about it.
It's curtains for you, Glovers. Got no evidence for the curve.
His friends won't be able to troll as good as he was able to. They're gonna expose themselves real fast. They're gonna be giggling.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, he only made one Freudian slip. He said it's not flat. I mean, I couldn't see the curve.
Oh boy. It's like we have to prep them first. Listen, do you guys know that a ball has curve? Okay, second question. Do you guys know that vacuums can't exist next to air pressure. Give them a head start, help them out a little bit so they can last more than 5 minutes.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I was trying to. It's like, bro, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? It's like, well, how'd you find us?
Now, here's the first thing. Listen, I got to tell them, if you don't have the name of the person, it's not a claim. Thanks. Well, there was some guy that adjusted for the Coriolis effect in World War II. Okay, what's his name? Okay, there's no claim. Thanks.
His name is your mama.
I was in the Chatterbox the other day. What's the guy's name? Walking on eggshells. What server is that guy in?
He's been in here before, but he's been
of course he is. He's a nice troll. So he's at the Chatterbox. I go, listen, man, just make a claim. Just show me somebody claiming they've used the Coriolis effect calculations and history ever. He's like, I can't believe you just said that. That is going to be so easy. 2 hours later, still nothing. That was, that's how easy they like. Well, of course they did it, and I'm like, okay, all you need to do is give me the name of a human being that did it. Never happened.
Not surprising.
Poor eggshells.
Yeah.
A former truther, right? You know what a former truther is.
Yeah, I don't.
No, according to him,
bad for him. I don't feel.
According to him, he's a former truther, right? So, what is a former truther? Well, that would be a liar, right? Because if you're not seeking truth and spouting truth, you used to.
It's like I'm a former truther or former believer in lies, but I don't know. Yeah. That's...
So he's not very bright. If he's going to say that he's a former truther, it's like, oh, so you're a liar?
Actually,
like that's like saying I'm an ex-vaxxer, right? I used to fax all my stuff. I don't fax anymore. I'm an ex-vaxxer.
Well, right? I'll tell you what I've discovered about him is that he's a confirmed obfuscator, and he only comes in here to obfuscate, which is I'm just like, well, fuck off then,
That's correct, Helio. I just got to point this out. The questions I asked this guy, like, don't you think there would be a number or some information if the Earth was curved to when we can see it or experience it? I go, all you got to do, Eggshells, is tell me how high I have to go to see the curve. He goes, well, that's not really a question.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's just like confirmed obfuscator. He just makes shit up just to obfuscate, so yeah, he's confirmed obfuscator. We might need to make a roll up for people like this. Confirmed obfuscator.
Well, I think it's called Not Here to Learn.
Yeah, I guess so. But no, well, Not Here to Learn. I guess it'd be, same thing. But some people. Well, some people that are not here to learn won't speak as much, but that dickhead is a confirmed obfuscator.
Wasn't it funny how last night I was like, all these people come in and they're like, what about the light fixtures? And what about the ceiling? And what about everything else but the level pool table? Like, I don't want to talk about the level pool table, but I got all this evidence for the level pool table. Please just look at the tiles on the ceiling. Look at the ceiling fan. That's evidence for a level pool table.
He's
and that guy came in.
Go ahead.
That guy came in here right after that, and he was like, "I hate to be all cliche, but look at the stars." That's all they do. That's all they do. They come in here and they're like, "Yeah, I got evidence for the curvature." Well, why don't you take a look at Pluto? How about the Oort cloud? Right? The Oort cloud is a sphere around the solar system. That's how you know the Earth is a sphere. Even though the Oort cloud is hypothetical, postulation at best, there's no evidence for it. We just know the Earth is a sphere because the Oort clouds.
This is like this. What's this guy's name? Bob or Robert or something? The guy that keeps coming back for the last couple of weeks. You know, he's a truck driver and he tries to be polite, but he says the same stupid things everybody else does. He says, "Well, if I can just see the Terminator line from 120,000 feet, then I would believe it." Okay, everybody already sees it down here, but you have to go up higher. You have to be a place. Listen,
What
watch.
does he define as the
Helio,
Terminator
watch.
line?
I unless I can go to a place where no people can go, I can't believe it.
Well, you know what I've been telling them, right? They say that if you get up high enough, you can see the curvature in the Earth spinning. My claim is that if you get high enough, you can see unicorn nipples and Pegasus tits. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because
yeah,
you know, right? Because
yeah,
my
you get
claim
high
is
enough,
just as
stars
valid
go
as
in the
theirs. Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
get really fucking high though.
Oh boy, yeah. But that's the point. Is that they
Hey,
always
where's this pie in the
Helio,
sky? Where's this
Helio, hold
pie
on.
in the sky?
This is what these people do, and this is the level of psychosis. They all resort to this. Well, if I can go to a magical place and see it, then I'll believe it. And that's how insane these people are.
I'm just like, yeah, there's unicorn nipples up there. If you get
Right.
high enough, you can see them. You just got to get high enough. That's the problem. You haven't seen them
Okay.
because you haven't been high enough.
Skeptic, I need you to listen to this. Now, so watch this, Helioskeptic. So you see how all these people constantly claim refraction. You can't trust your eyes on Earth, right? No, that's not really there. No, the black swan is not really there. No, those mountains aren't there. But when it comes to the sun, moon, and stars, all of a sudden refraction doesn't exist, and we can certainly trust our eyes now, even though actually they've admitted now for 100 years that the sun, moon, and stars are all apparent and nowhere near their apparent position, especially the stars. And that's how stupid these people are. Again, if we're saying that there's atmospheric problems on Earth, right, with just looking at mountains, how could you say, well, now we're going to start looking at the sun, moon, and star? Anytime they go to the sun, moon, and stars, it's an automatic. It's an automatic. They gave up. There's no
Yes,
way around it.
exactly.
Every single time.
You're exactly
It's worse than
right.
that. Yeah. It's worse than that, bro. Because what they say is that you can't trust your eyes, but we have observational science. Go.
Oh, hold on, though. If you can't trust, I mean, you can trust your eyes because you see the stars where they appear to be, and this is where the constellations come from. There's a reason they call them
right. No refraction. Right. What if I said stars are being refracted? What if I said the stars are being refracted, Helioskeptic? Now it's over. That was easy.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Right, the mountains being right. So the point is the oil platform at 20 miles or 10 miles away, the oil platform isn't really where we see it. But the moon, 250,000 miles away, that's definitely there. And the sun, 93 million miles away, that's definitely not refracting.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with the constellations?
It has to do with the demons pulling on their heartstrings. That's all.
Yeah. Answer is nothing.
Let me tell you this. Check this out. You should have been there, Hank, Helio, a lot of the veterans. If they would have seen this, I went to a messianic, Jewish gathering for the Shabbat, for the, of course, the feast and things. Of course, the Hebrew celebration. And eventually, most people left, so it was just me and the guy who hosts the stuff. The husband of my wife's friend. And eventually, we got into this topic, which I did not bring up, Helio. But you wouldn't believe it. This guy who, these people who claim to believe the Bible.
Wait. You didn't bring it up, but they knew you were a flat earther, right?
No. Watch. I brought up terms like species and how these are terms that are designed to confuse, right? Just start real small. We're going to start with magnifying glass in the grass. No, literally within 1 minute, that guy was talking about how the earth is a ball because of astronomy. And this is supposedly a Hebrew Bible teaching.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, the Hebrew teachings, a lot of them, depending on which vein, they do follow constellations, and the and we can talk about that later.
No, but watch this. No, but the first thing he said, Helio, is that you can't take everything in the Bible literal unless you have to study hermeneutics.
Yeah, once you started saying that, then then they were lost.
Oh, bro, he told me that I had to get an education. I said, that's funny. That's called a proud look, because I believe God's word. I need the education. It didn't end well for them because obviously, me, you know how it went. It just didn't go well. I'm not going to, explain the conversation. It was only like 5 minutes, but that guy is probably still walking sore right now.
You didn't call him a perverted criminal, did you?
I think he probably forgot about you. And
I didn't have to. Yeah. No, I didn't have to, Hank, because in real life, people don't make me do that for some reason.
Well, it's cool. Maybe you pick and choose your battles just like we all do here. It's all good.
Oh, I was smiling. You know what happens when you're smiling at people that are getting pissed at you? Okay, with a voice like mine, could you imagine? The guy was done. The guy just so easy. I mean, it was a full moon. Was right behind me too. It was the full moon, right? It was a week ago. It was beautiful. Oh, here's what he said. Well, the clouds go lower the farther they go away. I'm like, oh, just like the ceiling, yeah.
The flat. It's just like our clouds. Yeah.
Bro, this guy, this was like, the like 2014 globe Earth, arguments.
No, I know. It's just like, you wouldn't expect normies to actually have any argument, so it's kind of like, why should you? Now, if someone's pompous enough to actually challenge the argument, freaking go ahead. But if someone asks you a question, you don't want to freaking roast them when they obviously don't know,
Correct. No, I always let them get upset. I always let them call me names. It's much different in real life. That's why I wish I would have recorded it. But the point is, Helio, we're all Bible teachers, right? And these people are, Bible, practitioners, follow the law, do all the customs. But when it comes down to it, they have no idea what the book is saying. And that's my claim. I've been telling people for a long time, you're going to meet people in religious states of being, not states, but states of being where they have an entire family. They dress a certain way. They act a certain way. Then you show them their own book and they run from it. That's what I'm talking about. That is the great deception.
No, I get that, but especially if you're in a group and you're just like, hey, this is this and this. Oh, well, I know this, but you actually don't know. Because they're trying to compare, history versus science, like physical history versus science, which is not science, right? And if you try to embarrass them in front of someone, you should feel bad, but if you have a personal conversation with someone, then you can talk about history versus science.
I've heard some religious people say some pretty weird things. I know a religious guy. He's a Bible studier, and he said that the Bible says that, we're not allowed to debate. It's a sin. And it's like, wait a minute. What about like the book of Acts when they were like debating the whole circumcision thing? And, it's like, are we just supposed to like let people lie if they, say something that isn't true? Oh, God forbid we debate, right? If I say, hey, that's wrong, and he says, no, I'm right. Well, we've entered a debate and that's a sin. And it's like, wait a minute, bro.
Did you tell him that?
I actually think,
of course I did.
I think that in some of the Roman traditions, in a public court, I think that was actually a public debate. You can actually, show public information and make a logical argument and say, this guy's full of shit because he has and maybe that's, what they call the legal arguments now. But yeah, it's right there. If you have any physical evidence to support your argument, boom, bring it on up.
No, there's nothing better though than, meeting people that are Bible preachers that end up running from the Bible. The thing
there is something better than that.
Hold on. I just want to tell you that remember the first thing he did when the conversation started, he asked me, like, how do I perceive the Bible? I said every single word is literal unless described as an allegorical description. And then he said, oh, that's not true. So this is a Bible teacher. The first part of his claim is that the Bible shouldn't always be taken as truth. He's literally telling me that I can't trust it and that I have to go to another source. My point is that's the biggest oxymoron I've ever experienced. There's no such thing as a Bible teacher that says, but you have to go to something else to find out what the Bible says.
Well,
So,
let me ask you this. Was it your job as was he a popular influencer for a congregation or whatever?
but I would say about 150 people he might influence, or 200 people possibly. Yeah.
Now that might or might not be a beneficial thing for you to do to just like shut him down for all his bullshit. This is a very difficult thing for a lot of us to do,
Well, I think it's easy, and I've been laughing for 5 days.
I know it's not. I know it's easy. I already told you it's easy.
Oh, okay.
But it's like if they're an influencer in that vein, that would be could be easy. I mean, you just like to take down ignorant people. I mean, fuck, it's fucking easy to take down ignorant people. But I'm not saying, and I also won't say that it's our job or not our job to actually show them the truth. But it actually is our job to show them.
Correct. I like that. I'm going to say extra correct on the second one. Now watch this. The point is the conversations in real life are very different than here. There's no mute button. There's very little talking over. If somebody over talks me, I'll let them talk a little bit, and then it'll go back and forth. It's a lot, right? It's very different. The point is, I'm not going to decide where the conversation goes. I know things are going to be brought up because
they decide that.
Right, because I start with small things, nothing to do with the earth, nothing to do with the heavens, just terminology, talking about the word species or universe or, just basics, just like how these words affect children. This hurts children. I don't want to hear the word species when the book says kind. Species means to speciate, which means evolution. There's no such thing. Why are Bible teachers still using the word species, using the Old Testament? That shows that there's a problem. That's the point. We are under spells, and this is a tiny little issue. It's not like I said to the guy, hey, you got to stop doing this. No, it was actually my wife made the statement about, well, yeah, we don't.
Hey, so have you ever well, all of us have experienced this thing. You know what?
Did he get
I don't
cut
want to. Well, no, I think he cut off right at the end because I think we're right at the point. It's like, have you ever heard someone say, I don't want to talk to you anymore?
I know Exo's heard that before.
Yeah.
There's been times when me and Exo
his mic might have been cut off, but he made a really good point. Go ahead, Hank.
What did I do? What was the last thing
you and your wife, and you were talking to him. I didn't even know you had a wife until you said that. Go ahead.
Okay, 7 years, by the way. So she tells the guy we don't use that words because they're talking about the palms, right? Like the lula palms and the plants, and right during Sukkot. And my wife just says, well, we don't use the word species. There's not 5 different species. There's just 5 different kinds of plants, right? And that one thing ticked him off. This is a Bible teacher who got really upset and didn't even want to take the smallest bit of correction when he even asked my wife. The point is that is just a clear indicator that if this conversation, escalates to something else, the guy can't even take correction on something tiny when he's explained the roots and the origins and the etymology of the words. So where do you think I knew that was going to go? I knew it was going to go anywhere, but obviously he had known a couple things about me, and he had gotten very upset, and then started again. It just escalated. There's no reason for me to point is, it's not about evidence. It's about the pride of men, and so-called Bible teachers will throw away their Bible as soon as you challenge them. I didn't even get to the flat earth.
EXO, just the way that you're talking, and I know you're on a rant, but on the high side of any argument of philosophy, people don't even know how to go backwards. They're so confused that they can't even actually just realize that they're in a standard argument.
He had no idea. He wasn't even as smart as like the Sasha. Like, that's how stupid people are.
I didn't mean to break up the whole thing, but with your little rant there, I was just like, I've been through that shit before, or whatever. Yeah, I've been through that shit.
It was more of a story. He was just telling a story about, something that he experienced, right? And the thing is that I reserve the word stupid for two types of people.
No, I don't say stupid. I don't say stupid. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, for people that are such low IQ, right, such mental deficiency that they can't learn anything new, right? And then there's the other side of the spectrum, right? People that are so highly educated and think that, everything already, and think, that I can't possibly be taught anything new because I know everything. And the truth is that many men know many things, but no man knows everything. But there are some men that think they know everything and are incapable of learning, and I reserve the word stupid for them also.
Yeah. I learned from a friend of mine that, in the back in the day, Steve, who I've argued with for many hours, but this is called bonus. Even though I've argued with him about flat earth, he doesn't get it, but this is called bonus. Go ahead.
I don't understand what you just said, Helio. What is called bonus?
I know. What's called bonus is what we've been describing. This is bonus that he doesn't see yet. I've talked to him for hours on end, and I've been trying to. It's like we've had private convos for years, and he thinks I'm a crazy motherfucker, which I am. That's okay. But this is bonus. What you guys are describing is bonus. Right? Maybe he'll get it one day. Maybe he'll get it.
But honestly, I like being called crazy because then I just go to the Bible and then the looks on their faces change. That's the thing. I'm talking about obviously not atheists. I'm talking about people that are professing faith, right? And that's why this type of argument is my favorite. It's really shocking how fast things can escalate when you know what's in somebody's book that they're holding. That's the most devastating thing you can do to somebody, meeting them and they're making the claim, and then Hank Hill or Helio or myself tell them, well, this is what's in that book. The difference is I believe it. I know it's true, and you can't.
Well, can't, never could, right? Can't, never could. Right.
But they go into panic mode. There's this panic that touches these people somehow, and they start telling you, listen, this sounded like the same.
This is why I've spent so much time with my friend that I know he can get it, but he just doesn't want to.
Right. But what I'm saying is when they start saying that you just need education, that's a panic. That means they are bailing out of the conversation. They can't talk to you. They're telling you need to get an education. That means they've given up again.
Sure, just like I posted earlier in other chats, it was just like you believing is easier. Believing in the globe is so much easier, isn't it?
No, it requires a great deal of faith. So these atheists, right?
Wait. Hold on. Don't most of your friends and family believe in the globe Earth?
Because they haven't done the research. They've had the brainwashing.
Okay. So
they've had the programming.
Hold on, Hank. Yes, it's easier. You just believe it, and then you just follow the program. It's easy.
But when you actually look into
It's
it,
hard. It's harder
Helio,
to.
but Helio, just let him say. He wanted to reply. Just let him talk real quick.
Go ahead. My bad.
That's all right. Yeah. So once you've actually done the research, and granted, that takes a little time, right? It requires a little effort to do genuine research and look at both sides of the coin. But after you've done the research and looked at both sides of the coin, which isn't really that hard to do because the globe doesn't really have anything except for look at the shadow, look at these stars, look at this and that, look at everything but the actual curvature of the actual Earth, right? And then the flat earthers are saying, no, look at the actual curvature. Look at it. Your eyes right here. Look at there's no curvature, right? And then you realize, why would the flat earthers be telling you to go out there and actually look? And then the globe earthers are like, look at the stars. See, look at the stars. Can't you tell the earth is curved by looking at the stars? Or look at the shadow, right? Look at the shadow. See, that's how you know the earth is curved. Like, wait a minute. It requires a great deal of faith to hold the atheist point of view, to hold the Big Bang point of view, because there's no science, there's no knowledge involved. It's either blind faith or you do the research.
But they were taught to think that's stupid, and they were programmed to, of course, dismiss this idea that we're not on a cartoon object. And the programming is very strong. And I think I feel sorry for them. It's like they're having a war inside them. They immediately start panicking, and they literally turn into a different person. You're literally watching them transform now into this person that wasn't there 5 minutes ago, because I said, I think the Bible's telling me the truth. And that's how you know what people are really about. That's how you can tell them by their fruit. That's why I love the topic.
I was about to say the same thing that you were saying. I do feel sorry for them, but it's not their fault that they believe this.
That's why you feel sorry for them.
I do. That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's like I won't be aggressive against them.
But by now, and Hank's going to agree with me. By now, it is 50% their fault. Maybe 50. My claim is 51% their fault now.
Yeah, especially if they're familiar with people like us, right? It's like, I try to tell you this shit for fucking 7 years, 8 years, whatever. I've been trying to tell you my whole fucking life. You guys won't even take into consideration anything that I say.
Why don't I listen to you? Why do I keep hiding from everything you say? If I just listened to you, Helio, we would not be in this problem.
Well, hey, guess what? You guys are listening to me. We found each other. So anyway, yeah, man, and this demonstration of how we interact with our families that are just like, you're just a fucking weirdo and you're a conspiratard, and fucking believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. At a certain point we're just like, no, I still want my family to be involved with me, but at the same time I'm just like, I'm gonna live my life. I like Fox News and CNN, all that shit, whatever. And I like Bon Jovi. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, fucking Bon Jovi actually wrote some truth music. But anyway.
Whoa!
Wait. Hold on, I got this. Y'all niggas almost crazy as me. Almost crazy as me. But anyway, yes, of course, all of my family members know what I do, and I'm gonna do it regardless. So roast on. But anyway, yeah, don't roast your family and destroy their. I mean, just let them be a part of the family. I mean, it's like, you know what? It's like, why would you just friggin' sit there and friggin', if you're right there with your family, just like, y'all niggas don't understand this.
Hold on. Okay, my turn. Watch this, Helioskeptic. Watch this. Now, understand for the past year or two, I've been going to these groups, listening to these people preach the Bible, biting my lip and being very well behaved,
Did he
and
cut out
shutting
again?
my mouth and not saying anything for 2 years, Helio. So when the guy wanted to open up his mouth and get tough with me, I'm sorry, but the reason he's walking funny still is because that was God giving him what he deserves. That's what happens when you challenge God's children. You see, I behaved. I kept my mouth shut, Helio. And when people bring the problem to me, I'm sorry, I'm going to put the fire out. Too easy.
Okay, well, I look at it a different way, and you understand that. But Hank, did you not hear? Did you not hear when
Yeah, Hank, did you hear him?
Yeah, it seemed like Hank wasn't hearing you talking.
Well, with the Bon Jovi part or the I Live My Life, what happened?
Yeah, that. Yeah, the last statement you made. Did you hear what he said, Hank?
I'm having technical issues.
Oh no!
Hank, are you okay?
Hey,
Wait a minute, Hank, are you okay?
can you repeat?
Yeah, is Hank okay? Hank, blink twice. Hank, blink twice if you're being held hostage.
It's like
What
while you
happened
were
to him?
talking, I was hearing Hank say something.
I thought he was like talking to somebody. Yeah, he's like he mumbled something like he was getting carjacked or something. We can't do anything until he comes back.
Well, he does. You know, he does drive for a living. You know, with like friggin' Uber Eats or some shit.
I'm just saying, Helio, I wish I would have recorded it because it was one of those raw moments where nobody.
Hey, it's fucking live. You can go back and capture it. You know, whatever.
I can't because it was at a suit coat gathering a week ago. So obviously I didn't record it. You know, that's what I'm saying is I should have my button ready to hit record more often. I just think you know what I mean? I'm just telling you that these things are going to happen and we need to shine into public. When you address this topic correctly.
To be honest, you know, the way that I have the live stream open to every single person that's a flat earther, this is an open platform for us to actually, no matter their spiritual mindset or spirit set or whatever, this is a place for us to actually express ourselves, which we can't actually do that in a lot of different platforms. We can, but it's it's not necessarily the best place to do it. But we're kind of a family here. We've been here for several years, so it's not like you're not welcome here. But at the same time, we've all had our freaking issues, whatever. But dude, it's as far as history, spirituality, science, and all that kind of shit, we discuss that on a constant basis. We try to balance. Is there just three? History, science, and spirituality? Is there another one that should be added? In your opinion, Exo, should there be another one?
History of what? What's the category?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think
It's a broad subject, right? I know. See, that's why I asked you specifically.
Well, yeah, okay. So we got science, so we have knowledge. So everything.
History is not science.
Correct. Yep, exactly. So everything they call history is not history, and everything they call science is not science.
So this is why we take the piss out of a lot of people that come in here with their narrow understanding of history and science, and because they just really have no real understanding of history or science.
Here's when I started feeling sorry for the guy, Helio. One of his suggestions was you should look at this guy who researches astrology. That was a nice answer.
Yeah. When I say things like that, it's because I have a focused question for people that actually think they understand something. But
Right, but as soon as somebody says, "No, let me teach you about astrology," the conversation's over. Just letting you know.
No. I don't mind if someone gives their understanding of astrology, because they're actually going to have, if they understand astrology, they might be
Okay.
familiar with history.
Here's what I'll do then. I'll make it even easier. When somebody mentions astrology, ask them to define the word. That was easy.
Okay, well, I mean, that's on you. Man, I didn't block you from talking about what you want to talk about when somebody brings up astrology. I mean,
I'm
obviously,
talking about in real life. I'm talking about if you're talking to your sons
I
or
would,
somebody in your family, right? If you're
all
talking
right.
to your family member and they tell you, no, you need to research astrology when you're talking about the fact we don't live in a cartoon.
No, what, do you think astrology is a cartoon?
No, what I'm saying is that it's not an argument against the globe Earth argument. It's a separate conversation. And if people claim that they know about astrology, that means they're still trusting somebody else anyway, and it has nothing to do with the fact that the Earth isn't a ball.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's like some of these broad dynamics, this is why we're here. It's not. I mean, you can bring up science, astrology, and all that shit. Yeah, that's why we're
Well,
here.
remember, astrology is like, your birth date charms and all the, things
Sure.
about you being.
How about astronomy? How
What
is that? Yeah, what is that?
I can see the stars.
Yeah. I think astrology is more accurate than astronomy. But it's connected. But anyway.
You mean the opposite. You backwards, right?
Nah. No, but it's shit, it's the
Watch
it's
this, ready?
the
Watch
it's
this.
the
Okay, here's
map
the
it's the
definition.
map
Ready?
of the fucking stars. What are you
Okay,
talking about?
here's the definition. Watch this. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. That includes objects we can see with our naked eyes, like the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars. It also includes objects we can only see with telescopes or other instruments like faraway galaxies and tiny particles. So right away, astronomy is also a pseudoscience.
Okay, well, yeah, astronomy and astrology are both pseudosciences. Now, check this out. What we observe here on the level stationary plane,
yep,
is described the same way in astrology and astronomy.
I would say what we observe here on the planet.
The description changes.
Well, I would say, let me make this claim. I would say what we observe on Earth is a lot of dumb people. Thank you.
No shit. Yeah, that's why we're here. But actually, there's a lot of smart people that don't even realize they're dumb. That's even worse.
That's exactly right. That's how dumb they are. Oh boy, let me tell you. So here's the other issue, Helio, is that when you see like children holding Star Wars toys, and if it happens to be Darth Vader, you then have the legal right to go up to the parents and say, how long have you been allowing your children to have toys of Satan? Thanks.
Well, personally, I wouldn't go to a family member and say, why would you let your children carry freaking action
Dolls of
figures
Satan.
that represent Satan?
Amen.
To be honest, for the most part, I want to maintain a relationship with my family, so I wouldn't.
But Helio, okay, now watch this. So Helio won't do that, but I guarantee you're going to be very eager to see the video when I do it. Thanks.
Shit, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to do that to my family.
I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm here to do. I'm going to challenge these people, Helio, and I'm telling
All right, so you're going to go to every member of your family and say, you're worshiping Satan. You don't fucking realize it.
Exactly.
All right. Well, then fucking go for it. Show all your videos, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna record it. It's gonna be the best material I've ever made. And the good news
Okay,
is they're not my
do it.
they're not my no, listen, they're not my family. I don't have any blood relatives. God got
Oh,
rid of all those.
all right. We'll go on the street and say,
Right.
all right, did you have this satanic action figure, and then you're gonna walk down the street and be like, oh yeah, my kid likes that show, and here's the action figure. Well, your kid is worshiping Satan, and you don't
Exactly
even
right.
realize it, you fucking punk bitch. All of you are going to hell.
Are you sure you just
Well, I
don't want
think
to
a
do
lot
it
of
for
people
me?
do
I
it
think,
automatically. I just want to say real fast. Yeah, just real fast. I want to say that a lot of people are doing these sort of things and they don't realize they're doing it. Like if you ever made a wish on your birthday, right? That's witchcraft, right? Have you ever said, "I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks on you"? Like that's a hex, right?
Spellcasting.
Or
Yeah.
yeah. Have you ever said, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me"? What's that one? That's what is it when you say something and you put your intent behind it? I forget what that one's called.
what about sticks and shadows will hurt your soul?
So what I'm saying is
Dude.
like we're guilty of a lot
You
of
ain't
these
even got
things.
me started yet, EXO, man. I mean, you just triggered me a little bit.
Sticks and shadows will beat your soul up.
No, but try to follow me on what I'm saying. Like there's a lot of stuff that we do that is witchcraft. We don't really realize that we're doing it.
Okay, Hank,
Like,
I'm talking
used to
about
hypnotize
when I see a 5-year-old child and they're part of a Jewish community and they're holding a doll that's a representation of Satan. I'm just pointing out to guys like you, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go to them and say, you are holding a doll of Satan, little Billy. Mom, why are you letting Billy have a Satan doll? Now, it might get to that. The conversation's got to start somewhere else. But my point is, that's the great deception. You're literally, our children are holding Satan as toys now. That's what Darth Vader is, the dark side, the one that was reborn, mechanically. That's a representation of an Christ. And these are supposedly, well-meaning, Bible-believing families that have that infected into their family. That's all I'm pointing at.
Or have you ever wished upon a star? Right?
No, sure hope not. I might have when I was a child, but yeah.
Right. You see what I'm saying, though? Like, I used to hypnotize people in my garage. And I realize now that you don't have to be like holding a watch and swinging it to hypnotize people. Like, you can use your will and put it over other people all kinds of ways, like in everyday business transactions. Like, you can use your will to make people give up their will. Like, for example, like I'm a big guy, like 6'3", like 300 pounds. I can use my stature to intimidate people and exercise my will over them, right? I know better not to do that now, right? But you can use psychological tricks on people.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah. Did you have something in your, or were you exposed to any sort of, paranormal activity of any sort, Hank, when you were younger, such as, any sort of thing related to the topic?
Not that I can think of. I was raised Christian.
Going back to, okay, when you said remember you were talking about the syringe, you put like a needle through some kid's arm or something? Like, how did you get to that point?
Yeah. Well, see, I was a very curious kid. I like to take things apart and put things back together and see how they work. It's my personality, I guess. But I was like, okay, well, I'm going to see how this hypnotizing thing works. I didn't realize that I was dabbling in like witchcraft, right? I thought I was doing science, right? I was like seeing, how this works and how you can get people to like do things, right? Just by getting them to agree, okay, I'll just hand over my free will to you. You're going to hypnotize me and I'm going to allow it. And, I was like dabbling in stuff that I didn't fully understand. I also played the Ouija board with this kid, and this kid set his own Ouija board on fire after I caught the Ouija board in a lie and asked it why it lied, and it said that I am Satan. He immediately like burns his own Ouija board and was like, "Oh, that scared the hell out of me." And I was like, "Okay, that was weird."
That was a good move by him too.
Yeah, I'm glad he set it on fire because I couldn't burn his Ouija board. He had to do it himself. But yeah, I caught the damn thing in a lie. And I asked, why did it lie? And it said, I am Satan. So, yeah, I've done some weird stuff in my life. You know, I've played around with stuff that I shouldn't have probably played around with. But I was just, you know, a curious kid. Like, how does this work? And how does that work? And why does this do this? And, you know, I was really into science and really studied, you know, a lot of space stuff and really liked getting my hands on stuff that, you know.
XO doing that bullshit.
Wait a minute.
What you talking about, Helio?
Helio, I'm not sure if you're hot micing or if you're just mad at me or.
You're fucking retarded.
Helio. Hello.
Fucking call me
Oh, poor guy.
Helio, skeptic, you will go into the kitchen and make a glass of water right now.
Helio, what's going on, bro? Who's retarded?
And then you will drink the water right now.
Who's retarded, Helio?
If you have any pickle juice, drink a little pickle juice too. Pepper juice, preferably.
Using nice mind control. Great.
I'm trying it right now to try to get him, you know, just get him in a little better mood, you know.
Yeah, I can tell. Might work.
There's some lunch meat in there too. You don't have to make a sandwich. Just grab it and put it in your.
Anyway, I know better now. I don't do any of that stuff now. I've learned my lesson.
I heard you guys talking about me.
No, we heard you talking about us. Who was retarded?
I was listening, but I thought I was muted. I mean, fucking A. I mean, who doesn't talk shit?
Which one of us are retarded? Come on, bro.
Yeah, who are you talking
to
about?
be honest,
About me. It's me. He's mad at me.
yeah, XO's making some retarded arguments. To be honest.
Yeah, it's my fault as usual. Yep. Blame it on the Christian. Yep.
No, it's not because you're Christian. It's just because you're so hardcore.
Racist.
Oh no, it's not racist. It's.
Oh, we went from Christian
Why
to
did that come through? That's I
know.
totally
It's
apologize.
like because I telepathically
muted.
took. No, listen. I telepathically.
You
took your mute
telepathically
button off.
unmuted me so that you could hear my bullshit arguments,
Correct.
right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because you're 100% totally right, and nobody can stand against you. Is that the case?
Close. There's a little confusion. I'm actually just a child of God, but I know who's always right.
Oh, I'm not a child of God.
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about me. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying God.
Okay,
is
so
right.
if I have a standard knowledge of the Bible and everything, and I completely understand your standard knowledge of the Bible, but I disagree with it, then I'm not a child of God that understands the Bible.
Well, even Satan has
No, I know this is the way he feels. This is why I'm sorry that my mic was unmuted when I was responding to some of his bullshit nonsense that he expresses. Sometimes
I think I was the one that was talking at the time.
He's got knowledge, all that stuff. It's just about a relationship with God that counts. That's
I really want. I don't want to disrespect Jesus died for you or XO. Yeah, I mean, I we've been friends for a long time, and so anyway, I mean, you know my background, so it's not like I'm trying to disrespect you, but you called it out, and it was, I thought I was muted, and I was just like freaking talking shit in the background, but I thought I was muted. So
I don't remember. I don't remember saying anything negative, but no one's mad at you. That's for sure. However, Helio, if no one's mad at you. But if I have to back my claims, I will bring 2 or 3 receipts for everyone.
Sure, I guarantee we could go back and forth for freaking days on end.
But you can still love each other too, and be okay with each other.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. We've been friends for a long time.
There you go. So it doesn't matter. God's opinion's the only one that matters anyway. Who,
I
who's
mean,
a child of God?
Wait a minute. Right? How many times? Though, wait, Helio, tell them how many times you broke up with me and banned me from the server.
Yeah,
well,
how
I
many?
think I banned you a couple times, but I'm not the only one that banned you. So anyway.
No. I've been banned like 15, 20 times.
Nice, man. Is it like a record thing? You're trying to keep a record?
No, it's not a record, but
In return,
I
ban
do
return.
I do love Exile, man. He's a really cool guy, and dude, when he gets on a roll, it's like I want to listen forever because I love the way you talk, bro. It's all good.
You know what's funny, Helio? Now that you mention it, what's crazy, and I'm sure Damsel will understand this. Many people will. I can't do it all the time. When I can only do it when God gives me that ability. I can't do it all the time. Only when He allows.
Well, you can only do it no, you do it here anyway. But anyway, it's like a lot of people is just like, why are you doing this? It's like, damn, I can't be. Even though it's 24/7. Not everybody can be here 24/7. It's called 24/7, but not everybody can be here 24/7. Anyway,
Do you feel the need to go get pickles or chili juice or any kitchen items?
are you talking to me?
Yeah, Helio, did you feel any urge? I just wanted to know. While that was going on, did you feel an urge to go to the kitchen?
No, I was actually going to go smoke and then lay down.
Somebody was working at it, trying to get you to go somewhere.
I
with their
just
intention.
somebody was
I heard
retarded.
I heard someone mention my name, and I had to jump back in. I was actually going to go smoke a cigarette, come back in, and just freaking watch TV, and you guys can do whatever the fuck you want to. But then I heard someone mention my name. I was like, who the fuck's talking about?
No, but listen, what happened, Helio, is that we heard you griping about probably me, and then Helio was like, no, excuse me, Hank was like, what's Helio saying? And then that's when you heard your name.
Yeah, I thought I was muted. That's the.
Don't feel bad. It was funny.
Yeah,
We got a good laugh.
It is funny.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was
it's
talking
fucking.
about-
I mean, I get people take the piss out of me all the time. I'm used to it.
You know, I
was
love you,
talking
brother.
about what I did as a kid, like experimenting on different things. And I was learning about mind over matter at the time. Right. And I was like, how far does this go? And then he asked me how to have like an experience, like, how did he word it with ghosts? Like, how did you
with
word it?
the syringe through the wrist story that you gave the other day.
Yeah, the guy that didn't
Yeah.
feel it. Yeah, just
No,
did it to himself.
No, I poked him and told him to bleed out the side that it came through the skin, but not through the side that I poked the entrance. I told him to bleed
Weird.
out of the left side, and he did.
Yeah, weird.
That was weird.
Can I try this on you now, Hank?
No, bro, we ain't doing none of that stuff no more.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They were trying on Helio, but not you.
Have you ever seen that movie Creep Show? And who is it? It's actually the part that Jordy Verrill is played by Stephen King himself in the movie. Did you ever see that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I missed
it's
that one.
hilarious. It's 1982 horror movie, but it's such a classic. Look, just type in on YouTube Stephen King, Jordy Verrill. And he's having these premonitions of having to see the doctor. Anyway, it just reminded me of that because the doctor's like, this is going to be very
Stephen
painful.
King, Jordy, what?
Verrill. Stephen King, Jordy Verrill, or Creep Show. Yeah, Stephen King and Creep Show, and you're going to see the story and it's so funny. It's related to this conversation. A meteor comes down, lands in his farm, and everything turns green. And of course, Stephen King turns green as well and ends up committing suicide. So sorry for the spoiler alert, but that is the obvious.
Dude, that sounds great.
Obviously going to happen. Yep.
Helio's going to watch that tonight.
Yeah, I might. But there's another show. There's another show that makes me think of something. Another show that's freaking awesome. Ash versus Evil Dead. It's an addendum to the Evil Dead from back in the 80s. Ash versus Evil Dead. It's so freaking awesome. If you haven't seen it, it's so freaking badass.
You ever seen Twilight Zone the movie, Helio? The with Dan Aykroyd, 1980.
Yeah, in the 80s. Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
John Lithgow in the plane, and then the one story about the what's his name, Vic Morrow, goes back to Nazi Germany and hides from
Yeah.
the Nazis,
Oh
goes
yeah,
to
yeah. I
Vietnam,
remember that.
and he died. He died during the filming. The helicopter crashed and killed him with 2 little children. It's pretty crazy, and they still aired his part, still used his
Oh.
part in the movie.
Shit, I didn't know that.
Anyway, I don't mess around with the power of suggestion anymore. I think it's witchcraft, but I still do employ mind over matter, but only on myself.
Well, that's what I did to get healed completely at the end, or where I've got to be able to walk. It was a mind over matter, mind change, a focus, an intention.
Yep, I had spinal meningitis 7 years ago. I almost had to relearn how to walk, so I know what that's like.
Yeah, you have to really decide you can be healed. You have to really have that. Well, it's faith, I guess.
Yeah, I had a big shot of adrenaline come over me, like when I got out of the hospital, and Holy Spirit, and then I went back home. I lost like 40 pounds. I've always been thin, so I was like down to like 125 pounds at 6'1". I look like a
Well,
concentration.
You look like a ghost.
On that point, I mean, is there something to refusing to be sick?
Yes, there is. Absolutely. Yeah. People will actually get sick after vacations. It's really well documented because then they didn't want to get sick on their vacation, but they'll do it right after they get back because then they can take more sick time or something. I don't know. But it's been shown that,
I mean,
people can keep from having sick while they're on
right, so
vacation, but they come home and.
fear of sickness can cause you. Does fear of sickness cause you to be sick?
Oh, absolutely. It can.
Well,
Any
yeah,
fear.
can, not does, but can
Can.
fear of sickness cause you
Yeah.
to be sick? But if you refuse to be sick, can that make you not be sick?
It's certainly going to help. It's certainly going to help, right, psychologically. But when I get into that point of my life where I can tell I'm getting sick, I will ingest like raw onion with honey, and because there are certain remedies and they seem to work every time. But I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that they work, but they seem to work every time. Yeah. But the first thing is what she's talking about. The first, it's the will. The will is the first step.
Yeah.
Well, look at me.
I'm
2
almost-
years in hospice, my will to not believe their diagnosis. And I literally was on my deathbed and literally almost did slip away a couple of times. It
Amen.
was terrible.
Amen.
But I did not think it was time. I didn't believe it. Just didn't think it was right. I had too much going on, and I didn't think the creator was quite through with my life yet. I had more to do. So I didn't believe it.
Obviously, that was true because you're proving it now. So.
Exactly. So I know that mind over matter does work because I've had it happen so many times. And I've had my coming to Jesus moment too, where something happened and I can't explain it. I can't explain how a room lights up and I can't find the light source. That's all I can say about that. So,
Amen. Amen.
Hey, what are we talking about in here?
mind over matter and healing, staying well, that it is partly your own intention and mental.
And reality of Earth where you live.
That it is something we can help ourselves with. We were created to be able to do these things, and I think they hid it from us.
Help yourself with your consciousness. You can actually know what you are.
And I think they purposely have taken it away from us. But when I read the scripture, I see it everywhere. When it says the woman, her own faith healed her. It didn't say Jesus healed her. It was her faith.
When people go, I mean, you know this above a lot of people, damsel. When you go to a doctor, they will die. A lot of times, I won't say every doctor. I mean, this is a general sense they can diagnose you with something.
Sure.
Right.
Well, they can diagnose you, but that doesn't always mean. Yeah, it doesn't always mean they're right, and it doesn't mean it can't change either. That you can have it change.
So when they diagnose you with something, they may or may not prescribe a pharmaceutical drug.
Yeah. Well,
Helio.
To help with that.
Disease.
Yo, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
You know me, it's Josiah, the dude from Unfiltered Theological. And then our entire server got banned and everyone got banned. But I was wondering if I could get pick perms again. because all my other Discord accounts got banned.
What happened? Shit.
His Discord
so-
account got banned.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that part. I'm just
Serious
What'd you
ban.
do? That's Helio's way of saying, "What'd you do?"
Yeah, what did you do, Josiah?
So I went preaching, and it was like in Edgy, I think, and there was like 20 people watching, and somebody brought up what do I think about homosexuality. I said it's a sin in the Bible, and then I got my Discord account banned. Someone reported my account for.
So you went to a homo Discord and said it was wrong, and then you got banned.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, well, why did you go to a homo Discord?
No, it wasn't just. They just asked me what I think about it, and then also, anybody, Unfiltered Theological, we had a little sponsor thing or whatever. We got banned because of a ton of people coming in and spamming bad stuff in our Discord, and then the server got banned, and anyone who had alternate accounts in there had.
To be honest,
I
mean,
couple,
we do have some homosexuals here, that actually participate, and it's not even. We don't talk about it a lot. No, so you went to.
No, I didn't say it. I wasn't like hating on him. I just said no. I think it's wrong. Got banned from that, and then our.
You just
Did
you believe in what the Bible said. I understand. It can happen. Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes
can,
sense.
but I mean, why? All right, so, but what? All right, now you're here. What's the question?
I was wondering if I could get pick perms again because my other account got banned.
Oh,
We need to know what you're gonna post though. What did you plan on posting?
I used to post flat Earth memes a ton. And whenever someone was like an argument, brought up a point, then I'd bring up pictures in the chat.
Fair enough. Okay, just asking.
Are you gonna be like anti-homo? Like shit all the
can't help it. He just can't.
No, only something that's involving.
It's like we don't
argument.
often talk about it here. It's not even really a big
No,
deal.
if it's but if it's brought up and we're having a conversation or a debate about it, then I'll post.
Yeah,
some
well, if
stuff
it's
about
brought
it.
up in live stream, usually that's moved to a different realm,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if there's any qualms or issues with that topic, just go down to the Bible room with me right now, and I can fix all those. Thanks.
You're gonna fix all the homos, aren't you?
All of it, huh?
All of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now.
Thank you, Exa.
Gotta help it all.
Let's go. No, let's go down and talk about it. If there's an issue here, especially for this gentleman, there's a way to approach this topic.
Actually, I had personal experience approaching the topic, and things changed entirely for the people that I was dealing with that were involved in that particular kind of thing. And it was based on a love relationship. So I'll just tell you guys that preaching doesn't change it, but
It's not
showing
preaching, it's
love.
that they feel rejected. They feel
Yeah.
rejected by the same gender. That's for
Yeah.
like homosexual tendencies is because they feel rejected by the same gender. Bisexuality is seeking validation from both genders, and then
There's a lot of reasons it
transgenderism is
happens.
a coping mechanism from PTSD that they get. Something
There's
that
a
made
lot
them hate their
of
body.
reasons. There's a lot of reasons besides society. But even then, I just tell you right now, people don't change unless they find the truth and the love that they need. They just won't.
Which is Jesus Christ.
That's right. And it has to be shown through us, though. That's the biggest deal. And yelling and screaming or telling them how wrong they are doesn't seem to do anything, because I've seen that not work either. And I had a personal experience where it worked with the other way. So, and I'm very grateful to that.
Amen, damsel. That's excellent. You probably do a better job than me. I just have to tell Helio Skeptic that he's not going to believe this, but the LGBT leader of the G+ community 7 years ago, I talked to for several years, and I was one of the only Christians that she allowed on her panel. So that's something, for some reason, I have the ability. I just get along with gay people. What can I say?
And you sound like me.
Bro,
Done the same.
yeah, it's just like as far as this goes with a lot of people. I mean, I'm not gay, so I can't really freaking relate. But I know a lot. I don't know a lot of gay people, but at the same time, if you're gay, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you're fucking gay, you're just gay. I mean, I can't really I don't really know how to relate.
I
There's
just
no
love people.
conversion that way.
I
It's
just
just
love people, Helio. I don't care what their sins are. I
well,
have sins, so
well.
to
No,
me,
hold on. I
I
don't
just love people.
necessarily.
Amen,
I
Dan.
don't necessarily look at it that way. It's just like if you're gay, you're not going
I'm
to
not saying
procreate.
anything about
You're
it.
not
I'm
going to
just saying we're all the
procreate if
same.
you're gay necessarily. I mean, if you try to be married to someone and then you turned up gay, but you've always been gay. There's all kinds of situations.
I know.
Like
That's why I
gay.
can't judge. But that's
No,
the thing. I don't
but
judge
anyway,
anybody's life. I just love on them because that's all it seems to work. And I would hope that people would do that for me.
But as far as natural processes, gay people can't procreate. So
That's a fact.
It is fact. Unless they change
And
that
it just
thing with
and it's
science.
immoral. It causes diseases too. There's quite a few
Well,
consequences.
if he gets so heavily, wait a minute. If his server got shut down and everything got shut, maybe this is probably something we should
Probably not.
avoid.
No, I'm just saying love on people. Just love on them.
hey, that's not a negative statement. Gays know this. They can't procreate. I mean, why are you?
Yeah, that's not in to be rude. That's just a fact that they can't.
Yeah, there's no amendments to the phrase "love thy neighbor as thyself."
That's funny.
I wouldn't appropriate that one, but okay, whatever.
What is love? Well, it's something intangible.
What is love? Don't
There you
hurt me.
Gonna sing a song. Woohoo!
Don't hurt me no more.
It's an action. Love is a
Anyway,
choice.
let's get off of that. And yeah, I mean, everyone's welcome here to this server. And
That's right.
yes, yeah, we have many members here that are, different appropriations of whatever. We try to be totally honest with each other here, and there's no judgment here as far as
Nope. I'm not gonna ever judge anybody. I'm just as bad as anybody here.
Well, I mean, we're allowed to
And-
judge, though. It says on Bible we can.
Yeah, we're trying
the
to
people,
we're trying to talk about Earth
sin,
and creation.
We're allowed to judge righteously.
Yep.
Yeah.
John 7:24.
Which is
Amen.
really hard to do. Really hard to do.
But the Bible has an instruction manual.
That's
so-
right. It does.
Well, that's the thing, Shin, is that I often have to relate to people if there's any sort of topic that's related to, and I don't want to say the word sex, and I also might have issues with that, when it comes to me in my past with women. So I have to often just bring these topic ups that how men fail. That's what we do. That's all we do is fail when it comes to this topic, and that's why the door swings both ways. And it's all a sin. And that's what has to be addressed, that everybody has this problem.
Yep. That's why I said sin is sin, sin is sin, sin is sin. And we've all got the same problem. Really. It comes down to the same problems. We just all do it in different ways. That's all. That's all.
Like, for example, I mean, all the pornography that happens online that's heterosexual
Oh, yeah.
is
Yeah.
a terrible crime against God. It's a crime against, it's just as bad as murder. And that's why all these people constantly commit suicide and have all these drug issues. And it's the worst drug in the world right now, actually.
And they made it so easy with this internet thing, the freeness of it. I remember when the internet came on, and that was the first thing everybody was wanting to get on for, was to see how many things they could download free that were in that realm. It's just the internet made that just such an easy thing. Way even easier than HBO.
I remember 20 years ago listening to my, being at work with Dad as a teenager, listening to grown men talk about it. So, I mean, this is how bad this world is.
Oh, I know. It's terrible. That's why I don't say that anyone is worse than any of us. We all are in the same soup. And we all have a different way of being the wrong kind of person. We all have done something or continue to do things. So it's a hard thing. Just told them, don't go sin no more. That's all you can do.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
That's all right.
What?
Not you. I just found a funny meme.
Okay, Josiah.
It's okay. Must have been a good one. All I can say is everybody here is doing a good job at being a light in this darkness. This world is so dark. It is so dark. And it's good that the people are here doing their thing, doing it to the point where they're learning more and getting further along and making it
And
better
now
for
the
others.
ballots are coming out for like Arizona and
It'll
Georgia.
never
And
be.
Trump's doing that right now. Like Arizona's ballots, Trump only needed 10,000 more, and he almost has 1 million. And he just won Arizona over. Now he just has to do like Georgia and stuff. Trump becomes president again. Lead the all right to death. That's when martial law
I
comes
have
in.
to laugh because I really think that was all. This is all going to come down to Trump being put in power again. You guys just you wait and see. I knew that was probably a good possibility that this was going to be pulled.
Do you support Trump?
I don't support any politician.
I think Trump's going to lead the alt right to the death, and then martial law will happen. Then the Jesuits will take the New World Order, and we're all going to die.
The left and the right is just illusion of free will, basically.
Yep.
Like, if you think
My only
one will
king-
take over, it's all pre-planned.
Yeah, my only king is the one that's supposed to return and take his children. You know, my king is in this not of this world. I'm not even a citizen anymore. I don't call myself a citizen here because I don't agree with it. So
Our citizenship
amen.
is in heaven.
that's right. So I'm a foreigner in a foreign land. I'm an ambassador, and that's all I am. So, which means the rules don't apply to me that the government wants to put on me. Other men.
Damn, girl. Sound like you've been reading that Bible and you completely understand this whole citizenship thing that we're in with this 14th Amendment slavery.
Well, I know what they tricked me into taking an oath for, and I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to take oaths to something like that. Yeah, no, I know exactly what I did wrong at that. I learned the hard way. No, I know I'm a free woman. That's the nice thing. I'm more free than I've ever been. And politics used to really bother me. I really got myself wound up in politics. And I am so glad to be free of that. It was heavy, worrying about what other men would do to make my life better or not. And I'm done. Sorry.
I mean, you only need one being who, watch over you.
One king.
Yes.
And here
One
I
Prince
thought,
of Peace.
That's right.
here I thought the definition of politics was limited to being about the law.
No, politics means poly, right? Bloodsuckers, ticks.
Blood-sucking ticks. That one I hate ticks.
The word as it is defined originally is having to do with the law. If it doesn't have to do with the law, it is not politics. It's bullshit.
It is BS. I don't want anything to do with it.
Politics. I talk strictly politics on the live stream sometimes. Strictly politics. You know why? Because it's only about the law, not about my opinions.
Well, that's if you go back to the original definition, but people don't know those definitions anymore. So when you say politics, they think right, left, or you're libertarian. You get two choices plus a third that's thrown in to make you kind of feel better if you don't like either side very well. That's all it is. And people have been redefined. Everything's been redefined. Understand. Do you understand me? Do you understand me?
Slavery. People think slavery is aggressive and dominant over the top of you, like somebody over you all the time, but that's not true.
Agreed.
So we say understand too all the time, don't we? And we don't even know what we're saying. We don't know what that word means.
You can use peer pressure to commit slavery. You can do all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
But see, I think the whole definition of politics, I still think that one's even though the original, it's still the modern one too. Like they haven't actually changed that one. They changed everything around it.
True.
I'd say that's true. But like I said, you say politics in this world, people either have their side. They immediately think their side, and that's all they think about. Their team. Which team are you on? And then it's to the death.
I pull out my law book, and they pull out banners and flags and pom poms, and
Exactly.
I'm like, "You to talk politics," and they're like, "I do. I got my pom poms," and I'm like, "But politics is only about the law."
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Well,
It's
what's the
been
law?
driven out of them.
Like the rich man asked Jesus, which commandments, right? What law? What law are we talking about?
The
And
one
it's
that's
like when
written
you
on my
realize
heart.
there's so many different laws,
Mm.
right? So there's case law, right? Then there's contract law, then there's trust law, and then there's God's law, or natural law.
The
That's a
ultimate, the one written on your heart. Yeah, the one that should be over all. Yeah.
And
That
then there's
one-
pseudo law, like legislation, right? Which isn't really the law, except for Congress has the right to regulate commerce. Okay, so I'll give them that. They have the right to regulate commerce, right? But then they tell everybody that they're a driver and they need a license. It's like,
For the
ask a cop.
privilege.
Yeah, ask a cop to define driver. What's the legal definition of driver? And he knows it, right? But then he places that legal definition on like an 80-year-old grandma who's driving to Walmart, and it's like, wait a minute, you think she's conducting commerce? Like, no,